fire. You will be our silent eye. Come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning. Oh, you shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Hear our malice. For every soul they took away. for us. My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand, lost in the dark. We've come so far, another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands. not your pain. Our past was only victory, so we still remain. How many came to fight and die here? How many legions overcome? How many scars are left behind us? But there will be no rises. There's always light within Hear the awakened world. Scream glory and scream courage. For here we stand forever from this day. We made it through fires to redemption on the other side. We're standing and we're burning bright. Alright, 'cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past was only victory, so we still remain. And we still remain. Yeah! Fellow armsmen, I ask you, will you follow me tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine? Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light
of metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
We can
Welcome, one and all, to the beauty of the LPL Summer Split. We have crested upon the competition, and here we are for a wonder that will be a tough 4-week intro stage to a crazy different format. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Trouble, and I wouldn't be more excited if we didn't have any more crazy stuff. Trouble, are you ready to tackle all of this together?
I am so ready, so excited to be back. I cannot actually fathom that summer is here already. It feels like our spring finals just happened yesterday. I'm very excited about the new patch, very excited about new champions. We have new items, we have new format, we have new everything.
New everything. New LPL Who Dis. I do want to take a look at today's schedule, though. We will be starting it off with 2 best of 3s in Fearless format. We'll start it off with Ultra Prime versus IG and Weibo versus NIP. These are both battles in the D group here, which we will get to in just a second. We'll have a nice little explainer for it. But I'm excited for these 2 matchups. It isn't 3 best of 3s a night anymore, but should still provide us some bangers, Trouble.
Hey, I'm talking about EU side. This is the perfect time to start the LPL. 11 a.m. It's great. Rise and shine. Have your breakfast. Get hydrated. Sit down. Enjoy 6 probably games in a row.
Probably, knowing
Probably.
the LPL.
Let's be honest.
But we do have that format explainer for all that craziness and to break it all down. So let's go ahead and send it off to that, and we'll see you on the other side.
2024 LPL 夏季赛全新赛制介绍。新的赛制下，常规赛将分为4个阶段，抽签分组阶段。17支战队将按照春季赛成绩划分为4个种子池。根据主场规避原则，先抽签将4支主场队伍分入不同小组，再抽签决定其他队伍的分组。通过平行分组，保证了每组都有4个种子池的队伍。定组赛阶段，本阶段采用无畏征召模式。己方队伍在同一局 BO3 已完成对局中，使用过的英雄将无法再次选用。通过双循环 BO3 确定排名后，每个小组后2名进入乙组，而其余排名靠前的9支队伍进入甲组。组内赛阶段，本阶段采用竞技征召模式，在2组分别完成单循环 BO3 后，乙组排名后4名的队伍将直接备战2025赛季。甲组排名前7名的队伍则锁定季后赛名额，前2名更是身披复活甲，而中间排名的6支队伍将进入下一阶段的殊死一搏——抢位赛阶段。在 BO5 单败赛制下，6支队伍2-2对决，生死一线，争夺最后3张季后赛门票。最终角逐出的前10名队伍将向银龙杯发起最后的冲击。全新赛制下，场场皆关键，敬请期待。
The road to the Silver Dragon Cup has been laid before us, and what a road it is going to be. It's a little bit crazy. If you've seen some of the pictograms of what it looks like, it goes a little wild, but it should be a lot of fun. We start the first part of it here with the first 4 weeks, Trouble.
Yeah, and if you're a little bit confused on how the whole thing works, Don't worry, we probably are as well, but we're gonna go through the whole thing together this summer. The thing that I'm most excited about is Fearless Drafts. I have never cast or been around a league that uses Fearless Drafts, so you have yourself, you're very familiar with them, you're very experienced, so I cannot wait just to see how it forms and how it dictates a best of 3 and how it's gonna go.
It's also super exciting. We're the first professional league kicking it off. We get the Fearless to start it off to kind of throw a wrench into things. But the biggest thing about Fearless, especially in best of 3s, which is what we will be getting for the first 4 weeks, is you often see a lot of trading going on because there's a lot of powerful picks typically. After you've chosen a pick, you can no longer choose said pick in the rest of the series itself. So a lot of the times you're seeing very powerful picks taken game 1, traded to the other team for game 2, and then comforts and things come out if there is a game 3. I'm very curious to see how that works at the professional level, as we've only seen it at really the developmental level, and LPL changing the game a little bit with that one here. And I think our first teams could have a lot of fun with that one here too.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if you look at a few of the players that are going to be coming for those teams, they do come from the LDL, so they are familiar with a lot of the fearlessness of these drafts. We are seeing the group stage and how the 4 groups have formed so far, and fear not, even though the top 4 teams from the previous split are all split within different groups, there are a bunch of new teams that have accumulated some new and old players that will be going up against them.
Yeah, big thing to think about here was there were the arenas that were kind of split across all of the groups you see here. So there will be a home arena for at least the 3 groups, A, B, and C. We will have Shanghai for Group D. We will be seeing Group D tonight, 4 of the 5 members. But I think the also crucial thing to think about is there are early eliminations now in the LPL summer stage. You saw it right there. Teams will get to prepare for summer for spring 2025. I think it'll be really curious that every game really does matter, especially even if the tagline is that trouble.
I absolutely loved it. Whoever created this video, whoever came up with this line is the absolute GOAT. The fact that they say, you get eliminated, you don't get to continue, you do not get to fight for a spot to Worlds, but you get to prepare earlier, you silly, for 2025.
Silver linings.
Head start. There you go.
Silver linings. That's all you need. Should be a lot of fun, though. I'm really curious now that we're going to be thinking about Ultra Prime and IG as our first series. Maybe not the big ticket seller that everybody would want. I know maybe that one coming up a little bit later. But I view every split as a fresh slate, especially with the new formats coming into it. And I very, very much like a lot of the call-ups we're seeing from both these 2 teams. We do have some new players on both sides, but I think more curious, it's the older players, the veterans, the mains, the stayovers from spring that I'm very interested at how they adapt into this meta specifically. But I think particularly it's about those newbies. And we'll go with IG first. Where we have Zuyan in the top side coming in, as well as GLFS in the jungle, which will be a lot of fun to watch because those are crucial members. But as we see Ultra Prime's roster here, they also have a rookie themselves. They'll have Niket coming in the support role. They'll also have Ting Tian coming over to join in the top side of the map. But we'll be curious to see how these 2 new additions on the starting roster for tonight adjust to the other 3 holdovers.
Everything's on the line right here, and with every single game counting, a lot of the teams had to make changes. Of course, Xingtian is not a stranger to the LPL. He's played for top esports previously. He's a very stable piece for every single team, and I feel like, if anything, Ultra Prime really needed somebody who's gonna bring that consistency and be a rock-solid performer in the roster. However, I'm very excited to see a different bot lane for Doggo. Bringing in Niket might change a lot of the synergy that we have seen. Doggo did not necessarily
Maybe the
have
lack
a
of
great split in the last one, but now with the addition of a new support, who knows? And you talked about newbies, you talked about new people coming in, we talked about fearless drafts. Well, 2 out of 5 members right here, very familiar. Zuyan and Neni, the mid-top duo from IG, actually came from their academy roster, which came up to 2nd place over in the LDL. So not only are they very familiar with a lot of the fearless drafts and how to play them, but they're also extremely experienced, and they performed really, really well over in the academy league.
Yeah, Zuyan having a little bit back and forth with Arbo in the top side, just trying to adapt to the meta. A lot of fighters going his way. More curiously enough, though, GLFS really, really new to the competitive scene here. Just had played a month on IG Young, the LDL roster, before getting called up here for summer. So very much want to see. He's right now he has 4 games of Lee Sin total in the competitive track record.
That's all
we'll
you
see
need
if that
in the LPL.
stays. That's all you need. That's all you need to make the name. But again, going back to it, Vampire, a new addition from EDG. I know EDG was super excited about having him come up to the roster, but it just did not work out with the kind of fluctuations in bot lane. Really want to see what Vampire can do on a new roster with On, who is literally like Nenny. Yes, he's been part of the team for a long time. On is the only remaining pillar of IG left from their 2022 rosters, their 2021 rosters. So I'm very excited to see now with his veterancy what we could see around him as well.
I'm actually very excited every single time I see a team sort of bring in an academy roster coming in. It's obviously a huge risk, but also an investment. A lot of the teams will see this as a development stage, thank you. A development stage going not only towards Worlds and potentially qualification for that, but also into next year, into 2025, looking at the bigger picture, knowing that you're bringing 2 members up from academy, wanting to develop and see how they pair up against the huge names that we have over in the LPL and how they hold their own in these lanes. It's going to be super fun for IG, especially since they didn't necessarily have the worst split, but they didn't have the split that we expected in spring.
And especially in Group D, you got to remember the top 3 out of the group do make it to the next stage, at least in the alpha group, whereas the bottom 2 will go down. So getting these wins early is huge. You also get a somewhat, kind of easier entrance. You're going through the shallow end of the pool. You didn't jump straight into the deep end when you have some like similar matchups with some rookies on both sides and things like that. You're not going against what would be a top tier team to start off the split, which I think can be good for a lot of the growth of a lot of the players, how quickly the season's going to turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Ultra Prime, you do have a lot of faces that have remained. I'm particularly looking at Yukai and Hacker. I think I kept hitting the same nail last split. I was like, I need to see a lot more synergy between the two. Yukai would usually be the guy that frees up the map, won a lot of his matchups in the mid lane, played a little bit more to his side. However, when it came to that mid jungle synergy, there was something lacking right there, something missing right there. So now with the addition of Niket, it's very exciting to see what will happen between the support and jungle synergy, or the bleeding from mid over to the bot side of the map. It's just very exciting because you never know how these teams pair up against each other. So having 2 teams that I feel like in terms of skill level, they're very equally matched. For these to be the first best of in a fearless draft mode, it's going to be very exciting.
And you got to remember it is double round robin, so the first time in feels like forever for the LPL we'll actually get to see matchups more than once against each other, which God, I'm so excited for. As we head to the stage, it means that we are getting closer and closer to the debut of both these 2 teams. The big thing I love that you highlighted in that Hacker and Yukai duo is the fact that Yukai was like hard carrying this team across the finish line. Even if they were last, there were a lot of games where I could see that Yukai was the premier standout there. And so I think the fact of the matter is getting to see Yuakai's growth super important. And I still think, his time behind Scout on LNG when he was subbing over there in 2023 might do him well, but here he is with the main stage. And I think that matchup against Nenny, very curious, because again, we said Nenny hasn't really been able to stick the landing in the LPL. He's had a lot of back and forth going back to the LDL squad and stuff. So mid lane could be the spotlight tonight too.
You know what I really enjoy? The fact that I was looking and I was researching the players, and I'm looking at Nenny and I'm like, yeah, you've got a lot of control mages. However, you've got the Ares, you've got the Dalias. There's an Akali here and there as well. I feel like Akali for mid laners in the LPL is what Lee Sin is for junglers over in the LPL. You'll see them sporadically thrown here and there. However, Nenny is a much more aggro player than Yuaka is. Yuaka usually wants to stabilize the map, and Nenny wants to play in your face. So I feel like that matchup is going to be extremely interesting because it's going to dictate how that early game is going to go for them.
You see Ultra Prime on screen now, giving us nice little waves. There's Niket as well with his debut. Super excited. I'm a sticker for developmental talent. I love seeing the call-ups. But that's also the curious thing in the LPL display is we have a ton of teams who are just running it back, but also a ton of teams that are calling up LDL squads. So Will be a lot of fun to kind of keep an eye on how this split goes out early, but we should be getting into the games here very shortly. And I think that IG are going to have a lot to prove. Ultra Prime going to have a lot to prove after their a little bit of a disappointing spring splits. I guess IG did make it to playoffs, even though they got eliminated in the first round, but still would be very curious.
I feel like for IG, they pulled out some miracle wins behind some huge teams they played against, and then there was this question mark of why could they not do it again, you know? They had YSKM, which was very hyped about, actually. And now he's not going to be the starter for this one. You also had Tianzen, who was pulling out, you know, the Rengar bans against him, and he actually got to play that Rengar a few of the times, and he's not going to be the starter here either. So it's just very exciting to see the decision making behind IG starting Julian and GLFS.
A bit of a changing of the guard maybe in that regard, but let's go ahead and talk about the other big elephant in the room, and it is the fact that we are starting pro play, and it is 14-10 here tonight.
Let's go.
We'll see what happens with the meta itself. I think it's going to be very curious to watch, especially with the fearless adaptations, and see what becomes priority ban, because you can start getting to a lot of champions off of the table once you get into that second and third game thing.
There have been a few crazy things happening, you know. Corki, first of all, if you guys are not aware, his entire kit was changed from AP to AD. So it's now AD Corki, lethalities, crit damage over in his build, collectors here and there. I've seen Nasus pop up again. We've got Blackfire Torch. A lot of those mages that like to deal overtime damage are going to pop back up again. So I think it's going to be very exciting, especially with Fearless. You mentioned if a lot of those OPs are already played or exchanged, we might see them resort towards these weird wacky picks we have not seen yet.
Love seeing Niket take his first walk onto an LPL stage. And we'll get a lot more of those on the other side here. So very excited to see Zuyan and GLFS come out on stage. But it's going to be more so, can they step up to the pressure? I think we had some incredible rookies last split come out. You like the stories of Milky Way, things like that. But we also had some under-the-radar rookies, so I wonder if we're going to get any big splashes this time around.
IG certainly have paved themselves a road to potentially get something that you're asking for.
That's so cute. Hey,
Is
when
that
you go out there, a little bit of
it's their
nerves,
first
a little bit of
times, right?
nerves. Oh,
Of
but
course.
no nerves there. Then he's like, it's my time now.
That was a very short point at the IG logo right there. Learned from Anne, obviously.
He talked to him beforehand. But another
He's
big
like,
you
that's
that I
what
find...
you do when you walk out.
Yeah,
There you
yeah,
go.
hey, that's
See,
all
he's
three of
talking
it in a
about it.
row.
He's like,
They know
that's
each
what we
other. That guy right there, though, the last one, Vampire, I'm very interested. I think a lot of people had some really negative things to say about him with the time that he had on EDG this last split, but I think that whole roster was just a train wreck. And so I really want to kind of give a clean slate to this guy and see what he can do, because he showed out in Demacia Cup in the off-season tournament,
Yeah.
and there was a reason why he was called up to EDG.
I feel like it's clean slate for everyone over in IG. Even if you want to say that, even Anne has a pretty clean slate right here, especially since not only is he bringing the veterancy, but he has a full new squad around him. Every single one of these players is new to the IG main roster, to playing with each other, except for Nenny and Zoya. Of course, we mentioned they have played together in Academy before, but I feel like even for Anne, it is a clean slate. It is starting over again. Again, the developmental stage that we talked about, especially when you're bringing up Academy players, when you are investing in rookies, is going to play a huge part on how the team succeeds.
And it looks like we're going to be getting into it now. Couldn't be more excited to get this one
He's in the
kicked
zone.
off. He is
in the zone.
getting in the zone there. Again, known for his time on top esports, switching over with Wayward as the stable top laner. I know his Aatrox was something to be feared, but as well as his bruisers and fighters, something to keep an eye out on as well. What are the premier picks that you really want to see tonight as like mainstays in the meta? What are like the top twos that you really want to see?
I was actually thinking more of the likes of Kai'Sa. I have seen some crazy builds going around for Kai'Sa. We've seen the likes of Deft playing things like the Rage Blade and the Kraken Slayer into full AP. I'm talking Death Cap, I'm talking Void stuff. I've seen Trinity Forces and Murabanas coming out. I've seen pure AD. I've seen pure on hit. I feel like Kai'Sa is one of those champions. I know that I main Katarina and pretty much every item is viable on my champion, but I feel like Kai'Sa falls under the same category. And honestly, it's really interesting to see how every single pro player chooses to pilot builds on champions like this.
And what kind of builds we'll get as well. Going to be something to keep an eye on here. But as we get...
What's your opinion on Corki?
Hold on. That sign said
Wait, what?
YSKM is our son. Now, that could be a meme or it could be reality. But it would be really funny to find out. Maybe somebody could at me on Twitter. That is incredible. Because it could be either really funny or just really heartwarming. You know, there's two directions that could go either way.
Or his parents. Or,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it'd be really heartwarming. It's his parents, or it could just be a meme and, you know, be some fandom.
I mean, okay, translations, I guess they're not 100%, especially when they, I feel like the lettering, the words, the languages, they're not similar whatsoever, so a lot of translations end up being a little bit wacky. But hey, you know, this is a very endearing message. It's like, he's our son. Please start him. We believe in him, you know?
Oh, no. Yeah, I think it would be very curious to not see YSKM and Tianjin starting after last split, but it looks like IG want to go with a different direction, try out some newer players, some players that were showing out in the LDL, you know, maybe finding their comfort with this Fearless being adapted by the LPL. But both teams, we said, coming into this one have a lot to prove. Ultra Prime were our 17th place team. Yes, there's that many teams in the LPL. Last split, IG, they finished 10th in the regular season. We're out in the first round of playoffs. New slate, new split. It is time to get started. We are already in it. Ultra Prime on the blue side, already banning out the Kindred, the Draven, and the Rumble. IG banning away the Corki. There you go, as well as the Senna and the Kalista. Full bot lane bans right now from IG's side.
Yeah, and I'm absolutely loving if this goes through right here for Ultra Prime. We mentioned a lot about Yokai and how he gets to dictate the game for Ultra Prime, or at least he did over in Spring. So giving him a pick that has a lot of priority in the mid lane, has a lot of self-healing for himself, a lot of ways that he can dictate that early game is going to be great, of course. Oh boy, here we go.
There we go.
Here we go.
We're already getting started early. We're getting started early. I love the Skarner. It's a ridiculous champion. We're all going to have a great time. Captain Flowers just stirred in his sleep somewhere. As now we have Varus locked in as well as a nice little answer and some flexibility in that bot lane. A bot lane which is our primary focus tonight, Trouble. The mix of veterancy plus newbies is going to be curious to watch.
Absolutely. And then you also have Dogo, that he's been talked about for so long. And every time we see Dogo, people are like, he's so good, give him a good support. And the supports keep changing. Oh my god, we're getting Jhin?
It's my boy! Oh, I'm sorry. I just had to have a Jhin moment, you know.
Okay, I don't mean to shatter your dreams, but seeing Skarner locked in and then a Jhin lock after
Have you seen new Jhin, though? Come on. Let's see. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But also, the fact that Hacker has a 4 in his name and he locked in Jhin. That's all I looked at.
Wait. Is Jhin Hacker?
No, but there's a 4 in Hacker's name, and Jhin is all about 4s. Yeah,
okay.
yeah, there you go. Now you're on the train. Now you're on the show.
I can't even say it's too early. It's like 11:20 here.
It is the Ord locked in, though, for Ultra Prime. I do like that. It's a long-distance engage, but the stability of the composition right now from IG with the Nautilus locked in.
Okay, I actually do not mind the Jhin getting locked in here because there's going to be a lot of abilities that will create a lot of area of control for the side of Ultra Prime. The Ornn, the Jhin can play from super far away, a lot of non-committal engage tools, and then you've got the Tristana that can deal with those Kraken Slayer needy tanks that need to go down, such as the Skarner, such as the Nautilus locked in for the side of IG. I am very excited to see what Neni has to go up against that Tristana. We have seen potentially the likes of even something like a Hwei that can create a lot of space, for example, for the Varus to play around. But I would love to see Neni on a little bit more of his aggro picks, something like a Talia, that he can roam the map and he can dictate the pace of the early game.
So right now there is still some flexibility in IG's composition. The Skarner can still move a little bit, but you're seeing the focus from them. They want to take away a lot of those engaged supports there. So the Rel and the Alistar off the table. And against GLFS, it's all about taking away the aggressive junglers. You wonder if the Lee Sin is going to be the next ban here. Maybe they're looking at their track record for this new player who barely has any written competitive experience, at least. It will be the Talia ban alongside that Viego.
Well, that's what they're going to resort to here, because that Skarner could be going jungle, could be going top lane as well.
Let's
top
go.
Lane, it's going to be okay. Rip a page out of Canyon's notebook right here. GLFS with the classic LPL fashion. Lee Sin, Nidalee, Graves, bring it in.
Go ahead and be a carry. Why not, King? Still do wonder how it works if they get a little bit tankier on the side of Ultra Prime and how the in is there for GLFS. In his first LPL game, it is the Leona locked in for Ultra Prime, so they're going to have even more go buttons now, and how much distance they have with those go buttons is insane.
Yeah, there's actually so much lockdown from the side of Ultra Prime and so much non-committal engage to get on top of targets like the Nidalee and like the Varus. The one thing that I want to point out here is that you've locked in the Nidalee, but you're most likely going to need something AD to pair up with it in the mid lane. And we've talked about how Neni really likes to play aggro towards that mid lane. We talked about how Yuekai also needs to create a lot of space for his team early on. It's going to be the double AP for the side of IG. Aurelion so locked in for Neni.
All right, hell of a draft for our first game of Fearless here. Now remember, all these picks will no longer be available after this for any of the teams that have picked them. So we'll see what happens if you can strike first with this one. I know I've got some favorites here myself, but let's pick apart the IG side here, how they enter the fights. They have some decent scaling, but they're going to need proactivity from GLFS.
Yeah, I actually love the fact that you've got Nidalee and Varus together. I wonder if this is actually going to be an on-hit Varus or if it's going to be a poke Varus. If it is an on-hit Varus, you're going to be able to deal with things like the Leona and the Ornn very easily. But a poke Varus fits the theme of the team a little bit more, if you will. Your Aurelion Soul will create so much space for you between you and the enemy team to get that poke going, to make sure that it does land and stick. Because if Nidalee falls behind in the early game, then her poke is not as potent anymore. However, I would say that I believe that this Varus is going most likely to go on hit because you have things like I was gonna say the Ramos because he looks like him, but it's not. It's the Skarner and the Nautilus and the Aurelion Soul to basically win you time through these fights to put down the auto attacks.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing. I think the timing aspect is what I'm going to kind of harp on and kind of keep an eye on, because going into this first game, not only is it a leap into the summer split, but it's also trying to make right on some of the things that maybe went wrong for you in that spring split. A lot of changes, a lot of debuts, a lot of format differences for the LPL. We're getting double round robins, we're getting group stages, we're getting Fearless draft here for the first time at this level of competition. This should be a lot of fun. You already see the wackiness with the first picks and bans that we have, but as we get in game number 1, I couldn't be more excited to kick off what will be a wonderful summer split with you, Trouble. Let's get into it now. It's our debut game of summer 2024. It's Ultra Prime versus Invictus Gaming. Love to hear the gyos early and often. The energy.
Which team were they for?
I believe that was the latter half. I want to say it was IG, but I didn't actually catch the beginning.
It was IG? Okay.
You have to catch what the solo cheer is. That's how you know what the team is. But we'll be.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying.
Yeah, I believe.
I always tell.
So they're going for a level 1 here. They have a very powerful level 1 with IG. I love that Vampire was leading it here, but they're trying to give as much space to GLFS as he can have on this Nidalee.
Absolutely, making sure you get blood runs right here.
Oh,
they took that flash off of Hacker as well in the early game, and if you look in the jungle as well, everything is warded. The entrance to the bot side jungle is warded.
Yo, this is my
that's
LPL.
A 2v3. I don't think you want that.
So GLFS does have level 2. I think Ultra Prime realized that after he got the auto attack over the wall. We'll just end up going for that quick steal.
He's actually spotted entering. I feel like he has to do the birds real quickly and then bail out towards his top side of the map.
Those
There's
are
going to
chicken
be a
nuggies.
lot of Are they now?
Way to break your caster 2 minutes into the
It's too early, man. 11 a.m. chicken nuggets. I mean, I'm not judging, okay? That's a very clever pathing right here from Hacker, making sure that he gets as much as possible. I feel like we saw it over at MSI, how oppressive and needly can be, especially if she finds you all alone in the jungle. What was it? It was the owner versus Shun matchup that we checked out over at MSI, and it looked very, very needily favored right there. Now, I just want to say, as Yokai takes a very
he's doing it. He's doing the play from MSI where you just walk around him. He can't get the breath of light. One more auto, it's not enough, but Nene forced to back off.
Bone plating
look at this.
MVP for that one. Hacker's gonna get caught. Remember, cancel flash.
Oh, Hacker. He got rammed straight into the wall, and an IG signaling will give IG first blood and first kill for GLFS at this level. Now maybe bot side following that one up. A couple more auto attacks from On won't do it, but IG strikes strong and strike fast.
And all of this was due to the ward that was placed very close to the pixel burst on the top side river from the side of IG. They spotted Hacker getting into this jungle. And remember, we said he needs to take these birds and bail. Maybe the red buff again and bail. Too greedy. Stays out for the grabs towards the top side of the map. And gets absolutely punished by GLFS's Nidalee. Again, if the Nidalee finds you all alone in the jungle, it is a very easy target for the Nidalee to take you down. But Zoyan also had a lot of priority to make sure you head into the jungle and take this down. Now, one thing that I wanted to point out for further fights to come in the future for the set of Ultra Prime is that I love how they don't necessarily, none of them has to actually commit into these fights. There's a lot of long range on IG. There's a lot of poke coming in from IG. However, look at Leona ult. Look at the Deadly Flourish. Look at the Ornn, look at the Lilia ult. None of these four bodies need to be committed to catch anyone in these fights. Again, we're seeing the replay where Hacker, unfortunately, stays a little bit too long in this jungle.
Definitely does. Again, I think the speed of clear for the Lilia was really strong, and maybe baiting a little bit for Hacker there. But this has been a problem for Hacker in the past. He is very aggressive. He has some really good headstrong moves. If he has the team behind him, they look great. Sometimes he can go a little bit too ham. We'll see if he can rebounce back a little bit. We do have objective coming up on the map, at least for the Dragon on the other side. And he's going for some more cheeky nuggies here. It might be early, but the man wants his protein.
We'll see. GLFS is going to move towards the boss side of the map. He does have the Gromp available to him. There is the Dragon coming up as well in 10 seconds. And bot lane for IG has had priority for the majority of this game, so they can move up. Make sure finish that Gromp, push in another wave, and potentially even set up for that Dragon early on. I mean, the more Dragons you do have early on for IG, the better it is, right? You're bailing Ultra Prime to walk into your territory. So many skill shots flying their way. Walking through choke points for Ultra Prime is going to be extremely difficult, considering that your Ornn is most likely going to be in the side lane, stopping the Skarner, pushing down the wave, and he's your tankiest member, the only member probably that can tank those skill shots.
And now I really want to see some more resources put into, I guess now, the spotlight. Oh no, Vampire.
Wait,
what? Put a little hand with that dredge line there. We'll have some support from GLF as he goes for it. What a beautiful flash. On planks it up, and now Hacker, he'll get one back on a Vampire, at least with scraps given to Ultra Prime. IG are running away.
IG are coming up on top. They're ahead over in the bot lane. They get another kill onto their Varus. 2-0-1 on their Nidalee. Half a grand ahead for GLFS. Managed to get the Dragon as well. That is a huge, huge, huge lead for the side of IG. Remember, you gain that Nidalee ahead. Those spears are going to start hurting the second you walk through these choke points. And again, you rejoiced when you saw that, Jin. I was like,
don't worry about it. It's coming. Give it some time.
All right.
It's fine. It's fine. Let him cook.
man.
Let him cook. I'll always let Jid cook. IG will get that Dragon, though. Really big stuff, because now they can transition their pressure across the other side. See if Hacker can scoop away some of these before they do get over
there's
here.
a sprinting through
They
it.
have all their bodies up here, though. Zrion's trying to chase down Hacker there. We'll get the slow, but pushing him out of the grubby pit is the most important thing. What I want to see, at least Ultra Prime do, is try to get Yuikai a little bit more involved, but with these roaming death comps from IG, it's a little bit hard.
I feel like there's been so many things going on. Your Lilia dying inside the jungle, bot lane dying, 33 down bot lane, where I don't feel like Yuikai has necessarily time to just shove in his wave. Q's gonna miss the target right there, but I'm gonna say, hey, maybe it was calculated, because
I think it was
calculated.
Calculating something. I don't know what you're calculating. You're calculating something. funny
Hey,
because
it's calculating how far can you push the Nautilus projectile Q to miss.
I just love it because the Zenith blade puts
really
you.
miss.
Yeah, because Zenith blade puts you behind the target, so
Okay.
he just goes through. Oh, nice little flash, and
Yukai.
Yukai gets out. The turret, no, he gets traded back, and a little adjustment of the headset, but he does get the trade solo bolo.
Actually, he does get flash from Nenny, which is super important, and does get the kill.
Ting Tian.
Jump.
Oh, that's a Skarner, buddy. I think Skarner definitely wins that one 10 times out of 10, and I know Captain Flowers is definitely getting a little smile in his dream state right now. Flowers and Skarner know to be hand in hand, but now Zuyan maybe making his own name for it.
Yeah, that was a little rough to watch. Ting Tian right there pushes a little bit more than he should towards the Skarner. Trying to crush his wave right there underneath the tower wasn't necessarily the case, and usually you don't see a lot of 1v1s happening between tanks, but Skarner is at a very great state, I would like to say, balance-wise. He's not OP at all. See, he's like only 10% HP. He's still out trading the Ornn.
Yeah, for sure. It definitely
It works.
doesn't need a copy pasta, just like Cassante. Also, just last point on Captain Flowers. I love that we have the Captain Flowers skin versus the Skarner. I think it's even better. It's more hilarious. But we're going to take a look at the replay on how exactly this worked out. I think Ting Tian just biting off a little bit more than you could chew.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting stunned right there as well. Just don't have enough HP. And I freaking love the trade right there, right before the trade smacks. I honestly don't think even if the knockup landed right there from the Ornn Horde, it was going to make any difference. I feel like the trades with Skarner right now are kind of impossible. He's the, I wouldn't want to say the new Cassante, but I want to say the old Ornn. Where Ornn was like assassin, mage, rogue. Yeah.
I want to see Cassante versus Skarner now. We'll see what happens with that one. Both going through walls, see what the all-out has with the charge to the wall. But as we get to it, we are going to be a couple minutes out from both objectives, spawning pretty much on par with each other. I want to take a look at the proactivity that we've seen from IG, that not relenting as they go for more invades with GLFS. And I think that needs to be the name of the game for IG.
Absolutely, you've got a very, very strong Nidalee. Nickit, though, has sniffed out that invade. I feel like the chicken's being stolen away has been the name of the game for both of these junglers right here. However, if you look on the map for IG, Zuyan is also closing in from the top side of the map. They're trying whatever they can to sort of take control. And I will commend them on the fact that they have had a lot of vision set up around Ultra Prime and their jungle openings. You look at the top side of the map, there is a control ward towards the blue buff. You look at the top side, the entire river has been warded out. Every opportunity IGC that Ultra Prime are in lanes, they will just move in, set down their vision, make sure that they know at any point given where Hacker is.
That was a nicely timed trap into Deadly Flourish plus Solar Flare, but there's going to be a lot of CC used from Ultra Prime and some poke back from On.
You do have 3 members of IG moving towards that bot side of the map. There is not going to be a hefty wave yet, but next wave will potentially be the one that Anne wants to pressure in. They will spot GLFS right there. It's not going to be the case.
Delay some backs as much as you can. Pretty even game state to some extent, about 1.5k for IG, but most of that is towards the bot side of the map. We will have those objectives coming up in about 30 seconds. You want to see the pathing for both these junglers as Ultra Prime were the ones that took the priority of the grubbies last time around. I do expect them to kind of hold that one a little bit higher, at least in higher regard than the dragon here, Trouble.
Let's see what they're going to decide to do, because again, both sides are completely border. I love what IG are doing, because they're not necessarily prioritizing one or the other side. They're pretty much very willing to take control of both sides of the map and sort of invite Ultra Prime towards them. Again, Ultra Prime are very weak in terms of HP bars. So if you face check IG at any given time where your Ornn is not there, and mind you, Ornn is not necessarily too tanky at this point as well. It's just a Sunfire Cape onto the champion. So whichever side of the river you choose to face check, you're going to lose huge chunks of your HP. Again, the only good thing about Ultra Prime, though, walking into these instances, not this one.
Yeah, not that one. You just got delivered on a silver platter straight to the vampire of IG. He's going to bite you in the neck and keep following afterwards too. GLFS wants to keep going, can't hit the spear. They do end up getting the charge though for Zuyan. Maybe one more dredge line can make the difference, but he goes down. Zuyan takes his first death. Now that big curtain call going to push off IG on the play.
And that is a jungler for a top laner right there. However, Zuyan does have his teleport available. Does he want to come back and commit to this play? You'll see that GLFS is going to already start these grabs. And I feel like this was a great display of why you definitely do not want to be face-checking the IG. Not only the poke, but Skarner in the bush. You have so much CC coming your way with the Nautilus, with the Varus ultimate. GLFS is going to have to give up. Wow, Zoya committed that TP towards the bot side of the map.
That's going to be 4 grubs for them. So that's actually huge for Ultra Prime. That's like massive. You at least get the mites here for the spawns too. That's going to be pretty big. So maybe some lacking of coordination for IG early on here. But trying to get some presence around bot side, I'm sure, to get this dragon as it has spawned.
Yeah, I feel like for IG, it's more important to deny the 5 buff spike, especially this is Tristana instead of Ultra Prime. It's going to be split pushing right here. Hacker, a little bit again, a little bit overzealous, a little bit overeager. Face checks IG, finds a Skarner. Not the best thing that you can find. And I was thinking about how it's easy for Ultra Prime to sort of long distance engage in those fights, in those skirmishes. You've got Liliable, you've got Deadly Flourish, you have the Leona ult. You don't necessarily have to commit bodies, but I feel like IG have been doing such a fantastic job at depriving Ultra Prime provision, where you actually see them making a few uncharacteristic mistakes, if you will, into face checking to try and get some control back. However, if that person face checking is not Xingqian on his own, that's how it's going to result.
Yeah, I think once Hacker gets a little bit tankier, it definitely will. He got the Blackfire Torch now, though, to start it off. So very curious to see how his damage profile looks here in a team composition that has a lot of length of engage. Chains of Corruption comes right back as Doggo going to pop that barrier on the Jhin. But I think now I want to put a little bit more focus on how Ultra Prime can wrestle some of these fights away. I think not getting caught in these little skirmishing moments, maybe Haket not getting caught in transition here. But if they can find a target, get resets for Uakai, but more importantly, just have sustained fighting styles, that is where their composition comes alive.
Oh, absolutely. Kraken Slayer already completed for Uakai, and we said how he's going to be a pillar for Ultra Prime. He's the one that's dictated the early game for them a bunch of times. He's the one that's tried to push them through the finish line as well. And right now he's got all the tools. 1.2k ahead on that Tristana. He's going to be a sideline menace. See, if you look on the bot side of the map, you see that Hacker is actually shadowing Uakai on a side lane, pushing Neni further back. That is more free tower shots onto that tower bot lane tier 1. Trading that for a Reef Tail with the top side of the map. You want that Tristana to be on the side lane, which is why IG needed to deny that 5 buff Void Grab buff.
And right now, Uakai is the big man with the plan. He's got all the gold for Ultra Prime. He will be the main carry here. If you get the charge in mid lane, should be a turret going down. They try to maybe get the engage there. Dredge line not going to go in. And he's just pushing them off. Maybe another charge will come through, but Ultra Prime moving forward to make sure that doesn't happen. The smite comes out, and damage is done. Outer tower completely taken down by IG. He'll be back and forth traded, though.
IG are so quick on the map, and again we pose the question of, hey, there's a lot of academy members, we have not necessarily seen this roster again, how are they going to perform? I feel like their macro so far, their control, their vision control around the map has looked impeccable. Again, the second they see someone in lane, they know their numbers on the map, they'll just push their advantage.
They want the flash, they get the lilting lullaby though, and he can't do anything but just die as Hacker pulls the trigger. So does Ultra Prime. They've come alive here as the choo-choo train comes across onto On. Zuyan on the other side presenting a huge threat on the Skarner. That is the kind of moment that Ultra Prime need to take advantage of.
You know how you're praising somebody's vision control and how they are so disciplined and how they use that vision control to make their aggressive moves, and then it all falls back onto its
Called
face.
a caster curse.
I was about to say, and it's also sometimes called a caster curse. GLFS ends up going down, doesn't burn a flash, which is very important right there. However, Hacker did burn his in the previous exchange for that kill. So it's not going to mean the end of the world for IG. However, again, I feel like their movements around the map have been impeccable. The fact that they use their advantage on TP with Uakai down the bot lane to take that mid lane tier 1. That mid lane tier 1 is so important because Doggo is in that mid lane. That immobile Jhin wants to be in mid, clearing out these waves, which means the second you step up, you do not have towers behind you. There's Nautilus, there's Skarner coming through the walls, there's Aurelion Soul coming through the walls, there's a bunch of spears that can literally fly at you from Fog of War. So it's just so important for IG right now to find their opening, to try and get through the jungle, take some control and create complete chaos for whoever walks up that mid lane to take the wave.
I think the big dueling will be between Yukai and An. At this point, Doggo is just a utilitarian character. He will have a lot of CC to provide.
Hey, I thought you were
but also
excited about this.
I am excited. That's how Jin thrives, baby. That's how Jin thrives. He sets the show up. Maybe stealing some of the kills in the end. But the thing now to think about is the dragon will be coming up. It would be sole point for IG. I think we have seen a lack of priority around that objective so far for Ultra Prime while they were securing the grubbies. But now I think with some of the vision being turned that way and second item being accomplished for Yukai, they're going to feel okay to contest for this.
Yeah, that is so important to mention as well. 2 items onto your Tristana, level 11 as well. Level 12 even, one of the highest on the Rift right now together with the Skarner. You definitely want to be taking these fights if you're Ultra Prime. However, the same problem still exists. You will need Xinjiang on this Ord to try and face check for you, take a bunch of that upfront damage to try and establish some vision control over in the river, to try and attempt go for that dragon and stop the stacking.
Lilting Lullaby on the 2. They're going to cleanse. They do have the Disguise Descent here to pop down. They do have the re-engage there too. Curtain Call's not going to hit the right members. They bring Ting Tian back. Hacker can't hit the damage. Yukai's going for the reset but can't hit it. Zuyan picks out Ting Tian. As a piercing arrow goes on to Yukai, that should just mean Dragon goes to IG.
And there was no damage. Ultra Prime could just not stick onto a single target. Xinjiang tanked for the majority of this time and ended up going down. Again, non-committal engage is great. Sticking ultimate is great, but there is no follow-up damage right here for Ultra Prime, and IG get away with it with a soul point for themselves. That was a beautiful Lilia ult coming through, following up the orb. However, having the cleanse right there for An means he can isolate himself so they don't both get knocked up, and then he's super safe over in the backline. No one can really walk up to this team from Ultra Prime, and unfortunately that results on no damage being done. The Lilia cannot reach into the backline. Yukai could not find an angle to jump in, and unfortunately on these proper front to backs, we mentioned it over from the draft, that Aurelion Soul, that Nautilus, that Skarner, they create so much space for An and GLFS to put down their damage.
It's the most important thing to keep an eye out on these next ones, especially as we're getting the second item for majority members here at least. The bot lane scuffle going at it, but just trying to take down the tower here for Zuyan. There will not be another objective on the map for a while, so this is where I expect the composition for IG to have a little bit more fun on the map, as we did see that happen in the side lane. No big deal. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. But I think this is where IG
I love
thrives.
observers, you know? I love observers. They're like, maybe Vampire was thinking, no one's going to see me flash that. No. Oh, here we go again.
Oh, no. That's a 3-pronged tail going to take your life, Ting Tian, as Zuyan picks up another one in the LPL.
Yeah, and right now, the gold lead doesn't say much for now, but again, it's going to become more and more difficult to take down the 2 tanks from the side of IG. Even if you look at Nenny's HP bar right now, he's got Rylai's, he's going straight into that Leandris. He's going to be a very, very tanky Aurelion Soul. And Yukai, he's going to have to make something happen through that side lane. However, again, the vision control from IG has been so impeccable. The way they shadow and play towards the side laners when they're pushing waves has been so great. It's honestly very refreshing to see IG come in with a bunch of academy players, a brand new roster revamped around An. Vampire having a great game again in a new team, and honestly playing so put together like this. Obviously, no overreactions, no game 1 Andes, but so far we were wondering, hey, how is IG's new roster gonna fare up against Ultra Prime, who have kept their main core still alive in this team? And so far IG have been doing great.
And for Vampire over on EDG Youth, I really liked watching his engage supports. I think we saw a little bit of that over on EDG, the main team for Spring. But on the Nautilus, it definitely feels like a comfort zone for him, and being able to pull the trigger is the most important thing, because I think that's something IG have lacked over recency, is just agency to pull the trigger. Now, speaking of
pulling the trigger,
Ultra Prime, pull that big old Baron trigger here as a tier 2 in the bot side will be taken out by Zuyan. He does have TP.
He does have the TP, and he's gonna pull it right now. Both are coming in. Oh my god, the HP bars.
That's bold from Ultra Prime. They're just going to go for the engage now. The choo-choo train across the team there. Vampire goes down first. The curtain call misses the 4th shot, and Niket goes down too. On gets another kill for himself. Now they're going across all those wonderful traps laid down by Doggo, but still Jing Tian will fall. IG turn right back, but I don't know. Will they just go for it here? They do have the sustained damage. They'll take down the Vision at least.
Absolutely. Yukai doesn't have TP. He's already pinging down the bot lane where the wave is pushing. It's not going to be the Baron this time around for IG, but what a great turnaround from them. I feel like Ultra Prime were trying to force the early teleport so their bot lane tier 2 doesn't go down. Not only Zuyan doesn't manage to take that bot lane tier 2, but teleports into the fight. And I feel like that train that we were talking about, Skarner looks more of a train to me than anything else. Double TP pulled off from IG here, and that Q from Anne's Varus leading to 50% of everyone's HP bar. Vampire ends up melting instantly because he's creating all this space for his team to try and engage, but then IG just chased this one.
The Falling Skies there in the middle doing a decent amount of AoE damage, but the spear to boot there for GLFS. And what a series game to start for these two newbies at the top side. 3-1 for both of them already for Zuyan and GLFS with their first games in the LPL. And we'll see if it continues. Maybe some of that scouting going right for IG Young.
So this is something that a lot of Korean teams, T1 specifically, are doing a lot on the map when they do have control and when they're heading gold. They will force you to ward one side of the map, and then they will pull the pressure towards the other where you have complete fog of war. AKA right now towards the dragon, which is going to be so for them. They're going to force summoners, they're going to force spells, because you're going to be forced to face check them if you want to take part in any of those two neutral objectives. So as you can see right now, IG do not have any control towards the bot side of the map. However, they pulled Ultra Prime towards the top. They're gonna shift their pressure towards that bot side where they have absolutely no vision control for the side of Ultra Prime, and they're gonna earn themselves a free soul.
I mean,
Infernal Soul.
That's an Infernal Soul just to give them over. That's huge for IG, and maybe a bit detrimental to the health for Ultra Prime. They did end up using a lot of their ultimates on that little shindig that they had, so maybe not able to feel confident moving forward there. They will be a bit worse for wear now that we're getting third items for a majority of IG, especially for On. He will be hitting like a truck, but it is the decision-making priority given over to IG holistically.
IG, you mentioned about them holistically moving them up right now, and it's been the case for the entire time. I feel like we mentioned about jungle support synergy for Hacker and Niket, but it's also been for the side of IG. I have loved the way that Vampire has been shadowing GLFS around. They have been dipping into Fog of War as 3 or 4 members at a time to take complete control, take complete vision, and play through that. IG are toying with the idea of starting the bar of pulling Ultra Prime towards them into complete Fog of War. And again, we said earlier on, Yukai, you know, he pulled Ultra Prime through the finish line a bunch of times. He was the shining star, he was the main pillar. However, right now, only 2k up, and the Baron has been already started. You do have teleport for Yukai, but it's already too late.
It just feels like you're giving so much on the map. Meanwhile, they do try and get a tier 2 in the bot side for Yukai, but it does not fall here. So a Baron empowered recall out for IG, back out of the map with all their strength. Almost 6,000 gold in the lead as Yukai finally does end up making good on that tier 2.
780 gold in the bag. He is going to be, of course, the shining star for his team. He should have 3 items when he goes back to base onto this Tristana, and it's very important because there is a Skarner, full tank, there is Nautilus, extremely tanky, and you need a Kraken Slayer 80 carry that will be taking care of all these healthy, super tanky HP bars on these 2 champions. However, the rest of the members of Ultra Prime, because they have been suffering throughout this entire time, 2.5k down in the top lane, 2.5k down over on the AD carry as well, you're gonna find it really difficult walking up to them. Oh,
I'm gonna dodge out of that one as well. Yeah, just about. We did get the Lord Dom for Yukai, so a little bit more strength against these healthier bodies, but a Dredge line connects, and that might just be the death of Ultra Prime here for game number 1. A spear gonna be flashed out of. Chains of Corruption gonna be dodged as well. It's gonna be like a bullet hell here for Ultra Prime. They just gotta get their best dancing shoes on.
IG pushing in that mid lane wave. They want to make sure they sync it up with that bot lane wave as well. You'll see Zuyan is waiting. He's waiting for the next wave to come in, and now that it's crashing in the mid lane, he's gonna push in that bot lane wave as well. Perfect work right there to sync up both of these waves. Hacker sent back to the fountain to regain that HP he lost.
And then he just completed Void Staff as well when he's chunking these waves as the mid inhib goes down. It looks like IG want to continue putting the pressure here. They have another minute with this Baron buff. They'll try and take down another inhib in bot side. Easily done. It looks like paper being torn to shreds here as IG have put on their best Paper Shredder cosplay. Qingtian just going to get engaged on. Can't even send the train the other way because the train's going right back home to Ultra Prime. As IG move, they get one down. The jump from Yukai in retreat, but the push with the minion wave should come clean here. See if Hacker and Doggo can clear this one, though. Jin, not necessarily known as the biggest wave clearer, but maybe they could get some damage off there. Hacker just get locked down, dragged back, and that's the power of the Skarner as IG have picked the right pieces to the puzzle to start summer strong. They'll come out with a Game 1 win over Ultra Prime.
And what a positive surprise seeing IG play like that. Again, the only remaining member of this IG roster from Spring is going to be Anne on this AD carry. And honestly, I have to commend them. Their macro, their vision control, the way they played around the information that they had, the way they didn't fall for Yuekai's aggression in the mid lane, the amount of times that Nenny kept that flash up and available to him. The only time he used it was when he knew he could take down Yuekai with him. It was incredible gameplay for IG, and even though a lot of people say, okay, it was just game 1, to be a game 1 Andy, you know, it was just against Ultra Prime, it's great to see a new team coming in, formed like this from Academy players, and play so cleanly.
Congratulations to Zuyan and GLFS on their first kills in the LPL, but also their first win in a game. We'll send it to a little break, and we'll be back for game 2 shortly, so make sure you go get some water and get hydrated. We'll see you there. in Korea. Welcome back, everybody, as we are here for the LPL. As we were talking a little bit about the wink, don't worry, On is doing fine scene that we saw in the crowd afterwards. But welcome back to the Summer Split here. Welcome back to the LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Trouble. And what a world it is where IG cleanly take a Game 1 victory here. It was a wonky draft with a lot of comfort picks, it felt like, but one thing reigned true. On is still really good, and then a secondary, Skarner's a great champion.
Absolutely. I feel like On was set for success in this particular draft. You've got two walls in front of you with Skarner and then Nautilus. You've got Aurelion Soul, which is mandatory if you want that special creation in front of you to win you all these seconds, to put down your poke, to put down your damage for An and GLFS. Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I was looking at Ultra Prime, and I was like, you know what? You guys were lost in spring. Surely something's gonna change. Surely new people are coming in. You got a stable top side, got solo queue. We're looking for that bot lane 2v2. Didn't go very well. I was not very excited to see Jane. I'm really sorry, Mazel. I'm just gonna say it as it is.
That hurts me deeply.
When a tank gets locked in, seeing Jane, a little bit anticlimactic. You know you're never going to be able to kill that Skarner. Mid lane, though, however, we said Yukai has been that pillar. He has been that person putting down the pressure versus any team that they play against. However, again, the mid jungle duo did not come to fruition. I'm just going to give it to first game nerves.
Yeah, I think that could do something at least for these stage games.
Benefit of the doubt, you know?
Benefit of the doubt. But also, I think it's really cool to see some of the teamwork working together. Obviously, some of these members from the LDL squad having worked together on that LDL squad. But it was a lot of the decision-making that I think from IG that I really liked. But there were some moments from Ultra Prime where, okay, I can see why you drafted this composition. I can see how it comes together. There just was too much of a lead given over to IG early on from their proactive plays that made it difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like for IG, their vision control, very commendable. The way they were playing their team fights, very commendable. They were sticking all together as a unit. They were not getting isolated. This is what Lilia wants. You know, this is what Tristana wants, to find those isolated targets and assassinate them. Ultra Prime had all the weapons that they needed. They had the long range engage, non-committal engage. However, I feel like IG at some point became so freaking tanky that you would need 280 carries with HP shred on them to try and take them down. And again, I feel like IG's vision control in the early game resulted in a lot of that success that we just saw.
So we're getting into it now. As we get into game number 2, you have to remember that we are in the Fearless system here. So they aren't on the screen. Hopefully we'll adjust that as we go, but there are 5 bans that are shadow bans on either side. The champions that these teams did play last time around are not available to them, but IG will end up banning away the Skarner. So there's that trade I was talking about at the beginning of the day where you see some of those OP champs picked and then maybe banned away or given over, as maybe I think some issues being given in one of our first Fearless drafts here, the adjustment to the system. But I'm very interested now, since we're seeing some of those primary picks taken away.
Look at all the papers.
Look at all the papers.
Now with the Fearless draft, there's extra papers coming in because you're like, hold on, I played Nautilus last game, which means I can't play Nautilus again, but they can. So this is why you see that IG are batting away
there
both of the 2
is.
picks that they played in the last one. You can see them right underneath. These are corresponding to each team, right, Maso?
Yep, so these are the picks that they picked in game number 1. So either side has their picks right underneath. Those are not available. They do not need to be banned away, but they cannot be picked. Now, you do see some of that adaptation in the bans as we already in the picks. The Karthus has been hovered and has been running up in priority in solo queue a lot. We'll see the Varus combo with that for Ultra Prime, but look at all this damage right now from IG. They got the Corki you wanted, they got the Ziggs, and the Leona now.
I wonder, could this potentially be something like a Jace for Yukai mid? Because you do have that Varus that could go poke. You got heavy AP jungle, and you gotta round it up possibly with an AD mid laner. Now you know you're going up against Corki, and Corki loves just W forward, EU in the face, and oh, okay, you know what?
We're going all the way.
Page out of Gen G's book? Okay.
So Yone locked in, try to get some of that strength as well as late game potential for Ultra Prime. Maybe a little bit different from their, feels like single carry from last game with the Tristana in mid lane. Now the second phase of bans will be interesting. I think a lot of frontliners going to be the rightful ban from IG against Ultra Prime. Maybe a lot of the support focus here as well. But in the side of Ultra Prime, they go ahead and ban away the Kindred. So jungle focus once again in the second phase.
Absolutely, and for IG, we're looking at things like the Alistar, the Nautilus, of course, has already been banned away. Leona is taken away from Vampire as well, but also could not be played from the set of Ultra Prime. And of course, because Ultra Prime played Ornn in the previous game, now this has been taken out of their pool, and they are in desperate need of a front line in general, whether it comes from the top side of the map or the bottom side of the map. Now, you were talking a lot about Cassante and how you'll do up against Skarner. Now, it's not going to go up against Skarner. However, Cassante is still a very, very safe R4, obviously for red side teams, that could very easily be the pick right here for Ultra Prime and JK.
So the Graves going to be the final ban by Ultra Prime against GLFS. And we were saying that, you know, the competitive games speak of Lee Sin, but we've seen everything around Lee Sin banned pretty much against him. See if he actually wants to pick it up one of these games. The TF is locked away this time. They're taking away some of that side lane presence from Ultra Prime.
Let's see what they're going to choose to go with here, because I feel like Asante could be a very easy pick for them, and then they leave last pick, or they can pick the support here, which they know is already going against Leona, and then it's not going to be the case. They want to give Nickit a full look into the entire team, and I feel like, yeah, this is probably like the safest choice you can go with. It. He's happy with it. Still pretty ungankable on red side.
Unkillable, ungankable. I don't know, you could add so many more words. And then you could make a copy pasta. It's almost like there's one of those. He'll have a lot of fun on that pick, though, for sure. See what the answer is going to be from Zuyan. Get second game in the LPL debut here for him. Had a very good and fun game on the Skarner last time around. We'll lock in the Renekton here.
Smack in the brand. Do it.
It's the Taliyah.
Okay, it's going to be the Taliyah. Okay, you know what? You needed an AB jungle anyway, and I freaking loved the way that GLFS piloted that needily, kept entering the jungle. I think it's going to be the same case here. Find that Karthus early on, shutting down off the get-go.
Some big bans that were prioritized in game one, not so in game two, being let through here. The Taliyah was banned away by Ultra Prime last time around, but the Rel was also banned away by IG. Niket will get one of his comfort champions here with his debut in the LPL, not going so well in game number one. But here we have our Sage set for game two. We'll have that Ziggs in bot side for On and Vampire.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I am a little bit worried for Ultra Prime, because even though in game number one they had all these long range engages, non-committal ultimate engages, right now they're all hands on deck. The only two people that will be in the middle of a fight is going to be the Rel and the Cassante. They need to find avenues to do that, because Corki, Ziggs, Taliyah, they can create so much space. They can poke you from super far away, and you're gonna have to try and find an angle to either flank or find the member to just burst them down instantly.
So do you feel like Ultra Prime maybe have a little bit more onus on them to have the ball rolling and kind of be more proactive in that way? Or do you feel like they can also have some of that scaling aspect for them?
I feel like if anything, this is their scaling aspect that's going to come through. You have a Yone that is an absolute menace in the late game, but he's also a pretty good split pusher. You've got a Karthus. We saw what Canyon could do by just pressing R 30 minutes into the game. So as long as you keep your Karthus alive, I think it's going to come down to, you know, Hacker slowing down what he was doing in the previous game to sort of make sure that he does not get invaded. Vision control is going to be key right here for Ultra Prime to stay alive and scale to that level.
And here we are into game number two. You have to remember now, with this group stage setup that we have, it is a double round robin, so these teams will meet up once again, but this fearless best of three system will be a gauntlet. IG were able to strike first in game number one. We'll see if they can do so yet again with all these newbies on the block here. as they have a great debut for Zuyan and GLFS. Vampire having a great stay in that one. Ultra Prime, they had some machinations going their way early, but it fell apart very quickly. Let's see if they could change the game this time around and bring us to our first Game 3 of the split. Here we go, Game 2 of IG versus Ultra Prime. Let's go. We got both sides of it that time.
I can very proudly say that I figured out that the first one was for IG and the second one was for Ultra Prime.
That's so funny.
I've cracked the code, Mazel.
You got it. You got it. I need to turn up my volume for the broadcast stuff to hear it. Anyways, I do want to talk a little bit about something you were excited about coming into the day, but it was maybe in a little different of a sphere. It is the Corki. I did get some information from my good friend Ox at LCK, talking about how Scout has been playing a ton of it in solo queue with the Hail of Blades setup, E-maxing and rushing lethality items. What do you think Nettie's trying to do to Uakai here?
You know, E-maxing is the best, especially now that you're AD, because you can literally, especially if there's a melee champion, you see it right here, like Uakai is suffering on that level 1, right? You can play in their face, you go towards E, and with the W, it's even better on level 2, because you get a W on them, E in their face, you're taking the trades through auto attacks, E hurts them a lot more, since it procs faster, so Corki is one of the very much oppressive mid laners right now on the Rift.
The quote I like from Ox's information to me is the now Corki is a dash-in and burst champion. So I want to see how that works out against the matchup into Yone. And especially how you kind of like play into Uakai, who has been so strong for Ultra Prime, who didn't have a great split.
You mocked me for being excited for AD Corki.
For bot lane Corki, baby.
And
for bot lane Corki. I'm here for mid Corki. I'm here for mid Corki.
Oh, no, only mid Corki, not bot lane Corki. Nah.
I've been hearing rumblings of the bot lane Corki. I don't want it. I don't want it. They need to stay away.
Listen, if you can have Ziggs bot, why have Corki, right?
Yeah, true. And then, hey, we see it here. But also, it's kind of cool to see On playing the Ziggs here, change up the style a little bit more so, where he's been a lot of sustained carries and stuff here. I think when
it's an AP virus.
Yeah, exactly. I think the other side of things, you do get to see that first strike for Doggo.
Actually, that's not true. Oh, Nenny here on the bad side of a trade, not a lot of mana. So he's going to have to back and TP back onto his lane. Yokai gets a little bit of free time right here. And you see that when you're playing versus melee champions, it becomes very easy to just W forward, press E, and out-trade them. However, Yone is a champion that gains a lot of shields, has a lot of mobility, especially in 3. So you need to also be careful for the trading effect coming through that way too. As you'll see, Ultra Prime, we said they wanted to be a lot more careful in this particular game, especially since you want to ensure that your Karthus is going to go towards the late game, get two items, press R, chunk everyone down super early on before even the fight begins. So they did have double wards towards the bot side river where Hacker ended up with his pathing, and so far so good. There hasn't been any shenanigans on the map. Everyone's been trading waves back and forth, and Ultra Prime, this is the best thing that they can do right now to scale it into that late game.
I think both junglers really waiting on those level 6s. First, Hacker just gets to have fun with his R button, but more so for GLFS, being able to get around the map and set up those big ganks. We do have objectives coming up here, though, as we see the scuffle in mid lane and top side. But it is more important to think about how these teams are going to be setting around these objectives. Last time around from the red side, IG did have a lot of control around the bot side and were able to get those dragons early. See if we see a little bit more of that this time around.
And mind you, see Fated Ashes in Hacker's inventory. This item is so potent for the ability power of the Gecko. That means his clear speed is even faster. That means he's taking neutral objectives even faster. As you can see, they're already pinging. Ultra Prime is pinging towards that bot side river. They're pinging towards that dragon, taking control early on, making sure they stack up those dragons. I feel like the more you stack in the early game and the more you can sneak under IG's nose, the better it's going to be for you later on, because then you won't have to take fights that are not under your own control.
Couple little things you saw there. 700 days since Talia had been played in the jungle. It was Karsa playing it the last time around. Now 1,174 days since Karthus has been played as jungle in the LPL, and that was by Legend. known IG enjoyer. But the Dragon doesn't, going to the red side to Ultra Prime this time, as they are collapsing though. Oh no, Yukai, he's gonna burn the flash. He will go down to the auto attack at first blood for Nenny.
Oh, what a disaster right here from Ultra Prime. Everything went smoothly. We mentioned how they sneak the Dragon underneath IG's nose. That means it gives them 5 more minutes onto the Rift, but they won't have to fight for. But Yukai steps a little bit too far forward, loses his flash and his teleport. We could potentially be talking about even a repeat gank right here from GLFS. Does have his flash available together with Nenny, so they could definitely punish Yukai for his misstep there.
IG finding another good early game here. 1,000 gold up, 6.5 minutes in. Also on top of that, all 3 grubs going over to GLFS. What a debut for these newbies. Zuyan and GLFS, they have kept the tempo up against Ultra Prime. And this is the kind of developmental setup you like to see as Hacker. Speaking of setup, wants to try to get bot side. On was playing very far up, gonna burn his flash. The CC might just be enough though. The Skittles, he's dodged it. Look at those fancy feet there, and Hacker burning but will not fall. Ultra Prime's advances go awry, and they will not be answered.
Just the minions. Oh my god. He just walked into the wave.
He's trying to get level 6. He's trying to get level 6. He got it. He got it. Oh my god. Oh, you crazy madman. The mad scientist Ziggs comes up clutch.
I feel so bad for Ultra Prime because they're trying so hard to make things happen on the map, and it just goes south every single time. IG expected this. If you looked, Vampire was waiting far behind. He knew that was coming from the tri-bush, allowed Ant to walk up. Yes, they do burn their flashes, but they also burn flashes from the Karthus. They also get a kill onto their Ziggs. Having that lost chapter on Ziggs is so important because no one can knock you out of lane. You're just a machine that permanently shoves in waves. And not only that, the second you're under tower, you're just a tower-taking machine. You mentioned how 3 grabs rotated taken on 5. The Ziggs, he's gonna be doing wonders to towers. Again, you see the Q land right there by Nicked, but they go a little bit too far forward. And the second Nicked gets out of tower range, that was a beautiful Q from Vampire to stun Hacker under tower. And walks up, gets level 6. Snipes the Karthus.
I love the call because he started backing but then put 2 and 2 together quickly that he was so close to that level 6 mark. Really heads up play decision making from IG. Speaking up though, another one. We just continue rolling it as Zuyan will get everything thrown his way, and a snipe from Hacker gets the kill.
The skillful R button strikes again. Hacker ends up going down in that bot lane, in the bot lane shenanigans, but manages to grab a kill right here. Very, very important. Look at he's waiting on the side. The W4 from Nenny doesn't have a lot of mana, but he does have the support behind him, which means that Nicked is not going to find an opening right here for a gun.
Find any
and look what's happening bot lane now.
Yep.
Lost chapter.
Continue pressing it in. You're getting close to getting more plates there for On. The other thing you got to start thinking about is you're about a minute and a half or so from objectives being up on both sides of the board. Oh no, Nicked getting caught a little bit. There's the Weaver's Wall coming out from GLFS there too to block them off on their exit. Just gonna throw up the thumbs up, playing mind games here against Ultra Prime.
Again, check this out for IG. They knew that Yukai was pretty low HP, trying to pressure in that wave in the mid lane. Therefore, IG bundled up as 3 entered the jungle, deep wards. As you mentioned, in a minute, the Dragon is coming up. One Dragon that Ultra Prime don't necessarily have to fight because they did manage to secure themselves the first one. So this is the positive for them. But I have been loving the way IG has been using these pockets of opportunities to put down their vision deep into Ultra Prime's jungle.
Get the TP back from Ching Tian up here on the top side. He has completed his first item. Having a little bit of strength over Zuyan. A little bit at least. We will see Vision trying to be pushed down towards this bot side with those objectives being popped. But the thing I like to think about here is that IG are 3 grubs away from Grubageddon. And I think it's important that Ultra Prime put some defenses up there in some way, shape, or form. They do have the Blackfire Torch now for Hacker.
This is going to be huge. Even more power in clearing, a lot of power when it comes around to being those neutral objectives. The more of them that are ablaze, the more AP percentage that you do get from the item. So if you do fight around those void grabs, if you are hitting them while hitting people, the more damage that you will be doing. So This item is pretty strong. It does enable champions like Karthus, and now it's been completed. It might give Ultra Prime the gold button that they want to try and fight those neutral objectives. However, I feel like one of the most important tools in Karthus is his ultimate. So unless Hacker's ultimate is back up and available, I don't think Ultra Prime will be taking any of these fights.
Yeah, and I think another thing is they do have some item differentials coming across, especially for Nenny, having already completed that opportunity as that cheap first item on the AD Torquay build. But it's going to be a little while since Yukai stopped off. Oh, he's just going to go for it with those Berserker Greaves. Has a little bit more of that attack speed here, trying to take down Nenny.
Oh, the flash.
Will end up using it here, but can't get enough damage as he goes under turret. So Yuakai's advance is gone. He will Rai yet again on bot side, but they do end up using that pressure to get the dragon. So Ultra Prime, 2 dragons in a row. Meanwhile, trading all the grubs over, so it is officially grub again.
Absolutely. IG are going to be super happy with this, even though they do lose the flash. Corki on the side lane, Ziggs on the side lane. Ziggs versus any tower is going to be super worth it, having the buff from the Void Grubs, and they're looking towards Xinjiang, towards the top side of the map. Listen, I think I've seen a lot of dives towards K'Sante. Oh, God.
Oh, so much CC. There's the Requiem coming down. It will end up getting one. Oh, he ends up going down in the end. It was so close, though. But they do trade one back, and that's the power of the Karthus coming out for Ultra Prime. But IG have their want of the map now.
Xinjiang ended up going down. It did look weird. It did look worrying at some point. Satchel is going to go down, executing the tower.
Goodness.
This is going to be one for An. And Ziggs is like a Caitlyn when it comes to seeing this kind of champion on the map. You dominate laning phase, you push your opponents underneath the tower. Luckily for An, you got that kill early on, which meant lost chapter, which means you can permanently shove the wave underneath your opponent's tower, which is what happened on the bot side of the map. And then you keep taking towers no matter where. They'll swap him. That bot lane tower is super low, so maybe you don't even need your Ziggs to go towards the top side of the bot side of the map, which is not exactly what An is not gonna do. English is really hard, you know?
It is. Trust
so they're
me.
gonna put him in the mid lane instead. Opening that mid lane tower is what created a lot of that pressure in the mid to late game for IG in game number 1 with Sultan Prime.
And they have about a 3,000 gold lead now, so I want to shift focus over to Ultra Prime on the other side, where they are looking to have that scaling you talked about from the draft. They'll have a lot of impact from Hacker, but I think Yukai is still going to be a main focus for me in this one. His big engages will be super important with the Fate Seals, and I think the way that they enter the fights will be very crucial around Doggo as well.
Doggo just about sneaks in. I agree with you. We saw Yukai had a fantastic trade with Nenny to take his flash, and we didn't mention how Corki becomes a nuisance on the side lane. You also have Ziggs that will be pushing probably a main lane like mid. However, if Yukai is able to take the trade onto Nenny, it's going to be a different story, which is why you see IG again bundling up as 3. They do see members of Ultra Prime around the map. However, Ziggs is very safe in the mid lane. You see Renekton keeping K'Sante down bot lane, so they bundle up as 3. They take another top tier 2. Those Void Grubs are coming to fruition right here. You see IG using them to perfection, and this is exactly what I've been saying about both of their games. They're just literally using their eyes and translating that into macro on the map. Great stuff from them.
I thought I was done watching the Fallout show here, but apparently we have the Grubageddon on the map here, just having a great time. No, it really does so much for the side lane pushing now effort for IG. They're able to get so much standing gold on the map, and that's why they're circling around that like 4,000 gold lead now. TP on the bot side from Yukai just to get an answer to Zuyan, but we have a Rift Herald spawned on the other side of the map, and we see all that presence from IG going that way.
You know how fast they take towers anyway. I think the Rift Herald would give them a huge opportunity into opening that mid lane tower as well. You see, again, they have so much control towards the top side of the map. However, Ultra Prime, they have been feeding this Karthus through killing that Renekton twice. Why not kill him 3 times and get another stack on the Karthus? It's not gonna be the case. Zoyan smells it from super far away.
Just realized something's afoot there. Will not fall for the trap, but the Rift Herald is taken on the other side. Yukai is going to try to get a trade of the tower now. Dragon in under a minute with the resets probably coming out from Ultra Prime. I'll see now if they can keep that presence up here or if they'll have to give one of those dragons over. They've been stacking pretty heavily, so they might just be in a place where they can give it.
I actually feel like right here IG had a great opportunity to pop that free-throw towards that mid lane and threaten mid lane tower. However, Yuekai, you can trade versus Corki, but Renekton is a whole different story. Much tankier.
It's a different beast, if you will.
It's a different animal, quite literally. It's a crocodile.
It is.
Anyway,
have you ever seen a crocodile in
IG
real life?
No.
No?
And I still can't tell the difference between a crocodile and an alligator. I know one has like a square nose.
It's all
and the
about
other
the
one has
nose.
like a pointy
Yeah,
one.
well, it's all about
Yeah.
the face. But
Yeah.
man, they can get really, really big. Have you ever seen those like crazy videos of like the giant monsters in the United States? No?
No.
Is that an
no.
American thing? Okay, well, one day you'll get to see a crocodile. It'll be great.
Monsters?
Just don't get too close. No Steve Irwining. There might be.
This is where I am. There's no lakes. So
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
good.
true. Okay, you're good. At least maybe there's a Steve Irwin on the side of Ultra Prime here. He's going to need a croc handler to deal with Zuyan. As the Riptail
And
goes
W?
mid, and we have the dragon being taken
Nothing
there. A little.
range.
It's not. Well, it's not low enough there. It needs just a little bit more
it
to go
wasn't-
down.
It wasn't in range of the execute for the tower. Not in HP range, rather.
So
So
close,
close, so
but so
close.
far. They do
I
end
mean,
up
it
getting
worked,
dragon.
right?
It did.
Yeah, it worked. They used it as pressure over in the mid lane and then instantly transitioned that into the dragon. For Ultra Prime, this is still fine. This is fine. They don't lose their mid lane tower. However, they are looking at Nenny.
Oh, that's a lot of damage, and the Magnet Storm's going to ensure it. There's a nice Mega Inferno Bomb back. He's doing some damage back, and then he might get the play. He actually kills him. There's that Fate Seal to do just that, though. The Requiem's going to be a little too late. As IG do respond in kind, Ultra Prime take a turret on their way out.
I love how Nenny played this aggressively because he knew he dies no matter what. The R for Karthus is still there, whether the Karthus stays alive or dies, he's still gonna get sniped. So he puts back as much damage as possible, knowing that his team is also steering towards the top side of the map to try and get more from them. Overall, it is a favorable trade for IG. They only lose their mid laner, they take 2 down. Ultra Prime, though, they keep looking for these opportunities, which is very important to them. The way they put pressure on the map, that's exactly what they need to do. That is yet another kill that's going towards the Karthus.
Oh,
Assist.
Tian,
Zoyan?
you're taking the turret, brother. You're just going to get absolutely styled on. And then he comes in to
Okay,
clean
that wasn't
house.
fair. You're saying styled on, but that wasn't necessarily a 1 versus 1. You know, like he was winning the 1 versus 1.
And then
was
he
winning
went
the
under
2 versus
turret
1
and took like
with
4
the
turret
tower.
shots.
All right.
He's definitely
Nenny right
not
here.
Steve Irwin. That's all we're going to say.
Oh, well. Then he's trying to put back the damage again.
Dude, this is
He knows he's dead.
insane.
He knows he's dead, but he puts down so much damage. He keeps Ultra Prime so far into IG's territory that his team is able to collapse and take back yet another kill. Tower, though, it's gonna go down for the side of IG. That mid lane tier 1 is finally down, and we do see what IG can do the second they take control of that mid lane tier 1. Their vision starts bleeding so deep into Ultra Prime's jungle, and they keep using that to move around the map so wisely. So we'll see what IG can do here. You see instantly 4 control wards towards the bot side quadrant of Hacker's jungle. That doesn't belong to him anymore. He cannot walk up in there. But it's very safe for Zoyan now to press down these waves.
Yeah, we have second items for pretty much everybody that matters in damage department, at least for the side of IG now. Especially GLFS having that Leandri's completed. Be pretty powerful. The clock needing to be shortened just a bit for Ultra Prime. We're looking for a little bit of something on the side lane here, but we do have Requiem available for Hacker. Will end up getting pressured, though, in his own jungle.
I'm looking to try and potentially sneak in that blue buff is going to get smited away by Hacker. So he does secure that one. We said, hey, it's very dangerous to go towards that bot quadrant, but with Corki showing top lane, Renekton showing both side of the map, they did have the numbers advantage to that bot quadrant of the jungle for Ultra Prime to secure that blue buff. However, look at how Vampire is wrapping around that red buff. The second control is taken on one side of the quadrant, IG moves to the other one and takes complete control. They will see now. Hacker's going towards the top side of the map.
He's just pressured on taking every single camp that he has. But hey, pressure will mold strong champions as Zuyan is actually in trouble here. Requiem, everything used on him, and there's the snipe once again from Hacker.
Can't run away from the R button. 3 deaths, 3 kills to Hacker over on the other side. This is gonna start becoming very dangerous because I feel like Ultra Prime have cracked the code in terms of, hey, how can we get that Karthus ahead? This gold that he just took over from that Renekton completed that Liandry's. You were talking about how IG have 2 items on the members that do matter. This Karthus matters a lot for Ultra Prime. He can start fights with the ultimate, he can finish fights with his ultimate. The more they keep creating time and space for Hackers, Karthus, the more that IG is going to suffer later on in these fights. Because if you look throughout, everyone is squishy. Even that Renekton is super duper squishy. So the more they allow Hacker to get those cheeky kills through Renekton getting caught, the more dangerous it's going to be for IG to fight those fights later on.
Hey, and the thing we talked about last game for Hacker, maybe a little bit over aggression. You don't need to be super over aggressive when you're just passively farming your jungler and your jungle and ulting over and over again. The other thing is, it's cool to see Hacker kind of resurge back with Ultra Prime after spending a lot of time with them before spending 2023 on FPX, where it was a rough year. I felt like for that squad before they switched back over. But I think he has been the aggressive sword for Ultra Prime. They just have to find a way to hone the edge.
Absolutely, and I feel like he might be able to find his way into this team through those farming junglers. We do see a lot in the LPL that these types of junglers are very favored, and it seems to be favored from the players as well. You know, we see a lot of Kindreds, a lot of Graves, a lot of Nidalee, a lot of Karthus, champions that want to farm a lot and be the carries of the team. And if Ultra Prime can facilitate it, and they so very well can in this particular game, yes, they're 4,000 gold behind, but that doesn't tell the entire story here, because that Karthus has just now about ticked on the plus side in terms of gold difference, and it's only 100 gold, but the damage is going to come through versus the squishy IG is going to hurt a lot.
See Yukai trying to be a little aggressive with that Navori flicker blade that he got second round and completed.
From 3 screens away.
From 3 screens away. The problem is, though, you got those early dragons. That's all well and good. But the problem is you started giving up mountain dragons. And you know what a Karthus Requiem hates? Mountain dragons. Especially if you get all 4 of them.
Yeah.
So I think Ultra Prime definitely got to be a little bit more proactive when it comes around those objectives. Luckily, they don't have to worry about that for a long while. It is more so looking at how IG can push the pressure on the map, because Ultra Prime are just fine chilling.
The problem for IG here is if they do turn towards a dragon, Ultra Prime can take Baron so freakishly quickly. You've got the Varus, you've got the Yone. Karthus does a bajillion amount of damage to neutral objectives super fast as well. So I feel like IG need to be on their toes. The second they try to defend one of the neutral objectives, the other one could be going down within seconds. So IG have been on top of the control game, their vision control game, the entire game, and they cannot let go right now. You see that this dragon is coming up in 3 minutes, but it's the whole point of creating some room for Zuyan to play on his Renekton by maybe killing Yukai.
Ooh, got the Fate sealed out of him, but so did the Weaver's Wall. Gonna flash too. Everything. Oh my god. Just throw all the dodgeballs at him. He was able to dodge most of them.
And look what's happening on the other side.
But Ultra Prime will pull that trigger you were talking about.
Absolutely, they can burst this Baron down super fast. None of them has teleport but the Renekton. You'll see Zuyan now TP in, but it's gone.
It's literally gone. Hacker has no mana here, so they are in a little bit of trouble. Zuyan gonna pop that Dominus early, try to get the rage stacks going. They were looking for an angle here, but no Weaver's Wall. They don't have any way of following up for IG, so that's just a Baron play off of the Yukai bot lane split.
Yukai has been absorbing so much pressure. Not only does he put it down by taking flashes, taking favorable trades, but also absorbing pressure. Again, this is why this guy is the pillar of Ultra Prime. When this guy is on his A game, Ultra Prime can rely on him to make plays like this, to absorb 4 ultimates from IG, to absorb 3-man gank pressure, to allow them to go for this Baron. We mentioned how fast they take neutral objectives, and this Baron, IG blinked and they missed it.
And that's what's so crazy. This guy was literally riding the bench behind Scout on LNG in 2023. And then he comes in 2024 and has a great performance, at least in his own personal right on Ultra Prime, even if they did end up last place last split. But a lot to make up for here, and a lot to make up for from that split. Here they are in mid lane with this Baron buff. The question is, though, for a team that wanted to kind of chill, now they have Baron buff, so they need to be a little proactive with it.
I mean, they can, absolutely. They have pressure on the side lane. Yokai is only going to be becoming stronger onto this Yone. He's going to be able to beat Renekton on the side lane. He's already 1 level up. He's going to be able to beat Corki on the side lane as well. So this Yone is going to become extremely annoying to deal with on the side lane, to the point where you're going to have to commit more members from the side of IG. And the second you do that, Ultra Prime takes something on the other side of the map. Minute and a half almost for the next dragon to come up, and I feel like Ultra Prime are in a great position to actually start contesting. Needlessly large road already purchased for Hacker. This Karthus is going to start hurting a lot. Mid lane tower, tier 1 going down for Ultra Prime 2, which makes it very difficult and scary for carries like Nenny on the Korkin and on the Ziggs to walk up.
They've cut the lead down to just over 2k as well. The timing will be almost perfect for the Baron buff too, ending right before the dragon spawns. So try to get one last push out and figure out where they want to fight from. Let's look at the TP check-in though, as Qingtian does have his. He'll already be towards bot side, so now you have to actually see Yukai maybe transition his way here, unless they just want to give it, because he is on the complete opposite side of the map.
We'll see if they want to pull maybe a trigger for a gank towards the top side of the map. But if you look at who shows up on the wave, it's going to be Zoyan, which means none of the two actually have teleports to contest. The second Yukai sees this, presses B, sprinted towards that dragon, which means that they don't know exactly where this Yone is on the map from the side of IG. The engage here from Niket is going to miss.
You have to remember there's no big package for the Corki anymore, so a little bit difference there. No big difference maker there besides the damage you're going to have. Ultra Prime take primary position over the Dragon Pit. IG moving out from mid lane. They will be spotted on all accounts here. Weaver's Wall to stop GLFS though. Yukai goes in and murders him outright. That Weaver's Wall might have just doomed IG from entering the fight here. Dragon already down, and Ultra Prime, they execute well.
Absolutely beautiful. Yukai pressuring that wave towards the top side. The second they see Zoyan show up on the wave, he presses B, resets, sprinted to this dragon. He knows GLFS is behind that dragon wall, sorry. Absolutely decimates him. Hacker using that ultimate early on.
Yukai is literally just putting on a cosplay here and just taking them down one by one. He'll take the Krugs as well on top of that.
Ultra Prime, it took them a game number 1. That's why we're not game 1 on these, right? It took them one game to warm up, to come back with a game plan on how they want to play this. Yukai, again, on a very strong trading champion that can be on the side lane. Was Tristana in game 1, Yone in game 2. And most importantly, I feel like Hacker needs to be on something that he feels very, very comfortable. And this Karthus has been looking great so far.
And we just saw Yukai pick up the third item, probably one of the most scary items on these new patches that we get in that IE, even though with those adaptations, even with those changes back to it, it is going to be terrifying that we have our carries on 3 items now between Nenny and Yukai. See if they can utilize that. But do we still feel like Ultra Prime are fine chilling until that next dragon?
Absolutely. I feel like it's IG right now that are under pressure. They need to look for some sort of play, but it's so difficult. Everyone is so slippery. Hacker has been playing so safe from a distance, and even if you kill him, like he pressed R in the previous fight at the very beginning, he took almost half the HP of any member from the side of IG. So IG are gonna have to start being a little bit creative, maybe have their neck and dive a little bit too deep. Assassinate their Hacker or Doggo off the get-go. You do have the means to reach the backline with the Corki Rockets, with the Ziggs R as well. So they're going to have to try and figure out how to assassinate one of the members from the set of Ultra Prime to try and play this on an uneven ground in their favor.
Just feels like it's so hard to approach this fight. It feels like a deja vu from last game. Honestly, the blue side has not had a lot of promise just yet. But the health bars just look bigger when they're red. They just look a little bit more full when you're on the red side, I guess. Qingtian will have a lot of strength, though, in this front line as well, with that Kanik and the Thorn now completed there. They'll have a lot of engaged threat, too.
Run.
He doesn't. He's shown that he has the dodge maneuvers there.
Whoa.
Requiem going to easily clean up Nenny right there. And Yukai sets him up for the layup to Hacker.
I actually compare Karthus a lot to the likes of Nocturne. Again, 4v5 here, so Ultra Prime are just going to sneak in Baron, IG no. So they're trying to take whatever they can off of the map, push the waves, take towers. The reason why I compare Karthus to a Nocturne is usually because it's never a fair 1v1 on a side lane. You start taking trades, suddenly Nocturne flies in. You start taking trades, suddenly Requiem comes in from Karthus and cleans you up. Yukai again with the extreme pressure. You don't have to overextend. You don't have to finish off your opponent. All you have to do is get them low enough for Hacker to assassinate them. And let's watch this again. Yukai actually diving Neni under the tower. The ultimate is going to miss, but again, you don't have to overextend to try and get the kill. And even though the Solari even comes in from Vampire, it's just not quite enough.
Yeah, it's just not enough. This Yone champion definitely starts getting off the ground running now that we're past 30 minutes. Terrifying in the hands of Yukai. We do have this dragon in about a minute 20. All this pressure, though, from a Baron buff that Ultra Prime secured will mean that they'll have so much pressure around this objective itself. They will be on Soul Point, now looking at Soul, and that's a very strong Soul to boot.
Yeah, looking for a little bit of vision right there, going to dodge the knock-up from GLFS, and I just feel like IG's hands are
the
very
flash
tight.
doggo ult there, Chains of Corruption, but they do get the secondary engage over there. GLFS just gets eliminated there. Doggo pulling the trigger with his flash play, and Ultra Prime leaning on their veterans here big time as they make a play on a mid lane. That Solar Flare is going to be really big to respond. A little bit of rocket chip damage on the way out, but Yukai unanswered with a massive wave on the bot side. Should be able to do quick work to this turret here.
Oh! Is he gonna get him? He's in base! Okay.
Did get more damage down there. Oh, Mega Inferno Bomb just trying to get some damage down on a Hacker, but another turret falls. Ultra Prime picking up all the gold, and now they themselves find them in 4,000 gold of a lead.
Absolutely. Yukai finishes his Guardian Angel as well. Has a QSS in the inventory. Close to 4 items for Hacker's Karthus too, and Julian, had he reset a millisecond later, he would have been dead to that Requiem as well. Thankfully, the base did save his skin right there, but 3,000 gold in the lead. The Soul going down for Ultra Prime here as well. Oh!
It was so close.
See, that like millisecond, like half a second. Oh, Julian has been found here.
He does have the GA on him, so he can kind of play with his body a little bit more. The Dragon started up by IG. They do not want to give this one away. There comes Qing Tian, the big body in the front line. Yukai going in as well, trying to get some damage down, but here comes Neni with a decent amount of rocket damage. Looks like Ultra Prime will give this one, and so we'll go to 3-3. Wait, Hacker. He does not go for it. He's going to flash away. Ooh, there's the TP play from Qing Tian, though. They catch out GLFS. That might be a worthy sacrifice, though, to deny the Soul and get another Mountain Dragon of your own if you can get every other body out on. In a little bit of trouble there, but will make it out alive with his satchel charge. Ultra Prime looking to charge their way up mid lane.
Yeah, 40 seconds until Utalia is back up, and he's a lot of the threat of your engage. Finding a knock-up right there, and is going to be able to wave clear now that the Baron buff has disappeared from the bodies of Ultra Prime, but they will use the raw numbers to take that mid lane inhibitor, and for IG, that was the ideal fight they could have taken. Still didn't work. Ultra Prime, I'd be looking for more.
That was the Chains of Corruption there from Doggo. They are in need of being a little cautious on the way out. They got a TP play coming in from Zuyan. The rookie, the newbie, wants to make the play. Dominus coming through. He's looking for big outline access on the Doggo, but they go for Yukai instead. He's all alone there. He does have his GA, though. Yukai wants the kill instead. Here comes the Weaver's Wall. GLFS coming through. Solar Flare has been popped, but the re-engage comes in from Ultra Prime. Big fate sealed from Yukai, and he gets his GA popped. Here comes the Requiem as Ultra Prime decimate the competition at IG. All those GAs popped, but the singing is oh so sweet if you're a Prime fan.
Absolutely, Ultra Prime coming alive here in game number 2. Doggo and Qing Tian, they're still looking to pressure in those waves. The death timers are quite long, and there's still an inhibitor for the taking on that bot side of the map. More standing gold. The 10 of Crash is going to miss, of course, but Doggo right there, and Ultra Prime are looking pretty good in this game number 2. They might be chasing here. There are no TPs coming through. There's a lot of fog between the two champions. However, I don't know if chasing the Cassante is a ever wise choice.
I love that we're getting to a point where both teams are getting such scaling going for them. There's so much damage on the table, but Zuyan trying to make a play here, Trouble.
Yeah, then he gets isolated. He sees Yokai on the top, Dog on the bottom. They do spot him out through that control ward that dropped, and unfortunately he has to bail out. His dominance is just not strong enough. His items are not strong enough to tank that front line, and I feel like right here, GLFS, he goes too deep. He puts himself in that choke point with the way that his wave was sort of like weaved through these walls. He had no other way to get off that wave. With the entire team through that choke point, and Ultra Prime very cleanly just cleaned this up.
It was really good heads-up play from Ultra Prime multiple
Until he
times
wasn't.
there for the big like turnaround, right? Like the big Fate sealed on top of it, the big Magnet Storm. I think they have a lot of replayability in these fights. If it goes wrong the first time around for IG, you also just got a cheeky Rabadons completed for Hacker, so I can't wait to see what that next Requiem has in store for us.
You know what? I thought you were gonna pull a Scarra on me where it says we were winning until we were losing. I think this is the IG story right here. It's like, guys, we were winning this game until Rabadons happened, 3 deaths on Renekton that went over to Karthus happened, a Baron under our noses with Deja Vu. There's
This would
another
be
one
a
happening
third
right now.
Baron. My God, they've taken so much objective priority here. But IG not ones to go quietly here. Vampire about half health already, just taking the engage. They got on.
He's
the
gone.
Baron falls though in the end, or at least Doggo. And now they have the engage from Zuyan, but big 5-man Magnet Storm! Vampire is found! Everybody is found! And Niket, with his rookie debut, comes up clutch!
They have a wave in the bot lane, wave in the mid lane, they're TPing top. The game is over. Niket with an incredible 4-man ult to solidify a victory here for Ultra Prime and push us to game 3.
Of course we had to go to game 3 in our first series of the split. We have new names and old names alike, but the LPL is still the same. We go the distance in the first fearless draft of promotional here, and we will see what all these bands have in store for a game number 3. What a delivery from Ultra Prime, able to pull it back after a really tough game number 1. And it felt like they did it in their style, Trouble.
You know what they say? Hey, IG might have thrown a little bit, but for a good team to win, you have to catch a throw. And Ultra Prime were super quick on that trigger for the Baron, and I feel like it's what stalled out the game enough, sneaking in that first Dragon, the 5 extra minutes, into sneaking in that Baron after seeing 3 members bot lane for IG. Those decision-making abilities are what gave them that victory, so congrats to them. And now I can't wait. No VARs on the table for either team. I wonder.
Hey, Group D is looking pretty spicy already. We're going to send it to a short break. We'll be back for game number 3.
Dark clouds move closer, burnt with the deepest red. Oh, beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands. certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands. to redemption on the other side. We're standing on the burning ride. Alright, 'cause we are titans. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain. And we still remain. Yeah! Fellow armsmen, I ask you, will you follow me tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine? Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL Summer Split 2024. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Trouble, and what a world we live in where the LPL goes 3 games. Who could have thunk it? But we go the distance for our first series of the split here. Trouble, I couldn't be more excited. But what a game number 2 where Yuakai comes up
Deserved.
MVP, our king.
Absolutely freakishly deserved. I feel like Yokai, again, I cannot stop saying this enough, he's such a pillar for Ultra Prime. He creates the pressure, he absorbs pressure, his kill participation, 82% kill participation. However, I'll add a caveat to that. It was mainly on side lanes, and if you're wondering, how does this man have so much KP when he's only on side lane, while his friend over in the jungle did have a little bit part to play in this by pressing R and giving more kills. I will say that Ultra Prime looked much more clean. I feel like they just needed to play a slow and calculated game, and that's exactly what they did.
I love to see it because right after the 30-minute mark, right when you know that
Karthus, baby.
the Karthus Yone comp is going to come online, you immediately see a massive dip and Ultra Prime take control of it. Now we're getting into a game 3, our first of the split, and it's in Group D nonetheless, maybe one of the craziest groups in the LPL. Now, biggest thing to think about here, we are in the Fearless system. There are going to be 20 bans coming into this, 10 for each side that plays. The champions that they've played, rather, in the first 2 games will not be available to said teams. So you see at the bottom there, champions chosen, those 10 for each side not available. Then there's also going to be the 5 more added on from this game. So a lot of champions gone away, a lot of comfort going to be needed, but here are the bans at least, and that's Skarner first and foremost for IG.
Mazel, I'm just seeing the coaches behind it. I'm seeing even more papers.
More
being
papers,
added to
more
the
papers.
initial ones. It must be such a headache to like keep track of all the 20 champions that you mentioned previously being banned away, as well as what you have played yourself and you don't want your opponent to get their hands on. However, that Kalista was permabanned throughout the entire series, and we mentioned how Varus was a very pivotal factor, I think, on both teams' successes. Dogo and Ant pivoted it so well in the laning phase that it created such a huge gap towards that mid to late game, and right now there's no Varus up and available for either of these teams. They have both played it. We're gonna go to the good old classic of possibly a Kalista Renata into a Lucian Nami lane.
Some things change, some things don't. as we do in the LPL. I think the biggest thing that I find in Fearless, especially, this is the first time we're seeing it at this professional level. At the tier 2 level, you see a lot of comfort come out in the game 3s. A lot of comfort champions going their way. We'll see if that does remain the same, but some comfort of the LPL bot lanes here at least. We have typically seen the Renata with that Kalista, but maybe trying to upset the 2v2 in some way, not just have a handshake here. Niket looking to throw a wrench in the works, or maybe a rocket grab, if you will, in his first series in the LPL.
Yeah, he does seem to favor a lot supports that do have some sort of engage. Now here a little bit more conditional because you have to hit the skill shot on a crucial member to do that. So IG need to start thinking about beefy front lines that they can put later on in front of their 2 carries, in front of the 2 targets that will be susceptible to dying if they do get hooked. Ooh, Yokai with another very oppressive pick in the mid lane that can also sideline.
One of classics for him, it felt like. A lot of strength when we were seeing it in the side lane as well. It's his second most played in his career, but want to see how they utilize that in the macro sense, that they can get him out of the mid lane. Nenny's answer will be coming quick and swiftly here, but it's not going to be because we've seen Kindred banned away in both second phases before this one. They're going to scoop that one up for GLFS early.
Yeah, you mentioned banned before. Right now, they take it early on. Is so incredibly strong against things like the LeBlanc that was coming at first. One of your very squishy team members, such as the Lucian and the Nami. And again, so far, so good. But IG have had some very, very squishy targets locked in so far for themselves. They need to look into potentially things like, you know, the Ord, the Cassante that they have not played themselves yet towards the top side of the map. And we know how strong things like this can be on an R4.
Looking at more jungle focus here for the second phase of IG. Maybe looking to that mid lane focus towards Nenny in the second phase of Ultra Prime. They will end up taking the Cassante away from Zuyana, so obviously not able to pick that one themselves, but we'll make sure you don't get a little bit of that comfort there. Hacker's primo pick of the Lee Sin is away from this game in the 5th ban for IG.
Yeah, now the Lee Sin and the Vi have been taken away as 2 very good pairings with LeBlanc. Now, she does have a Rek'Sai as well, but Rek'Sai does suffer a lot into the likes of a Kindred, so that wouldn't be necessarily a great AD jungler to put right next to LeBlanc. However, Kindred is a farming champ, and Graves is one as well. So if Hacker does feel like continuing this path towards more farming-oriented junglers that can carry towards that late game, could potentially be looking towards something like a Graves, take that champion together with LeBlanc, maybe invade GLFS on his Kindred.
People always scoff a little bit when we see the Annie. I don't know if track record-wise we've had the most success with it, but I really like LPL Annies. We'll see if Nenny can continue that trend, but the point-and-click kind of decision-making that you can have on this champion, on multiple members with that CC of the Tibbers, I'm very much looking for Nenny to have in this game number 3, a pivotal one for them. It is the Sejuani locked in for Ultra Prime already, so some engage potential given over to Hacker, but he's going to need some damage to follow that one up, and the TF has been left open here.
It was banned out in game number 2. And Zuyan, how does your Yasuo look like? Because Wave is pretty good, Bubble is pretty good. As a follow-up, it's not going to be the case. We talked about how you need some sort of beefy member over in the front line to potentially tank a hook for the side of IG. I don't necessarily think Jax is that, and so far it looks really good in terms of target selection for Niket. Literally every member you see from IG, you can pick to hook in, and they'll just instantly pop.
And I think the thing for the Jax is you're looking for something to maybe answer the side lanes to some extent. There will be a moment in time as the game goes on that Jax will be unanswerable to some extent. He can just get ridiculously strong. And it's also a comfort pick for Zuyan, who, when he was in the LDL, when he was going back and forth with Arbo, Jax was one that he kind of hovered towards as well. So very curious in a game number 3 where it all comes down to this for your first series of the split. If IG can bring their newbies to task here, where GLFS has that Kindred for the first time.
I feel like Nenny has a lot on his shoulders in this particular game. If you take a page out of Knight's notebook and the way that he does choose to play Annie, you'll see that he uses Tibbers a lot to create pressure and not allow his opponents to lead that lane. And we'll see if Neni can actually create the same problems for Yukai, because so far Yuka has been incredible in terms of not only trading in lane, but also finding his openings on sides.
On Ultra Prime's side, I mean, you're really just looking for picks or looking for side lanes. That's all the bread and butter right now for their squad. We'll see if Niket can have a big one on the Blitzcrank here. We're getting into a game number 3, our first fearless best of 3 of LPL history, as well as the summer split comes down to this one. Remember, that's a double round robin, so these teams will face each other again, but how sweet is it to kick off your split with a dub? We go to game 3 now as we hit Summoner's Rift. It's Ultra Prime versus IG. The Youngbloods have shown up strong tonight, but we'll see if the veterans can bring it home here. Let's hear those Gyos roar one more time.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
Oh, they got him! They got him! How do you fish that easy, man? I gotta take him with me on a fishing trip here. Niket gets one big, but IG get one right back.
Okay, let's track where the kills went to. Kindred, GLFS with 1 kill on the side of IG. On the other side, Doggo onto this Kalista. And very importantly, Niket had to burn that flash, plus Ignite, plus Hacker had to burn his own flash right there. So IG now have the stronger jungler. And why I'm saying this is very important is because that's your one pawn that constantly moves around the map. So having that extra edge in the early game is going to be huge for IG.
You have to keep an eye on how they're lane
they want more
here. They're bringing On and Vampire up towards this top side. Zuyan is up here as well. Where are they going to split off? Is this going to be a lane swap situation for IG? They're going to keep the pressure here, playing around GLFS, playing around one of their rookies here in the jungle.
Aggro's going to smite that one out. GLFS, of course, with a huge starting lead, having that kill. However, hasn't been cashed in yet. And this is a very huge point. Xingqian is going to get spotted on that wall, just putting a little bit of pressure.
Zuyan is just double jungling. This is
I mean,
so interesting for IG.
It is a little bit dangerous to go into that bot lane of Doggo and Niket. Because if Niket does manage to get any hook, both Lucian and Nami are probably going to have to like burn some summoners or even die in some instances. So we have seen a lot from teams in general that they will choose to sort of dip away from any Kalista lane that is thrown their way. And this is no different for IG. Now, Doggo is going to get a ton of gold. He got that first blood, if I'm not wrong. He's also getting a bunch of turret platings. There is extra fortification towards the top side of the map as well. That has been added. Thank you, Riot Games.
Ooh.
Oh!
Trying to go for the rocket grab on a Neni. They do end up getting a lot of his health bar down there from the trading with the Yukai, so it would have been a kill if they could have accomplished it. But still, we see a return to MSI format, it feels like. Our top laners are just being utility around the map right now. Neni very close to dying, but not going to go down with it. The turret plates are starting to flow here, Troubles.
I'm still gonna say, this is Doggo's game right here. 1-0, 400 gold up, a bunch of turret platings, a bunch of alone time with the wave as well. The experience, the gold that he's able to soak up is actually going to be extremely important for those fights around neutral objectives for Ultra Prime. They've got all the tools in their toolkit. The Engage with the Blitzcrank and the Sejuani, plus a lot of gold already on their AD carry.
Yeah, and you got to thank Doggo. I mean, he's been a mainstay in the LPL here for a while, but it was his split on the international sub of PSG that really got him on the radar. Then he came over to the LPL for that first iteration of the BLG Super Team, where he was splitting time with none other than Uzi. And here he is, multiple years down the road here with Ultra Prime, having been one of the longer standing members with this squad, but here try to step up on a namesake champion of his on the Kalista.
Absolutely, and I'm going to say to you that we've been talking a lot about his pairings with supports and how it hasn't necessarily worked out to play as aggressive as he would like to in laning phase. I feel like Niket has been looking pretty good together
Yeah.
with Dogo. They have been playing quite aggressive. He likes to resort towards more engage-heavy supports, and that sort of enables Dogo to play more aggro in these lanes. Now, LFS making his way towards the bot side of the map, but the wave is pushing.
Well, I'd like to check in to see how that initial kind of wonky map state, or I guess who it plays out better for, as you have some nice trading in mid lane, but we have the reestablishment of the normal lane states here with not big CS differentials on either side. So it seems like all that craziness maybe didn't lead to too much, but we will have objectives on the map here shortly.
Absolutely. As you can see, Sejuani towards that bot side of the map. Level 6 quite soon. Just a couple more camps, so you might be able to play towards a Lucian Nami lane and pressure them out. You see, once the Blitzcrank steps up,
Dude,
Vampire
Odd is
and
so
Ann have to
confident.
respect.
Oh my god, he's literally just walking up to a Blitzcrank with that little death wall
Do it.
right there. He might get caught. No, he
Oh.
dashes forward and on, playing mind games with the new support of Ultra Prime.
it's working well for him so far. They're kind of fearless in terms of draft ending gameplay, apparently, for the set of IG. And we did mention Sejuani. Come towards the bot side of the map. The lane is going to push for Ultra Prime with the bot side, and Hacker is going to start the neutral objective. However, GLFS has found him.
He wants a mark. He will have Nenny first, but bot lane for Ultra Prime is first. I think that's even scarier when we saw some of the resources going Doggo's way.
There is Tibbers.
He's right around the corner here, and you do have the Flash Tibbers combo. You have to try to get on and Vampire up this way. Nenny's going to go for it. Misses the combo. The rocket grab does not miss. And On will have to flash away. Doggo can't get it, but he gets the flash. And Uakai will end up securing the kill for Ultra Prime. GLFS in some trouble. Get that Permafrost. The flash from TTN. Ultra Prime are feeling like sharks as they take everything from IG on the bot side. They get the kills. They get the dragon. And they get the buffs as Tibbers trying to make it happen here. Vampire goes for a flash play of his own, but can't do it. The flail will slow them down, and Tibbers is not enough.
So many blinking bars for Ultra Prime, but everyone was committed to the cause. Everyone said, right now we're doing the dragon, TPs were burned. Everyone came towards that bot side of the map to bail out Hacker. So look at the summoner spells.
It's
I don't think there's
insane.
a single one remaining.
Flash, 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 flash. We'll see this replay over and over again.
Ooh. That was a millisecond reaction by Niket right there, dodging the bubble straight up as well. You see Doggo flashing forward to pop the Rend, and Yuakai committing his own flash to finish this one off. And while this is going on, Xingtian has already popped Ghost all the way from top lane to get down. They don't quite finish him off. Everyone throwing their bodies in from Ultra Prime. And again, I think you've been mentioning a lot how, you know, Doggo was talked about a lot before he came from PSG, and he hasn't necessarily really, his name hasn't shined as bright over in the LPL, and I feel like these are the performances that we are expecting of him when he is ahead in the early game.
What I'm expecting is absolute chaos. The fact that we had all 10 flashes burned around each other is actually crazy, but that is kind of the semblance that I kind of want to zoom out and think about for these two teams. This Group D will be wild. It is our craziest, probably most unconcentrated group. It's going to just be absolute chaos. It's going to be somebody is going to rise above. 3 members of the Group D can go on to the next stage in that alpha group. But these are the kinds of games I expect. A little bit back and forth, a little bit crazy, and now we're seeing that continuation here 8.5 minutes in, where GLFS finally gets a mark.
Oh.
Meanwhile, Rocket Grab on bot side will
Bye-bye.
lead to Vampire just dying outright. On will have to run away.
And this is exactly why Ann and Vampire lane swapped early on. One hook is enough to either cause a summoner or a death. And unfortunately for Vampire, doesn't have any summoners available to him. So the second he eats the Q from Blitzcrank, he ends up going down. That's another kill. Oh, actually it was cashed in by Niket. Never mind that.
Get a little bit extra gold there for the Blitzcrank
efforts?
mechanic.
That's
Yeah, it's a
fine.
little grease for the wheels and stuff. He needs a little extra movement. The opportunity.
wheels?
Yeah. Well, I mean, some skins. This skin particularly does. That's why
Is
I
it the
said
truck
it.
skin?
It's the
Okay,
like
okay,
car
fair.
skin. It's the one
Okay,
with like the
fair.
flames on the side. Because you know, if he has flames on the car, it goes really fast.
You know what? Back in my day, flames on the side of a car used to be cool.
Hey, same. I can't. I think, yeah. I'm still imagining in my future a minivan with flames on it. I want to make it happen just for the spite of it. Look at that. Look at that car. That's what my minivan's going to look like.
What's that, a V8 on his back?
It's got to be, of course. Me not knowing
Pure
anything about
American
cars.
muscle, baby.
Yeah, there we go. I love it. But it is leading a little bit to the strengths that Niket has shown. A lot of the engage potential has been his strength in his debut. And we saw him definitely come to more of a head in game number 2 in terms of his decision making. And definitely going to be important in this one, too.
It's been looking pretty good so far. Now, having a look at the mid lane, Yuekai, I don't want to say he's had the number of Neni, but in terms of how he utilizes his pressure on the map, I will say that Yuekai has been the more oppressive mid laner. And right here, we all know what a good LeBlanc can do on the map in general. Now, Niket is looking to take some control in terms of vision towards the bot side of the map. Every time there is a mark on the map, Ultra Prime makes sure to make it disappear. They even got Qingtian towards our bot side.
Yeah, 2 marks so far for GLFS. Still needing 2 more to make that first.
Everyone's bot lane again.
Yeah, they're just going to find a fight. Oh, double bubble. Now you're in trouble here. As they actually take the engage over on the top side against Qingtian, who does not have a health bar to speak of. He will make it out barely. As he bleeds, he will make it out alive through the river. And Ultra Prime barely make it away, but they got to reset because we have both objectives coming up on the map, Treble.
Okay, what in the world is going on? Ultra Prime had a massive wave accumulating towards the top side of the map. This could have been very easily 2 turret platings going over to Qingtian's Twisted Fate to get him ahead in this matchup versus Jax. However, everyone accumulated again towards the bottom side of the map. Reminder, there were no summoner spells at the moment that this happened, so a lot of picks could go down with one Blitzrock hook, for example, hitting from the side of Niket. But right now, we've got the next dragon coming up, and every single summoner spell is up for the team's disposal. So
More
we'll see.
flashes.
I'm expecting another 5v5 Fiesta down bot lane for that dragon.
Another 10 flashes. Are we ready for it? We got to count them this
why
time.
not use them?
Another thing I want to focus on is it is the split of lethality here. We get the collector first item there for On, going with that lethality style Lucian, and as well as Doggo going with the opportunity first. Dragon is starting up here. Ultra Prime trying to move through this bot lane, but maybe try to take some of these turret plates here first. IG will get first strikes on the Dragon. Looks like Ultra Prime maybe a little bit split in how they want to handle this one. Try to even this one up here as IG will just take the Dragon away.
Yeah, Ultra Prime knew that they couldn't just walk up there. They didn't want to take that fight. However, IG are just following down.
They have Fate's Call available, so they just need to get Niket over on the side just like that. But the counter-strike is there! He gets the grab back! Oh no, Suyon! He's about to go down, but he goes into Lamb's Respite and is saved. Here comes the Destiny on the other side. He's in the bush, but he's all by himself. Qingtian, he pulled it too far! Nene's coming down, he has the flash, Tippers play, and there it is! He makes good for the second time! And it will be the 1 kill going over. Niket bites the dust.
Okay, Ultra Prime, we need to calm down. That dragon was already done and dusted. You do not pull the trigger right there. I know IG were chasing them down. They were pulling teleports to turn this one around. Qingtian a little bit too far forward. His support ends up paying the price right there, and IG are gonna leave with more than what they came for. They're gonna grab the dragon, they're gonna grab kills, a kill, singular, and another turret plating onto Nenis Annie right here. Not exactly what Ultra Prime were expecting. They didn't necessarily want to pull the trigger for the teleport to fight for the dragon.
You're gonna have to use some of those macro decisions to your advantage, but things like that can go wrong. You did get that turret, and first turret at that, but you did give up a decent amount for it. They will end up striking back onto the map, though, and they'll get Grub-again for themselves. The second time we've seen that in this series itself, but we take a look back at it as Qingtian started walking his way away.
Yeah, someone had to defend that mid lane wave because IG kept permanently shoving it. And right here, I feel like Niket feels pretty confident walking up because Doggo does have the ultimate. However, he doesn't flash the Jax counter-strike.
Yeah.
And that causes a lot of trouble because they both end up going down, which means they cannot follow up. But then Qingtian's like, guys, this is when I can ult in. But then everyone else is already out, and he TPs into 4 members. And unfortunately, Niket ends up paying the price by getting Tibbers in the face.
And then he...
A little bit miscoordinated, I would say. from Ultra Prime.
Some communication issues for sure. Maybe some just timing issues there. But Ultra Prime, they are very happy with this composition, getting 6 grubs. We talked about it in draft. They are looking at either picks or side laning. And you know what helps with side lanes? A bunch of Twitch chat mites coming out with you as you take down the turrets. So we'll see what they can utilize that with in the side lane.
Mites.
Yeah, the little mites are like Twitch chatters, right?
Okay, please do explain in what terms. Just because they're purple.
I
and
don't
the
think
Twitch
we need
symbol
to
is purple?
explain. I don't think we need to explain. Just go look up a picture of the mites, and I think that's like maybe your average Twitch chatter, you know? But anyways, I think they'll really like that, the side lane, especially try to take down some of these tier 2 turrets with that standing gold here. But that is a question where IG are going to feel a lot more confident, kind of forcing the hand in these kinds of moments, and you saw that in their last play.
Absolutely. And I feel like it all comes down to Yuka as well. I don't know if you want to call them Twitch mites or whatever it is. But LeBlanc on a side lane with a buff. Ooh!
A little bit of a miss, but doesn't matter. The follow-through is still there. Yukai picks up a second kill. Yeah, zoning ulti.
It's just to make sure he couldn't flash away, even though he didn't have flash available to him. It's just you make sure that the target stays where you want him to stay, right? And that's exactly what they did. 2-0-1 though, jokes aside for Yukai, 1.3k, and every time I see this guy with a gold lead on a side lane, I start getting worried because that's exactly what Ultra Prime wants. A very strong LeBlanc on a side lane that's gonna pull pressure from the side of IG. You need at least 1 to 2 members at least to try and shut down this LeBlanc. If you can pin her down long enough to even kill her. And then what happens on the other side of the map is that Ultra Prime have enough damage to again take neutral objectives down, having that AD Twisted Fate and of course the Kalista.
Yeah, the speed can be actually unreal. Something else I like to check in is I already got my Jhin game out of the way earlier today. I'm also a Kindred player. You can always tell the state of a game depending on yeah, true. You can always tell the state of the game depending on how many marks the Kindred had. We're almost 17 minutes in, and Hacker steals away the chicky nuggies there right in front of GLFS, and he is only at 3 marks. Has not hit that 4th threshold there. Really needs to get that to be a little bit more efficient on the champion.
Hook doesn't hit right there. Very nice calling from An. Majority of that landing onto Doggo. However, there is a plant right there, so he's going to regen a lot of that HP lost. And it is very unfortunate. 4 marks is usually what you want when your team starts fighting around those neutral objectives. I'm talking about
there it is.
spawning right now is going to be the next dragon. He got that 4th mark, which is very, very important. I feel like for Ultra Prime, this might be the button of, hey, let's take it slow right here. Try to take that mid lane tower. Try to bleed up the vision into the jungle. There is teleport on Yukai if he wants to join, but I feel like Ultra Prime should just give this one up.
They are just going to give it. That'll be second dragon to IG. Now IG are looking for a play on mid lane, but that Rift Herald charge in mid lane didn't actually get the turret that they maybe wanted.
Just let Yukai cook.
Yeah, Nenny's going on the side lane to answer on a Yukai. Now Yukai can play a little bit with how he wants to get the lanes going, but looks like Ultra Prime will be just fine with the lane states right now.
And that was great. You pull a teleport out of Nenny as well. You give away 1 dragon, but that's only 2 for the side of IG. That wins you still a lot of time.
Oh my god.
That was half Nenny's HP right here, and you see how Hacker is actually shadowing him. Again, the mid-jungle duo that we talked about, and I personally criticized a lot from the spring split, has been looking a lot better, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like Hacker is on the same page with Yukai, especially after game number 2. And they're intertwining a lot of the roles, right? Because Yukai was playing more of a facilitator in game number 2 for Hacker to shine onto these Karthus, even though Yukai was on a Yone. And right here, it's the other way around. Hacker is facilitating for Yukai to make sure that he's safe to split push.
Yeah, now we're looking at full focus from Ultra Prime in mid lane. Trying to catch On. Nice point blank rocket grab on On, but he's not going to go down. Yukai trying to get the snipe. Goes for the flash. Can't get it, and he does get it in the end. Zurian comes in a little bit too late, but it is Yukai who is surgically picking apart IG.
Man, LeBlanc is literally the AP Yone. I feel like Yukai flew past 3 screens to get onto An and then kill him with an auto attack out of anything. But Ultra Prime getting this kill on the map means that they have a lot of pressure in the mid lane. It does net them that mid lane tier 1 tower that is so freakishly important for any team. It opens up the map so much, causes so much fog of war and chaos. for the team you're playing against. So Ultra Prime right here is going to be a huge advantage for them.
Honestly, I'm waiting to see when we're going to get a Surgeon LeBlanc skin at this point, because you're able to surgically execute some people out of these team fights. It's actually insane. But how lengthy the engage, the damage can be from Yukai is insane. Give a guy that has some good decision making these kinds of tools, they'll be over in an instant. And On trying to do his own work onto Yukai, does get a beautiful culling into him. He goes back though. Nenny was right behind him. Goes for the flash, misses it too. Yukai has just broken 4 separate ankles as Nenny finally takes him out. It takes so much there, and nothing else is going to be gained by Ultra Prime, but it was damn funny.
Okay, let's watch this again. First, let's watch what happened in the mid lane. Very nice flash into E knockup to try and get An, and Yukai flying past 3 screens, the W into the R, into the Q, and the rune popping right there from LeBlanc to finish off the kill. However, I feel like in the previous iteration, we saw a very clever play from Nenny, because when LeBlanc uses Distortion, which is her W, he left his T-burst back where the Distortion began, and then started chasing towards Yukai. So that was a very clever move right there from Nenny to make sure that Yukai does not get out.
Market grab going a little bit wide. Also, little caveat in that GLFS tried to pop the Lamb's Respite, but there was some miscommunication there. On dashed out of it, and unfortunately that Lamb's Respite didn't really do much. So maybe some coordination on that really changes fights for IG. Right now they're being pushed out of their jungle. They won't even get the red buff as Ultra Prime are reinvigorated with that one. And you take a look at what happened in mid lane. The flash had come out there from Vampire.
And flashes are very important in this game, particularly for IG. Every single member from IG that gets hooked is susceptible to going down instantly. So Zuyan, GLFS, very safe. They both have their flashes available. A lot of mobility on the 2 champions as well. However, Nenny, An, and Vampire, if you face check.
Oh yeah, that's a lot of damage right there. You guys just having so much fun, but maybe not as much fun now as GLFS has set his sights on him. Couple damage dealing moments back and he would have been dead. So GLFS using some of that strength.
Yeah, that was a whoopsie from Yukai, pressing his W again, going back to his original position, very close to 4 IG members, ends up going down almost. Has to use the R to disposition himself yet again, and this is huge right here for IG because they can take that mid lane tower, create some pressure, shove that region very deep into Ultra Prime's jungle, and look at the 2 objectives coming up. 16 seconds for the Dragon, but there's also Baron. Right now they're hiding into Fog of War.
Holy, tried to stop the backs there as well. On steps forward, takes a huge Q to the face from Doggo. Jing Tian, he has rapid fire. He gets the connection. There's the Lamb's Respite. It's going to be in by a little bit of time here. But the cook, Nenny, just gets completely grabbed out from the middle of his team, and he is dead. Dragon is up, but the Destiny goes to answer the topside push by Zuyan. Ultra Prime have free range of this objective.
No ultimates, no flashes available for IG. That means Ultra Prime get free reign onto the map right now. It's going to be the Dragon. That is their choice.
Zuyan goes for the solo kill, doesn't end up getting killed right back by Yukai, but he gets his own solo kill of the career for LPL Games. Now he got more going. Doggo gets completely shot down by GLFS, and then a double kill goes over to him after they take out Niket. What I thought was free range chicken eating for Ultra Prime on the Dragon, all of a sudden goes to IG's sole point.
Screw the chickens! I thought they were doing the Dragon all this time. What is going on? What were... I would need to see a replay right there because Ultra Prime looked like they had started the Dragon. No flashes available, no summers available for IG. Sure, Jingtian ends up going down. Yukai returns the kill, but that still should be a Kalista. Perma hitting the Dragon, and it wasn't the case. IG, with the sole point right here, he's like, stealing candy from a baby.
It's going to be a sweet treat, at least, for IG. We'll take a look back at what exactly happened. So they got baited by the damage they put onto On. Niket goes a little bit zealous here.
Hacker's like, guys, the Dragon. Guys, Dragon, I'm on the Dragon. I'll pull the Dragon. Like, I can hear the jungler and his words in my head. He's like, guys, I'm on the Dragon. I'm on the Dragon. He's like, we're killing. I'm on the Dragon. We're killing. The answer was Dragon, indeed.
Yeah.
It didn't go to the side of Ultra Prime. And again, these are a little bit of a miscommunications or
New player,
misjudgment
maybe?
of the damage, right? Yeah.
Yeah, trying to see. Maybe I do like the fact that they were willing to follow a rookie in the call right there, at least. But yeah, maybe not the right call in the right time. TP will be used from Zuyan over towards safety here. He's actually moving for a play. Now Hacker in some trouble. They weren't ready for the fast pitch, and it's coming right down the middle. Luckily, there's a blast cone right there for him, and Hacker makes it out alive, burning his flash. Still some map control over to IG.
Again, IG, they're doing, and I'm gonna repeat it, they use their eyes and turn it into macro. They do see two people chasing Zuyan towards the bolt side of the map. Not only do they TP him in, but they also force a flash from a Hacker who was trying to establish some vision, knowing that the Jax wasn't there to begin with.
There's the Glacial Prison. Destiny on the other side with the yellow card. They're trying to find it, but a Lamb's Respite brought out of with that rocket grab, double knockup from Fate's Call and Ultra Prime. They've taken down everybody one by one. Zuyan will get one back, but what did it cost? Everything. The big purple worm in the eyes of Ultra Prime, and beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. And right now, Ultra Prime be beholden a lot.
Pretty good engage right here from Ultra Prime. They see target, they hit target. Now, the cool thing about the Sejuani plus Blitzcrank combo is that, sure, Lamb's Respite can be pulled at any given moment, but if you're stunned in Lamb's Respite, then you can get pulled out. And that's exactly what happened right there to GLFS. It's gonna be a Baron for Ultra Prime, and again, 6 Void Grubs, 2 Split Pushers, the lack of Full of Blank and Twisted Fate. Ultra Prime definitely take those.
5,000 gold in the lead, a position that Ultra Prime did not find themselves in a lot last split, but here they are, having woken up after that first game. We see the catch out there. Niket beautifully timed.
Absolutely. Again, you're stunned in there, you can barely move. That was a very slight choke point, so Niket threads through that needle head, grabs that Kindred, and it's over right there also.
Cheering on the rookie,
Excitement
let's
for
go.
Ultra Prime. I just want to say that IG has played Ultra Prime only once this year, and they easily 2-0'd them. Easily 2-0'd them. So for Ultra Prime to be the first game of the season in Fearless Draft, in a best of 3, versus a team that they lost convincingly 0-2, and pull this performance, it must be so satisfying for the whole team in front and behind the scenes.
And I know a lot of doubters came over when Qing Tian was announced for the roster, thinking, you know, oh, well, he was splitting time with Wayward, things like that. Oh, he can only play tanks, he can only play bruisers. Well, he's showing us that he's got some proficiency on the TF as well with the side lane pressure. He's 4-1 almost on 3 items, and this siege is not stopping anytime soon. This is Ultra Prime's bread and butter, we said, and they're eating some damn good breakfast right now, Trouble. GLFS tries to get in, but a little bit of damage given back. Now Zuyan forcing the play here. They are just hard forcing this. The tidal wave comes across, but it's just a shallow pull to Ultra Prime. They're ending the game in mid lane right now as IG need to back away to save their base.
Such great restraint coming here from Ultra Prime, kiting IG. IG do not have an easy way to engage unless you've got a flash T-burst at hand for Nenny. What is really your engage here? A counter-strike, again, flash forward, maybe a Nami wave if a bubble hits. Everything is so conditional for IG to force, and Ultra Prime, knowing that, they just kite them backwards. Now they need to make sure...
Oh, Zuyan, he's already half health out of the gate here. The rocket grab was really nicely timed from Niket. Now Yukai has a flank, but he's caught in between Nenny. IG, they are in a barrel here. They're not going to get grabbed just yet. Cullen comes back out. Here comes Zuyan. He wants the flank. He wants the trap. He got Hacker. No jungler there for Ultra Prime. Will mean a soul goes to IG.
Ultra Prime and throwing around dragons. Name a more iconic duo. They do this back to back, and sure, they don't give the most desirable soul away to IG. However, it still is a soul, and when you're behind gold, you're gonna take any single advantage you can on the map. However, real quickly, Xingqiang sees that they are losing this fight, chooses to TP towards the top side, use that remainder of the battle round.
700 smackaroos to his pocket. He's going to try to get out of here. Sees the TP at the last second there. We'll just try to walk his way out, but it looks like Zujan has played the play right here. Ooh, one more auto? Oh, no. He's going to overextend for it. There's the rocket grab. Oh, no. This has turned into a series of bad dominoes here. I think Zuyan finally realizes he needs to back away. He's getting a little too close to the enemy territory there, but it's going to be quiet on the rift for just a little bit.
Yeah, Xingqiang loses both these summoners. However, Worth uses the last bit of the Baron buff towards the top side of the map, takes that top lane tier 2, opens up the map even more. Every single bit of standing gold outside IG's base has been taken away from Ultra Prime. Now 7,000 gold in the lead, and a lot of that gold is lying within their top and mid laners, who are also the split pushers. Big part of their damage dealt as well in this game. And again, the man on your screens, who's been an absolute nuisance for the past 3 games for IG. They might be catching him here.
I love to see the different styles coming out through this best of 3, through our first fearless best of 3 at this level of professional play. It's been awesome to see. It's also 2 teams that maybe at least Ultra Prime struggled a ton last split, finding some good promise here. On gonna flash away on his own as he does make it out. Now IG want to try to pull the play. The Fate's Call used by Doggo to make sure Niket can get out of there. There still is the question about the engage from Xingqiang with the rapid fire yellow card, but not gonna find anything just yet.
Yeah, once your hook misses right there, you're kind of like in a flee mode from the side of Ultra Prime, because then he does have his flash, does have T-burst available, so if you do overextend after the hook has missed, it would end up clumping up and getting wiped out from IG, because even though they are about 6,000 gold behind, they still have pretty potent damage on their team. Pretty much their entire team is built out of damage, excluding Nami, right? So you don't want to overextend and probably get T-burst in the face.
A lot of collectors in these games, but specifically on the side of IG. Obviously the crit lethality build for GLFS on the Kindred as well. It's something that we don't typically see for the Kindred. But we do see Ultra Prime moving in. Yukai being that nuisance. Xingqiang found that angle on the flank, dodges out of that bubble too, and Hacker is going to move forward. They do get the Lamb's Respite, but GLFS gets grabbed out yet again by Niket. And now they just move forward with the Fate's Call. Zuyan has to watch as every single teammate he's had on his new team just gets dusted right in front of him. It's just like Tony Stark and Spider-Man. As they try to fight back, it's not going to matter. Nettie will be cleaned up. They get something back, but the wave is there. They'll push it out. And Ultra Prime, they've made good on the lead that they had.
I thought IG maybe had it there for a second. I thought Nenny had more in this backpack of his, but once T-Birds died, the hopes and dreams of a win died with him. Niket and Doggo gonna take that inhibitor down, and there are 5 seconds for both Vampire and GLFS. I don't think they can end here, but they can definitely cause a lot of damage to the base.
They've had so much control of this game for so long now. Gonna get the last second. Almost 10,000 gold, just about 9,000 for them over IG, and what a comeback in this series. Game 1 looked massively different from the Ultra Prime that we're getting this Game 2 and Game 3.
Yokai was looking to see if he can catch someone. They're gonna jump onto him, but he's very slippery. And this has been a fairly competitive series from both sides, and a lot of question marks for both of these rosters, and so far they've both looked pretty good. I know that it doesn't look that great for IG right now, but it's a work in progress.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of new players. I mean, literally, this roster is almost entirely new. We have Nenny, who has gone back and forth in the main roster for a lot of times, but Zuyan, GLFS coming over. Vampire was just a call-up here in spring for EDG, and now coming over to IG. A lot of these teams are a work in progress. These are some of the teams that have added new members to them. I'm very excited to see how much contesting we're getting from all of these guys today.
Now, I'm not gonna say that this is completely doomed, because looking at the previous team fight, it looked absolutely doomed for IG. Yet the second Zuyan joined that fight, it started looking a little bit better. So IG do have a chance if you do manage to land a huge steal burst from the side of Netty, which is not going to be very easy because his flash is down. But there are ways that you could potentially upset the fights to come, because if you look over on Ultra Prime, their 3 carries are very, very squishy.
Yeah, they are. They have not big health bars, I will just say that outright. I think another unsung hero here of Ultra Prime has been Niket's timing on the rocket grabs, especially when you're up against the LFS on the Kindred. I think those are important, but he's also been able to weave a lot of them through very traffic-heavy areas. I think he's had a really, really good debut start series, at least for Ultra Prime here. On to lay a culling into him here. We do have Elder Dragon on the table. Destiny popped. See if they want to pull the trigger over here.
He popped Destiny to go top lane. He's threatening to end the game.
They have to do something. He's trying to back. Okay, they do end up getting the back off. We'll get the split cam. Love this from the observers. The Elder Dragon, though, it'll go down to Ultra Prime. Who else? As those wings will start beating, Ting Tian's gonna space glide his way to take it out Zuzian. As in the pit, though, that Laz Respite did nothing for IG. As they try to fight out, Ting Tian will fall, but the base is in tatters. The super minions are overflowing, and those Elder Dragon wings are oh so loud. Ultra Prime, they might have been the last place team in regular season in spring, but they'll start off strong with a triumphant reverse best-of-3 sweep in our first series of the LPL Summer Split. Welcome to Fearless. Welcome to Ultra Prime. 2-1 victory goes their way.
What incredible stuff coming in from Ultra Prime. We had our doubts, Mazel. We had our doubts. Not a lot changed. Their top lane and the support, the 2 edges of the map. We did have a lot of question marks around mid-jungle synergy, around Doggo and his performance, potentially with a new support coming in. How stable is this top lane going to look? And I feel like throughout the series, they played a multitude of different playstyles, if you will, but one thing remained the same, and for me is the highlight and will remain the highlight through spring and now, and that's Yokai.
Absolutely.
But this time around, how the team has managed to use his pressure and his advantages to win these games.
And like, before we get into nitty gritty, what went wrong, what went right, can we just give a round of applause to these 2 teams, especially the rookies. We literally had 3 first-time starters in this series, and they showed out. Both the top side of the map for IG, giving us huge game 1s. They should be proud of what they were able to represent, especially against Ultra Prime. But there's a lot of room to grow for these 2 teams. And it's very exciting that we got to go the distance. It was so crazy. We had such back and forths, and there's still a double round robin ahead of these 2. So they will meet again in the future. That's not something we've been able to say for the LPL for a long time.
Yeah, Ultra Prime, however, they do equalize the score when it comes to the series for this year.
For the year at least.
They were, for the year at least, yeah, they were 0-1 down in terms of series, and now they've equalized versus IG. And honestly, to be the team that finished dead last in Spring Split and opening the entire summer with a new draft phase, with a different format, being the underdog, if you will, changing players and putting up this sort of performance, it looked great for them, honestly. Like, we saw even the staff behind the scenes, they were ecstatic with every kill.
Yeah, I think we still saw some of the growing pains that Hacker needs to try to temper that aggression to some extent. But the thing is, they didn't need the Skarner. They didn't even need it. They didn't even need that for a win. How crazy is that? No, but I think in all actuality, there's a lot of draft conversations to come out of this one, especially the way that we saw a lot of comfort picks come in the last phase, or at least the game 3. And that's what I expect more of from Fearless itself. We'll get a lot of meta picks for game 1, game 2, but game 3 is really where those solo comforts come through for the people, or at least for the players themselves.
It's actually very interesting to see a lot of the creativity behind that game 3 in particular when it's Fearless draft, because you need to keep in track everything you can't play, but is still open for your opponent. And you still need to draft a composition that makes sense while still making meaningful bans versus what you're already playing, but there's a lot of things that you don't know about, which you mentioned, which could be comfort or what we like to call it more quote-unquote cheese picks or unique or wacky picks. And this is what's going to make it so freaking interesting because Varus was no longer on the table and we went back to the aggressive bot lanes. Lucian Nami into a Kalista lane.
And the Blitzcrank, my man, he came out so clutch. A little bit more praise to Niket.
The flash level 1?
Yeah,
the flash level 1 into queuing the...
Oh, man. But it was also, again, I was saying in the cast, like, the weaving in between, like, 4 members grouped up on a Lamb's Respite to take down GLFS. Incredible stuff in its own right. But, again, back to that conversation you had brought up a lot is the supportive style to Doggo. I feel like we are seeing a little bit more positive synergy between the two. It's only one series. We'll see how it goes in long term. But I think that has been the biggest sticking point for Ultra Prime in the past is there hasn't been a solidified bot lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw that he got the first blood as well in this particular game. So we're like, hey, this is where we want to see Doggo shine. You've got the first blood. What can you do with this Kalista? He literally took the game over. And honestly, I would love for this particular game to possibly give Niket the MVP for this one. Not only did he have very clutch hooks, but I feel like you mentioned it through the game. Between games 1 and 2, he found his limit for where his aggression lies. He went up to a certain degree and then pulled back. And this could be also his team calling him back or whatever it is. However, there was a huge glow up just between games 1 and 2. And this guy just came into this team and he's playing in a lane with a veteran and he literally showed up.
And obviously, if you don't know where this guy came from, he was sitting behind maybe one of the best bot lanes in the world in Jackie Love and Mako on Top Esports last split. He had been a long time Top Esports Challenger player, at least for the LDL. And yeah, he's been studying real good over Spring Split here to bring it over to Ultra Prime. Glad to see him get the shot there. But again, I think Ultra Prime definitely leaned on their veterancy a little bit in this last game. I think we saw some better performances from Hacker, from Uakai, as you said, but Doggo specifically having some strength of his own right in that one too.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like I went a little bit hard onto Hacker. He does tend to overextend. He does tend to play a little bit more aggressive. He does tend to play a little bit more as if his laners don't exist, you know, enemy laners don't exist. We saw him getting very heavily punished in game 1 where he played the Lilia, and sort of these sort of punishes can bleed over to lanes, which is actually what happened over in game 1. But I was very happy to see that he was able to bring it back over for game 2. Same style of jungler. He was still playing more farming AP.
Just sit in your jungle.
But he was like, you know what? They were warding for him. He was paying attention to the vision that was happening. He was trying to keep, you know, his hands away from any action early on. He pressed his R button. He was happy, man.
He just waited for the calls from his teammates. Hey, you can press R now. Okay, perfect. 300 gold. Easy. It's just like going to the ATM and asking for
another one.
He literally did it like 3 or 4 times. But that's that follow-up that you really love to see from Hacker. And a follow-up on last split where you did see a lot of that over-aggression lead badly. But I think looking forward for IG on the other side on a big staple in this series. I think continuing to play around him will be super, super important. But I think there's still a lot of growing pains around the decision-making and kind of cohesion that that team can bring to the table.
Yeah, absolutely. And, ooh, okay.
It's a lot of damage.
In terms of, I was about to say, in terms of numbers, this is why I kept saying during the game, hey, maybe one good Tibbers can turn this around. Maybe if no one gets hooked, you can turn this around. We talked about IG and how their entire team is pretty much built out of damage dealers. So if one goes down, maybe someone else can pick up the steam. However, it wasn't necessarily the case. And again, my God, 91% kill participation.
Yeah.
Uakai has played out of his freaking mind this entire series.
He has been since spring, and he continues to do so here in summer. The man should be at the top of everybody's radars here as we take a look back at it. This was the Hex Flash instigation that Niket did with the sidestep of that bubble. Beautiful drifting with those wheels, oh so tight. As comes up big.
Yeah, who says American muscle can't drift, right? That was perfect right there for Niket. Dodging the bubble into a great hook, again a flash E to try and get Anne low
Oh, we didn't
enough.
see that. That one was such a
Yes!
banger. That was so
You
good.
know what?
when get
You
to
know
see
what?
it.
I'm all down for spoilers if they're good. Niket deserves that MVP.
He definitely does, as you get to see a little snippet there of it, but congratulations to him. He absolutely deserved it. Really big moment for him to step up, obviously getting his first shake at the LPL, but actually coming up big and clutch in a Game 3. And those are the kinds of comfort picks that you really, really want to see as Fearless goes on. Remember, our first 4 weeks are Fearless. Now, that is it for our first series of the night. That is it for our first series of the LPL, and we do have that MVP screen there.
Ooh, who could it be?
Will end up getting it. We do have the Blitzcrank play, and I think after this first series, you're going to have a lot of things that are positive for him, but still a lot of growing room.
Can I start hyping people up? Is it time? Can I
Sure.
please do it?
Why
Niket played
not?
great. Incredible debut. However, coming up is going to be Ninjas in Pajamas versus Weibo Gaming. And I feel like a lot of people have tuned in, very curious, about Fearless, how it's gonna go. But NIP versus Weibo is going to be an absolute banger. Tarzan coming back, rookie, please, just when's the break ready? When is it?
You got to give Niket his time in the sun, all right? You got to give the rookie his time. You got MVP. Come on. We do have another series ready to go, though, right after a short little break. We'll have Weibo versus NIP. Don't you dare miss it.
Come down the endless fire, to bring forth the ages, to be left with no pain. You'll see your vision's eye, and give your body to the fire. It's true that you were born to die. So now we set your spirits free. Let the lifeless clear away. For we have come to save you from your pain. So let your voices scream. Powerless lifelines free from time. people taken away. A numbers too great to comprehend. We cannot break, we cannot bend. We must find and strike their hearts. Must stop its relentless beating pulse. For these tyrants covered our world. Gather our people, bring them to the ruins. You shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Feel our malice. Fire every soul they took away. Rearm and take our aim. Rain down the fire like rain. You will stay in 45. You will be our silent eye. Will come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning. Oh, you shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Feel our malice. For every soul they took away. We arm and take our aim. Bring down the fire like sweet in this We'll take 'em all, we'll make amends here. Where the clouds move closer, but with the deepest red. Beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end, there's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Yeah, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our glory to live forever. Yeah, bring down the dark regime.
Welcome back to the LPL Summer Split 2024. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Trouble. What a first best of three to get us underway, but here we go into our second and one I know we've all been waiting for. It is Weibo Gaming versus an IP, the two would-be top dogs of Group D here in our newly reformatted Summer Split. Are you excited, Trouble?
Oh my god, I've been I've been teasing this series this entire morning, and finally it's here. Number 1 seed from the LPL NIP versus number 5 to 6 in Weibo. Changes coming in for Weibo as well. You guys remember Tarzan? You guys LNG fans? Well, no, he's playing for the other team.
That's really exciting. One of my favorite junglers coming back onto the team or back onto the stage of the LPL, but for the first time with Weibo colors. Will be really fun to see how he pairs up with Xiaohu. We do have a bit of a run it back for Weibo on the bottom side of the map, but Breathe will be reunited with his longtime RNG cohort in Xiaohu now that he has come over from RNG to join the roster. So a couple new pieces to Weibo. On the other side for NIP, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They made an incredible run at the end of spring, and here they are to run it back.
That was so impressive. The glow up that came from NIP, and in particular, Aki. This guy was hugely criticized about his over-aggressive plays, not syncing up with his team. However, towards the playoffs and the Herculean effort they put into beating, or trying to beat rather, JDG in the playoffs was incredible to watch. I feel like this NIP roster has so much room for growth. They showed a glimpse of it, if you will, over in spring, and sticking together, I feel like is a great recipe for success.
Little side note, I'm gonna say somebody tamed the mane of Aki somehow, someway. He's got like straight hair now. What the heck? It's craziness.
I like the previous one.
These two guys right there on your screen.
Okay, these are cute.
Oh my
These are
god,
cute.
they are absolutely. The little Xiaohu one in the middle. It's so cute with the legs. Oh my goodness. Anyway, some big standing names obviously still on the side of Weibo, where you have Xiaohu, Light, and Crisp. Some big strength from them last year, but it will be how these upgrades, or so to speak, would be upgrades of Tarzan and Breathe come into the roster and ignite the flame trouble.
Absolutely. Talking about Tarzan and Breathe, I want to focus primarily on Tarzan because he's going up against a jungler that took a lot of hit over in spring. He did glow up towards the end of it, but still a lot of question marks remain on Aki, and everyone is holding Tarzan to a super high standard. So my eyes will be straight up in this jungle.
Oh, my man is back, and I couldn't be more excited. Obviously, the
Camille?
Griffin transplant for so many years ago, then spent 3 years or more on LNG here. Now we get into game number 1 of this fearless draft, best of 3 in Group D. Weibo on the blue side, ban away the Rumble and the Ashe.
So
We also get the NIP of bans
Marcel?
of Camille and Jax.
Breathe is back. I'm just saying. Jax, Camille, both are the picture already.
A little bit of
If that
focus, I would
doesn't
say.
If that doesn't indicate that Breathe is a huge potential problem for NIP, the 2 first bans should tell the story.
Definitely would. And no slouches of their own. The OMG transplants over to NIP have been made a home here in the Ninjas in Pajamas, Shanji and Aki. After all that time in 2021, 2022, here they find themselves paired up yet again. And a big strength of theirs was picking apart the meta this last split. So we'll see if NIP want to continue to do that as that Tristana ban slinks through. So a lot of bot lane focus here to round it out.
Starner
But
ban?
there it is, the big Scorpion on the block. Weibo first pick it.
Now, interestingly enough, this could end up going in the jungle or towards the top side of the map. Now, with a few nerfs to the queue, we have seen a lot more people towards the top side of the map into full tank. And we'll see how NIP choose to reply right here. Bot lane usually is the name of the game, something like, Melusian Nami. But this time around, it's going to go back to the good old Senna Kench, Senna Nautilus.
Can't go wrong with the Senna. A little bit of late game scaling, a lot of sustainability, especially when maybe your team is getting caught out by, say, a Skarner. A little bit of side lane pressure, though, coming through for NIP as they get the TF that we saw work so well in Game 3 of last series. But here's the Aphelios, a tried and true with the Nautilus for Weibo.
Yeah, taking the Nautilus away from the Senna here is actually huge. It provides a lot of engage, and Kench works quite as well. Oh, I actually forgot Ornn. Ornn is a fantastic pick alongside Senna. Is probably my personal favorite. If anything, a lot of potential non-committal engage, a lot of CC as well coming from the champion. So great stuff right there. You can sustain a lot more as a supporting lane by building your own items as well. Gives a lot more survivability, tankability through the lane. So both these teams now have a very beefy front line, if you will, and a lot of engage. We're going to be honing it down towards that mid lane and the jungle that both, surprisingly enough, have been left for the last two picks. Now, of course, let's consider Skarner does go towards the top side of the map.
No R5 top side picks from Miles. Top laners in shambles here. We have the LeBlanc, though, locked away. Great choice against Xiao, who picked apart the league on that pick when it first made its rounds on the AD builds that we had. But we also saw Yuikai kind of pick apart the team last game in their last series. So a couple of side laners probably taken out. Maybe some of the comfort picks from Rookie also going to be the focus here from Weibo.
Yeah, and I'd love to see things that actually scale a lot into the late game, like the Aurelion Soul, the Hwei. Never mind, Hwei is banned away already. Things that can create space for things like the Senna, the Aphelios to play through this stage of the game. We actually saw a Veigar ban, very surprisingly, in the previous series that we just watched, which would be fantastic. Playing Veigar into a Nautilus is great because the second he hooks forward, he gets stuck onto this cage and it creates so much space. So I won't be surprised if, we do know that Rookie likes to play the shove and roam kind of champions, but I feel like Veigar would be a fantastic.
There's that Corky ban slinking on through for NIP. See if the final ban is going to be towards Rookie. Maybe the Aurelion Soul is going to be locked away here. I know that was one Rookie was having a lot of fun with at the end of spring last time around. But I think, interestingly enough, the way that these kind of team compositions are panning out is we're going to be very team fight heavy. The Yone is actually the focus now in the second phase of the final ban for Weibo.
Very surprising right here. Are they expecting Aki to pivot towards a more of an AP kind of jungler, something potentially like the Setsuani going in the jungle for NIP? Of course, Rookie, no stranger to the Talia. His Talia is pretty much infamous. Again, that Herculean effort to beat JDG. Talia had a lot to do with that effort. This guy's fantastic on the champion. Let's see what Yahoo has to put up against him.
One of my big questions coming in
I don't know about that one.
One of my big questions coming in is, were we going to get a fist fight in mid lane, or are we going to be looking to get out of mid lane? Right now, Weibo's decision is to get out of mid lane, as that Ahri will be looking to push and move as much as possible, and Tarzan, the Jungle King, will get his Kluger claws ready to go as the Nidalee locked in for game number 1.
Oh boy, I feel like Aki's hands are tied here. He's probably gonna go towards something like a Setsuani or a Maokai. You need to facilitate for your team. You've got way too many squishies, and I feel like you will need probably a second front line. Actually, the Viego, okay. Farm with farm replied here from NIP. I mean, things like the Setsuani and the Maokai will suffer tremendously into the Nidalee, but the setup for fights might make it a little bit easier, and I feel like Ornn is more than good enough to be a solo frontline for them, even though as a support, the itemization and the HP will struggle with it.
Massive focus for me is, like you talked about earlier, the Aki versus returning Tarzan here, but it's the fact that Tarzan loves to manipulate the jungle. He likes to pull the strings, and he likes to have other actors in it with him. His lanes have to be active, and they've had that. They have that with this Game 1 draft. The Nidalee, proactive skirmisher, you have the Ahri who can push and move. I think Weibo's draft is very much towards the style that they like to play, but we'll see if NIP can pick it apart a little bit.
I'm not gonna lie to you, not the hugest fan of pairing up Ahri with an AP heavy jungler as well. However, I can't wait to see what these two guys will cook through that mid jungle duel.
It is their first series of the split for both these two teams. It is the second series we're going to see in Group D. You got to remember, this is best of 3 Fearless for the first 4 weeks of the LPL, and Group D has 5 members in it. Top 3 make it through to Group A of the next stage. Bottom 2 go down to Group B. We have Game 1 ready to go. Skarner making his face shown yet again, but we'll see if the scaling will come in tow for NIP. Some big changes for Weibo coming into this year, or at least this split. It is going to be the Breathe Tarzan top side of the map that you have to keep an eye on. Meanwhile, the run-it-back style of NIP, who made it all the way to the losers bracket of round 4 last split. They'll be trying to make good on that one. Here we go. Game number 1.
Very loud and clear cheers for both the teams. I think it was quite equal. The Gios right there, they were quite equal between the two teams.
Everybody's woken up now in Shanghai, you know. Everybody's ready to go to start cheering. It's also probably the series that everybody's been waiting to watch. There's some big names in this one for sure. But a theme so far of the LPL are these late level 1 invades.
Ooh, as you can see also Shanji, he's gonna pull back right here because he's expecting a lot of that pressure in the jungle is going to bleed towards that top side, potentially a lane swap as we're seeing right here with Crisp and Light heading towards that top side of the map now. Usually Senna Ornn is not a lane you want to avoid. It's not like a Kalista lane where you don't want to be playing necessarily into them. So I want to see where Weibo is actually going with this, because we were talking a little bit before that game started, and we said that NIP were innovators this year. They brought worldwide the lane swaps over again. NIP started it, G2 sort of adapted to it, and then the rest of the world, like this whole technique just bled into the rest of the world, the ERLs, the academies, everything, if you will.
It was a really, really big undertaking after the playoffs and kind of the build up to it. And then we just saw lane swaps from there on out, all of MSI. I think we've seen a little bit of it here. It's been a bit weird, though. I think both times that we've seen it so far. But we will have Weibo's constant pressure towards the top side. And this is the second series we've seen where it's literally just a double jungle for the first part of it here with Breathe helping out Tarzan.
The one thing that makes a lot of sense for the sort of Weibo to do that is because they have a tank on the top side, right? Skarner might suffer a little bit, but it's fine. He'll get tanky, he'll grab his items until he gets his items. You know, Crisp will be doing the tanking and the engaging for them. However, Shanji, he's on a carry. He's on a Twisted Fate. He wants to be in lane versus Breathe, pulling him out, keeping him under tower, constantly getting more gold funneled into that Twisted Fate. And right now it's getting a little bit problematic because your AD carry is not farming. You're playing fast in Senna. Your top lane carry is not necessarily farming. So a lot of your gold is getting funneled into on this Ornn.
See now that the XP is going to come live here for both these split pushers, as we'll get some of that early gold going both ways with these plates going, but definitely one-sided in that fashion, as a third one will go over to NIP. And there's the TP from Dwo up towards top side.
Yep, they're gonna choose to keep both the carries towards that bot side of the map. I mean, it makes sense, right? With Senna, it doesn't matter who necessarily is farming. You just need a farming champion around you. So they're going to put tank versus tank. They're gonna put Dwo towards the top side of the map into that Skarner. I mean, we did see an iteration of that 1v1. Over in the first series. Didn't go very well for the Ornn.
Yeah, you know, hey, it was a little health bars and stuff. You know, there was the sun in his eyes or something. Does end up getting stopped on his back there, though. That's a bit unfortunate. Some pressure being given there. But the next thing we have to look at is the pathing of both these junglers. Like I said, we want to see manipulate some of the timings in the jungle. Go for these objectives with a dragon up in 40 seconds. Mid lane priority is going to be super important.
That's actually crazy. You see that Photic is actually roaming towards the top side of the map because Aki was on this camp. He was pinging the souls dropping from this camp. And Photic went over and grabbed those. And so far, we're seeing, again, a lot of the innovation coming through from NIP. They're pairing up their top laner together with the Senna. They're making sure that they're trying to bully out that Skarner from the lane. So far, so good. It's been only a couple of the first levels missed for the top side pairing of Skarner versus that Twisted Fate. And so far, so good. Photic is just chasing Aki around the jungle.
All right, I'm going to go with my crackpot theory that I went with you earlier that I was talking about. So I have a theory with Weibo because they went to World Finals with Weiwei last summer. Weiwei wasn't playing in spring that year. I'm just saying, we are getting a deja vu. Tarzan didn't play in spring. Maybe they make it to World Finals. Who knows? Nah, maybe not a script, but you know, something along those lines. A story, if you will. Nah, but I'm very excited to see Tarzan back. He is getting pushed out of his jungle right now. We'll see if
I love that.
fates stay the same.
This is why they're so good at what they do. This is why they're so good at the lane swaps. They've left Ornn all alone down the bot lane, and they're pushing Nidalee out of the jungle. They opted into this farming versus farming jungler matchup, and so far Photic has been pushing, together with Aki, of course, Tarzan out of his jungle, and Nidalee that wants to be getting ahead, wants to be getting into Viego's jungle, bullying him out. However, right here with Aki's back timer, Weibo do know that. They did see him just walk out of that jungle, so you have to take the back timer at some point. They are going to lose a couple of those void grabs, if not all of them, on the top side of the map.
I'm going to try to force a second one at least. But that's the thing, the power, the flexibility the Senna gives you, right? Like, you can just kind of roam around collecting these souls and not feel super bad about it. Yes, you want to still be getting some XP, though, for sure. So we'll see where that allocation kind of comes down. But him and Shanji going to be paired up in top side now. Dragon is up, both junglers on the other side of the map. We'll see if NIP can actually put some pressure there.
Crisp is going to join the top side as well, just in case there was a cheeky dive going on. However, Aki's on the other side of the map, of course. Now, I feel like the beneficiary... Oh,
Didn't connect on
it's
the
gonna be
charge.
fine.
If you connect there, you
The
get a little
beneficiary?
bit of extra distance.
Be the case. However, I feel like Light has been having a great early game. Already 60 CS up, 7 minutes in. He's building his items. He's going to be a big problem onto this Aphelios, and your only frontline from NIP is going to be Tsuo on that Ornn. Luckily enough, you do have a farming Ornn, so he's not going to be lacking in terms of items and tankability and being the frontline for your team. However, this is the only thing you have. And there's a lot of things that could be thrown onto Tsuo's Ornn that will take him down. The spears, the Ari charms. This Aphelios has been free farming for the entirety of this early game. So we'll see how NIP will be able to pilot around all of these damage. Piled up onto one champ.
I think it's going to be a lot about target selection, especially for Weibo. If we talk about their kind of compositional strengths a little bit here. Ooh, point blank charm connects on a rookie. He'll get a decent amount of damage back on a Xiaohu, though. But they're really looking for picks in between moments. They're trying to land those charm spear combos, things like that within the team fights or ahead of the team fights. Whereas I feel like NIP definitely have some more stability to the way that they can enter the fights.
Ooh, are they actually going to contest that blue buff? They do know that Tarzan is in Aki's jungle. We're going to spot him right now with Photic. Using the W right there. The blue buff is going to get reset. Hold on a minute. Oh, it's going to get abandoned.
Nothing else going to come over there. Just a little bit of damage on Xiaohu. A little bit of vision game played from Weibo. Xiaohu getting stuck there in the rocks. Going to take a decent amount, but both junglers going back towards the top side to continue farming. So do you feel like there's a little bit of stability, kind of strength in team fighting aspects for NIP? They don't really need to force the in-between moments?
Yes and no. I feel like NIP have chosen a composition that can speak very easily if you've got really good hands. You know, every man for themselves. You've got the Viego, who has actually found Tarzan.
I was getting the flash out of him there at least, and here we go again. Rinse and repeat. Force them out of the jungle every time you can. And Aki is the one that's manipulating Tarzan.
Oh, rookie. So, back to your question. Now that it's died down the moment a little bit. I feel like NIP have a lot of range that they can leverage. They have side lane pressure with the TF. They've got a lot of range with the Talia and the Senna. They've got non-committal engage with the Ornn. So their team fights don't look as rough in terms of ease of execution of their composition. However, when I look over on the other side, they've got a double tank with an Aphelios that's going to be dumping so much damage on you. There's a bunch of, if you will, opportunistic engage with the likes of Ari finding backline. There's a lot of poke thrown their way. So I feel like for the sort of Weibo, they have so many different tools that they can use to sort of pick you apart in a team fight, if you will. And for NIP, it's more like, hey, if we can keep our distance, we're happy to do this. However, if that distance gets closed with an Ari charm or a Skarner diving in your face, it can be a little bit difficult to defend themselves since they're so squishy.
Does look like we're going to have the next Grubbies spawning. Will it be Grubbageddon? Will it be just 3 grubs going either way. We'll find out very shortly as both teams starting to circle around this pit, and it's looking like Shark's getting ready for a feast.
Tarzan's already started the void grabs right there, but there's 3 members threatening Shanji towards the top side of the map. Shanji does have all his summoners available, and it's going to be a 5v5 very, very soon. However, you do not have TF ult to spot everyone out.
If you can deny these grubs, it would be huge. Splitting them is okay, but as long as Weibo get one of them, they will be happy to get those mites. Another will go over to Weibo, so they'll end up getting their 4. Here comes the engage, though, from NIP. They want to fight, and Chris goes down first. First blood goes over. Nice double knockup from Dwo, but they got the chains there on Aki. Gets that reset now anyways, and the dredge line hooks with the lollipop. And NIP want to keep going. They want to keep on driving as Aki gonna heartbreaker his way out of that one. He is gonna get the Dwo TP towards bot side. The last grub remaining going over to NIP. They'll get 2 for Weibo's 1.
Everything went NIP in NIP's favor right here, stopping the buff of void grabs for going away to Weibo Gaming. They get 2 kills onto very crucially onto Rookie, one of them, and 3, the tempo TP towards the bot side of the map from Zuo to push yet another wave underneath that tower. Great stuff from NIP. They leverage actually their range so well. The no-committal engage into Zuo getting a double knockup. That was perfectly executed.
I think caught sleeping a little bit in transition away from that play was Weibo. And some of the quick decision making with the length of engage that we'd love to see from NIP, but here we go, right back at it.
And look at that. You don't necessarily have to commit your body into it. The knockup from Zuo was more than enough. You stay far away from anyone. Then the double knockup landing onto the back line. You see that Weibo Gaming don't necessarily have any contact with any NIP member, but they still keep getting chased down.
The lollipop through the terrain like that with the dredge line. Absolutely incredible from Aki. Aki, that holdover from OMG, that NIP sign that have been somewhat questionable in some moments, but still his aggression reigns true, and his Viego is something to be feared.
And even more so right now, Kraken Slayer, 12 minutes into the game already. Done and dusted. NIP with their second dragon on the map as well. I feel like their entire early game has been trying to track down Tarzan and how can we make his life as miserable as possible. Whether it was getting Photic to follow Aki inside the jungle, whether it's spotting him and taking his flash away, it has been an absolutely stellar early game. And this is, my friends, why maybe you shouldn't be swapping against NIP, because they invented it and they do it better.
They are Bane in this situation. The Dawning Shadow just to put worse for wear, and the kill goes over to Photic, of course. You did get the turret trade on the top side for Weibo, but they'll get one taken right back from NIP on bot side.
Okay, correction, before I get eaten alive, they didn't invent it, they reinvented it this year. There you go.
There you go. I like it. I like it.
There
The
you
caveat.
go.
The caveat.
An asterisk. A little asterisk.
Ooh, Weibo actually making work here. They're going to get a second turret if they overextend, maybe. Will be responded to by NIP, but they will not be punished. And that's a decent amount of gold to carve away from this advantage that NIP have.
I mean, it's quite even, considering you are 3 kills down. A bunch of your outer towers are also missing. Sorry, 1 outer tower is missing. To be only 1,000 gold down, it's absolutely fine for the side of Weibo. They've taken 2 towers towards the tops of the map, which means somebody's going to have to overextend to push out that wave. NIP right now is going to start that refill, the only neutral objective to actually exist onto the map. However, every single time somebody overextends on the top side of the map, if Weibo Gaming have deep enough vision, this could be very problematic for the member of NIP extending on this lane.
We'll see, good amount of objective control from NIP so far. They got a couple grubs, although Weibo got 4 of them. You will get the turrets, you'll get the Rift Herald, a lot of standing gold still on the map for them as well. Breathe going to try his work at the bot side tower. You got to take a look at the TP plays and a lot of the standing wards towards the back side of NIP's front line.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Mazel. I was spoiled from the first series. There was so much fighting, so much blood, so much
Now
back
you
and
see
forth.
why I like those teams, we have a little bit of fun.
Hey, okay. I like them too. I was just very hyped to see Tarzan, you know, back. And I mean, he's not disappointing, right? He's on his first day back to work, Nidalee jungle. He's managed to close the gap between him and Aki as well. Yeah, Lichbane already completed onto this Nidalee. So if he ever gets in contact with any champion, this is definitely going to hurt. However, there is a lot of scaling.
Install impact into the wall. Then you have that impale on top of it. Shanji makes it out alive and just carves up that Scorpion with Aki taking that kill. It's the reset there as well. Jwo going in for the engage. Here comes that Ornhorn with Rookie on top. And here's the combos. NIP are working so well together. You would call them in a well-oiled machine.
That was a trampoline effect right there. The knock-up from the Weaver's Wall into the knock-up from the train. Coming in from Ornn. NIP so quick to pull the trigger and punish anyone who overextends. Jahu looking.
This is where some of that long-term impact of sticking a team together can help. You see that fluidity of decision-making working out so well for them with the draft that they have. Weibo left wanting. Still within gold's reach, though. Only about 1.7k in the advantages in IP. See if mid lane actually becomes any more of a cluster, as they will pop that Rift Herald too.
We've got 4 members right now with Rookie in the mid lane as well. Shanji.
Oh, Xiaohu. Xiaohu's just getting obliterated there. Does end up getting the charm under turret. The Rift Herald charge in mid lane will be smote away before it gets the turret, but the minions will do the rest of the work. Here comes Destiny. That's in top lane. Oh my god, what a Chad!
Wait.
Shanji will go down, and Xiaohu stands up in the face of adversity.
Hold up. Did he just show up with a blue card?
I think there was some bad things that happened in that series of play that I bet we're going to get a slow-mo replay of.
Did Shanji pull a Reginald?
All right. We got to pause. There's something going on.
Something fishy happened.
Maybe a little excitement, a little fun. You know, it's the first day of LPL. We had to have a pause, of course. Definitely wondering what exactly happened in that top side of the map. Might not even be top side that had the pause in the end.
I think
Looks
it was
like it will be Tarzan.
It was Crisp.
Maybe, or yeah, I guess it looks depends where they're going. We'll get more information on that hopefully soon, if we get information on that. But what an opener to this one. Very calculated. The biggest thing I love to see is that NIP's game plan of corralling Tarzan into his own jungle, and sometimes not even his own jungle, has worked so well.
Absolutely, and they put a lot of eggs. Picking an aggressive champion for Aki, one that farms, wants to play for late game, wants to find opportunistic fights with the Viego, and Aki has been doing incredibly well so far. Again, Aki was the biggest question mark when it comes to NIP. A lot of criticism going his way towards the early stages of the spring split. Is he good enough? He's very inconsistent. He shows up, but not always. Can he do it more consistently? And he showed that towards playoffs, he was an absolute monster of a jungler. Now, of course, first day back to work. In the summer split, you've got to play against Tarzan, one of the legends, if you will, in the jungle, and one of your favorites also, Mazel, you've said. And so far, it's been looking pretty clean.
Yeah, I think there's been some really good coordination from the side of NIP. I think some of that coming from Jwo as well, getting onto the map early, but also just them being comfortable in these lane swap style situations and knowing how to come out on top. Now, it looks like we're getting back into the game. Don't know if we have an update on that one just yet, but here we go. Because 40 seconds and we have a dragon up. We got our timers back for our objectives, and we'll see if they all want to fight for this one, as we did get a bunch of a Rift Herald.
Yeah, very importantly here, every time there is, of course, a neutral objective, how many items do you have in your inventory? We see that Light is rocking up with 2 items already completed.
Oh, what a knock-up from Jwo! Oh my goodness! I get a little zealous there with the Ornhorn to pop it off, but it will be at least the flash. Now, Hex Flash there for Crisp.
That's actually huge that Swole committed to using that ultimate right there. That means they do not have that engage. Oh my god, this one.
Xiaohu no longer having his flash, has to burn the Spirit Rush, and that should mean a lot of tools down, giving NIP a 3rd dragon, unless Tarzan can have something to say about it.
And he's looking, the entirety of Weibo is staking around that dragon.
Oh, Aki blocked it. It was so close. You know, I wasn't sweating at all. There's no sweat, no problems. NIP do want to just kind of move this though.
Me and Amara were having a conversation about playing through Fog of War, and in particular Rookie on Isalia and how he does it. Oh yeah, let's see this again and we'll talk about it later. Okay, show me. Did he rock up with the blue card?
Cinema.
Wait, he rocked up with blue card. Wait.
He got blue card.
He did it, Reggie, no.
Yeah, he got blue card. Unfortunate.
Reggie 07.
07. My king. Anyways, unfortunate for
the
Shanji.
twisted fate of our hearts.
Yeah, the twisted fate of your dreams there, Mr. Shanji. I love to see the try, but it did not work out. Now Weibo actually pushing on a tier 2 and bot side here with those 4 grubs, having a little bit of help from the might. Shanji's looking.
They could be getting wrapped on here.
They got TP coming in. Okay, they have Crisp on an angle to come over. Impale will miss. Weaver's wall across. There's that combo we saw again. They're trying to get Xiaohu back, and they do. The seismic shove perfectly timed by what would be the king of NIP and Rookie. They do end up responding back to the over-aggression by Weibo.
Okay, I'm starting to feel physically sick because Rookie's Talia is absolutely disgusting. The way this guy plays this champion is just otherworldly. Again, reminder of Spring Split, playoffs versus JDG. NIP can absolutely never beat JDG. Rookie played out of his freaking mind on this champion. Will TP in here. You see how Shanji played so well, spacing and utilizing all of these range that we talked about earlier on, and Rookie holding on to that knock-up until the last second. Xiaohu got pinched by a perfectly placed wall.
And I've been campaigning it. Yeah, he's insane. I've been campaigning it since his time on Top Esports, but get this man back to internationals, damn it. He deserves to be there. He has been a shining light in the LPL, but not only has he had some of his best splits in recent memory, it has been incredible to watch this guy revitalize himself. And as a leading face of NIP, I'm sure that's going to continue here as we watch their first series. Rookie is showing out. 3-0-2 on the Talia, and it ain't stopping anytime soon.
And again, I know we're talking a lot about NIP right here because that was a huge question mark for us, right? They kept the team bonded together. Can they bring back those glimpses that we saw in spring playoffs? And they absolutely can. You know, Weibo were throwing little curveballs at them. They pulled out a lane swap early on, and IP responded perfectly well. Tarzan is suddenly back. Aki backs against the wall. Can he pull up? Can he show up in this game versus Tarzan coming back? And he absolutely can. He picked a champion that's very similar to an Italy, just an AD version kind of it. And they've been playing so well, trying to shut down Tarzan. Of course, the game is super duper close. It's like 1 to 1.5 max. Okay, gold lead, but Weibo Gaming are not finding any avenues.
Yeah, a couple more engages might change that story a little bit. Seismic Shove goes a little bit wide. Shanji Destiny's in, but no card available to make anything happen there. They were just trying to see if they could catch Weibo unaware.
That is fine for Weibo. If they're pushed underneath their tower, that's absolutely fine, because if you look over the bottom side of the map, the man, the myth, the legend, the split push king himself, Xiaohu onto the Ari, he has shoved in yet another wave towards that bot side of the map. And I just want to say and preface at this point that Weibo Gaming have been sneaking outer turrets under the nose of NIP this entire time. They're going to start the Baron up as well. They're literally inviting NIP to fight them.
All right, let's see what happens. Fisticuffs drawn, gauntlet thrown. Xiaohu seen on the side lane. Rookie will be moving in with the Weaver's Wall. Can they get the combo? Shanji's on the other side. Yellow card on the light. They get the Dawning Shadow across the Baron. Goes over to Aki. NIP all day long. Take these fights. Zhuo is still alive there as well. The impale on the double members there, but Weibo, they're trying to put up a fight themselves. They actually get a couple members on the backside of the fight for light, but it is a trade draw here as Weibo move to mid lane.
Oof, all the chakrams onto this Aphelios looks so scary. Xiaohu's looking for more. Potentially trying to stop any resets from happening. Weibo cannot stay mid lane. The TPs are going to come through, but what?
Baron.
What?
He just gets half of it here. They're going to TP
Did we just
in.
see a top esports Baron?
I think we did, definitely. Xiaohu's looking to punish Shanji, though, with that yellow card. The Cinder is going to give him a little bit more movement speed to work with. That yellow card gives him the distance to work with, and Shanji's out like a bandit.
Wow, chose the right card this time around. Get out of dodge real quickly. Let's watch this again because I was praising Weibo for playing the side lane so well. Rookie dives into the pit. Same as Aki. The 50-50 goes in favor of Aki in this particular one, and that was a pretty hugely won fight for NIP. However, Breathe with a fantastic double impale. Look at all these chakrams coming in from Light as well. Great team fight over the back of this one, but ultimately, it is Weibo Gaming that started this Baron and lost that fight and the Baron.
But we can't stop the fighting now because this is an infernal soul for NIP. Weibo have already dug their grave. They just got to dig themselves out of it this time around. Mid lane is being butchered by Shanji. He will have access with Destiny to get back to the fight as well. Weibo need to make something happen. They're relying on Light. Keep an eye on where he is. There's the Destiny pup. They're going to try to get access to the back line. There's a beautiful Ornhorn and Impale on the front line. Zhuo wants it though. Shanji's keeping trouble on the backside of the fight though. Tarzan trying to keep the body blocking for Light. Light stepping up. He has the AoE with the Inferno, but the Dragon goes over to Aki. That's the Infernal Soul to NIP, and they just walk away knowing the damage is done.
Okay, what in the world has Aki eaten today? Because this is where we're pointing our fingers. Can Aki stand up to Tarzan? Absolutely, he can.
Is it the straight hair?
Out, I think.
Can he see?
Is it? Can he see? Huh? All right. Aki, major respects. What a fantastic showcasing of team play in general from NIP. Not only making sure that they shut down Tarzan in the early game, they get Aki ahead. Aki performs, steals the Baron, steals Infernal Soul away from Weibo Gaming. Zhuo, a little bit far forward, but that's a backup.
Some dopamine gamers getting caught in transition here. They will use the Dawning Shadow across, but there's the Ixtal's impact there to get him straight into the wall, and Xiaohu clean that one up.
Yeah, a little bit of a whoopsie overextending right there. Your team is nowhere around. You do not have any vision control of the whereabouts of Weibo Gaming. Right here, Weibo are gonna be gifted a 3 mid lane tower. 5 versus 3, of course, is very difficult to defend. Knowing that Twisted Fate is down the bot side of the map with no ultimate to join if any fight is to occur. Aki's still looking, shadowing his top laner, shoving in that bot lane wave once more.
And we're going to have tempo as the name of the game for this first one here. We have an Elder that's going to be spawning at like 30 minutes and a half or so. With all this pressure that NIP have put towards bot side, maybe they'll be able to play towards that. But they're looking at a tier 2 right now to try to chunk down the last remaining outer structures that Weibo are holding on to. It looks like they should be able to. They have one more minion there. They will clean that one up themselves. But I think there's a little bit of wanting for Weibo's composition. They've got to find a way in, and Tarzan doesn't have a lot of easy targets. So how do you find that kind of crack in the armor here, Trouble?
I feel like the only member you have to worry about from NIP is Suo. And we saw how fast he actually goes down when he's being focused from the side of Weibo Gaming. I'm looking over at Light's inventory. Triple damage already, Shred there, Collector there, Infinity Edge there. Once he has white guns, this is gonna shred Suo so heavily. Yes, there is a Frozen Heart, but he's literally the sole frontline for NIP. So if he does eat the poke to face check into a neutral objective, you've got Light there, Crisp and Breathe are going to be his front lines. There is that potential for a very easy to execute front to back for the sort of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, if there was one spotlight to put, you know it would go straight to the man that's named after it, Light there with his third item, the Doms completed as well as alongside the recently completed IE. So the spike is definitely there. They just have to continue to kind of bodyguard him in those fights. They did a good job of it in that last fight. They need to also be able to press forward with it, and I think that's the hardest trouble.
Yeah, I feel like face checking right here is a little bit difficult. That's why you see Breathe sort of using his body to take some fish. Oh my god.
Aki with the question mark frog emote there. Breathe. Needs to use that blast cone to get out of there. NIP are just having fun. Every time you look at the player cams, they're laughing, they're giggling, and they are absolutely styling in this game number 1.
He doesn't have to do that. He's doing it for extra style points.
Maybe you gotta do all that.
His mid laner was pressuring for that last tower, and they're like, you know what? Screw it. Take more of that XP and the gold away from the Nidalee. And it's absolutely the correct choice to do. If you do have that much pressure, if you're that far ahead, keep on depriving your opponents of any resources that they can find in their own jungle. NIP have been doing that fantastically well, and Aki has been a very key member of that success.
We see them playing with vision here.
It's fully dark. It's pitch black.
Oh, they try to get the combo there. They do have Aki searching with Photic. They have all tools available. It looks like we're just getting a little bit of Nayram style here. As we're just waiting for these objectives to spawn. You have about 1:40 for an Elder Dragon. Yes, that is right. We've had that many dragons taken this early on. But the Baron is the big focus right now and making sure they can't just take it.
I mean, this is the only objective that's still up and available for the time being. So NIP definitely want to be taking control over there. Now, again, Weibo have pretty good bodies to force themselves into fog of war.
It's a 4v5 right now. They were trying to pull the trigger there.
Shanji?
But yeah, because they didn't get the full commit right there, Shanji just gets to play his game.
And he's out. Okay, and now NIP are going towards the Baron because they have full vision control with a Twisted Fate ultimate. There is no vision!
Tarzan burns his flash there. If he did not, he would have died. Now the spear not going to connect, but you do get the insane engage. They got Photic right out of the heart of NIP. Goes their carry. And now Weibo, they want to turn the tables up this game. They want to turn the tide of the momentum. And they're going to force the Baron. We've seen them do this one time before. But Aki, can he get the magic steal? He does not. Baron over to Weibo. Meanwhile, their base is lacking for structures as the minions are doing work here with the help of Sanji. They will get another turret too.
That was an incredible pick right there from Weibo Gaming, and they want more.
They want more, but Rookie's right behind him. Seismic shove back in, and Xiaohu, you forgot to look behind you. It's a two-man kill squad.
That is absolutely stellar work for NIP. If Shanji goes down there and Photic has to run all the way from base, that is a 3 versus 5 in favor of Weibo Gaming with the Elder spawn in Weibo. Their chances here for stealing it are so low.
Tarzan's got to make the difference here. Can he get a steal in his first game back? There goes Breeze with the engage. Shanji on the other side with the yellow card. They're trying to just take him out outright, and he's down. Tarzan was executed, and Weibo might just join him in the grave soon enough. Crisp will go down. It's not even about the Elder. It's about the blood. And the Elder Dragon wings start flapping, and NIP go to town on Weibo.
They do not have a wave to finish out the game right here, and Xiaohu is going to spawn instantly, but what a fantastic team fight. I feel like I keep repeating myself, but NIP have been so clean throughout the entirety. Shanji on this Twisted Fate. He's top, he's mid, he's pushing inhibitor towers, he's flanking, he's popping yellow cards. You know what? That's to redeem that blue card. Go on the top side of the map. Great stuff from the NIP squad.
As we said, coming to this one, some things change and some things stay the same. Well, the carries, the carries of these solo lanes have been monumental for Rookie and Shanji. Rightfully so, after a wonderful split in spring, NIP turning heads with their gameplay, and here to kick us off in summer, they're doing the same.
Again, so incredible here from Sanji, flashing through for the gold card onto Tarzan. They know that the only way NIP can lose this fight is if that Elder Dragon gets stolen away and they get executed down. And they make sure that the only member from Weibo Gaming that can do this goes down. Hats off to Sanji. Incredible flash over the wall to take care of that threat.
Just making the play call there, I think, is the biggest thing. That's the fluidity we've seen all game long from NIP. Literally, their plays have been so synced together there, and they're able to play off each other. And that's something we started seeing towards the latter half of spring, not always in spring, but it's definitely transitioned well in the offseason here into summer. At least in this game, number 1. And we'll see if they can cross their T's, dot their I's.
Spring. I'm so happy you mentioned spring because it left us with a bittersweet taste, you know, not beating JDG even though we knew they could potentially. Rookie Gonna put the wall down to get that inhibitor. Breathe, this is gonna drift through the wall. But yeah, seeing this NIP coming back on their first game, it's gotta feel good.
Definitely does. As already maybe bucking the trend of people's expectations of them in this Group D. I think they and Weibo are the clear top 2s of the group. We'll see what happens as time goes on, but this double round robin is going to get oh so spicy as Weibo on their last breaths here, last engage potentially if Weibo want to go for it there. They do end up getting Dwo, but they won't commit for it. That is all 3 inhibs down, and all that's left is to burn a couple more here. Take down the Nexus. They will continue to siege. They don't really have any buffs. They're kind of just flexing their muscles here, Trouble.
I was about to say, there are no necessarily waves that they can use. Waves.
Oh, they're just going to get played on.
Flank, but he has been spotted.
Okay.
He has been spotted.
He's going to go for the long play on the Rookie, but can't do it. Spirit Rush there. There's going to be a knockup on the Light, but they already took the engage there. Triple knockup in the end. Light gets some decent damage back. This is actually looking pretty good, but Aki's starting to get resets, and that means that's all she wrote. Shanji gets locked down, but here comes Aki yet again. Another one there for Tarzan trying to find his way out of that one, but here's the top trio. As they're going down, Aki's still trying, but Xiaohu says you shall not pass.
NIP are getting a little bit trigger happy right there. You do not have waves. The double super minions are still in your base. They haven't flooded into Weibo's base yet. And Weibo leave to breathe. Another, I'm gonna say minute to 2 minutes and a half maybe, considering the Elder Dragon and Baron are coming back up, but NIP, little bit of a blunder there. Fighting without minions in Weibo's base. I want all eyes on Light. Look at Shanji running towards Light with a golden card, and look how instantly that gets cleansed into a Moonlight Vigil. Absolutely stellar work from the Weibo Gaming AD carry. Light put down so much damage in this particular exchange that I feel like if he hadn't done this, in the millisecond he cleansed it right there, it would have gone south for Weibo Game.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage going
incredible.
back and forth. Incredible stuff from Light. The timing on that huge, but the defense is strong from Weibo with the composition that they do have in NIP. Just forcing their hand a little bit too hard, it feels like. Now they move back onto the map with items completed, but the thing is, Light is almost on a full build. He has that shield bow completed.
And he does have a pretty beefy frontline in front of him. Double Zhonya's Hourglass for Xiaohu and Tarzan as well. So everybody has a second life. They're either very tanky or they have a second life from the sort of Weibo Gaming. Now, another problematic thing is that we mentioned Elder's coming up in a minute. Baron's already up. And Weibo Gaming actually have to worry about Baron right now because they do have double super minions running from every single lane. This times Baroned up is going to be way too many creeps in the base to deal with. So they're gonna keep a couple people behind, trying to clear it up while NIP are doing back.
Well, the battle of the Light Bros intensifies as Baron is just being stolen away. Meanwhile, I think NIP decide
They're trying to sneak in.
get bot side focus. Okay, the Weaver's all gonna be used. TP gonna come back from Breathe, try to defend the base. What is happening at the Baron pit? I hope to find out as we're gonna get the picture-in-picture. Baron is half health, but could they just lose the game outright? Breathe has sacrifices. No, the Impale. The Impale is so big. Can he stop him though? Rookie's still alive. He goes golden, and it might just be the golden hour for NIP. Xiaohu has no mana left. The auto attacks are not enough. Extolls it back. Oh my god. They defend again. And it feels like Lord of the Rings all over again. A quadra kill for Light.
9, 2, and 3. You can call him the gatekeeper because NIP have tried to end the game twice. It has both been sloppily, but Light has not let them go through. Baron goes Weibo's way, and honestly, the Elder Dragon is going to go towards Weibo as well, which is going to win them a lot more time on the clock. The tanks are getting tankier. Light's gonna complete his last item. They might even lose.
Go for the end?
They might even just
No
end.
way! off of one fell swoop, off of 2 consecutive team fights. There's no way that this is how this first game ends of this series.
5 seconds,
Bring
5 seconds,
us
5 seconds.
more. Breen goes through the wall, and it's gonna be a kick to the face that sends NIP right through it. That's the end, and Weibo completely flipped game 1.
What in the world? Weibo Gaming defend back to back the base race thrown at them.
Oh my god.
NIP will be kicking themselves. Stellar early, stellar mid game, incredibly coordinated team fights just to get over Zealous twice in the base. And Weibo Gaming, Light in particular, the gatekeeper, I'm gonna call him from now on. What an incredible performance to keep them alive and win them the game.
Oh my goodness, what a game. Game 1 of this series already delivers. What a defense. First Xiaohu on the Ahri, then Light multiple times on the Aphelios. What a game. We'll hope we get more of that in game number 2. We'll be back after a short break.
Taken away, a number's too great to comprehend. We cannot break, we cannot bend. We must find and strike their hearts, must stop its relentless beating pulse. For these tyrants covered our world. Gather our people. You will stay in 45. You will be our silent eye. we must remain. Relive the pain and dirty on them. 'Cause we must live up to our name. To those who intend on our end, we refuse to let you have the final say. Trying once, trying twice, we leave this world. We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and dirty on them. 'Cause we must live up to our name. Strike once, we can't let go. Strike twice, read in this We'll take up arms, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and dirty on them. 'Cause we must live up to our
Hold on, Trouble. I'm trying to look up if NIP got the memo that Weibo changed their name, because it seems like they forgot to double tap here against Weibo Tap Tap. It was an incredible game number 1 of this best of 3 Fearless, and Weibo, of all people, come out on top.
NIP won, right? Like, surely.
Surely, if you pause at a certain moment and then you don't watch the rest of the game,
But
yes,
if you pause at
won.
any moment of this game, NIP wins. Breathe.
How this man
Okay.
gets MVP
Okay.
is insanity.
Hold
to
up. I'm going to put out a public complaint that Light got robbed of that MVP. Sure, Breed played his mind out on the Skarner, but I honestly feel like that game, that cleanse onto Moonlight Vigil, that was literally less than a second reaction, was the entire game. Light defending that Nexus right there was the entire game for Weibo Gaming. I mean,
Yeah.
the graph says the story, right? Whichever moment you look at, NIP is winning.
The biggest thing that the graph doesn't tell you is that NIP tried to force an end for like a good 5 minutes, even though they had
Twice?
no buffs or anything like that.
Twice?
They continued to try. They had the Nexus open, but unfortunately three times, I guess, not both, they were rebuffed. First time it was Xiaohu, the last 2 times it was Light, and they come out clutch with that big turnaround swing 38 minutes into the game.
Okay, I'm visibly upset. I need to calm down after this game because I feel like I was commending NIP for everything. The way they reacted to the lane swap, the way they were using Photic to accompany Aki into the jungle to deprive Tarzan of any experience, any XP, any of his own creeps in the jungle, the way that they were transitioning then into having Photic with the top laner to bully Skarner out, to try and get TF ahead, the way they were giving so much gold into the Ornn because he was that sole frontline for the entire team. Their team fights were incredible. Side lane pressure from Sanji, like, there is nothing, Mazal, nothing I can put my finger on, apart from a blue card, but I'm gonna ignore that. There's nothing I can put my finger on that says NIP need to improve in anything going into game number 2 other than don't get too excited to end the game.
At this point, it feels like that's what you have to say, but we'll see what they can do here going into this one, especially with the Fearless system being implemented. All of those champions that either team played in their first game will not be available to their specific team in this second game. So we will not see a lot of the strong pieces that NIP were able to bring out. See if Skarner makes it through for them this time around. But I think the biggest difference maker will be what this jungle matchup looks like in game 2.
Again, it felt like NIP did everything they could to make Tarzan's life a living hell in his own jungle. And all in all, even though we're saying NIP were playing stellar, Weibo were pretty even with them for majority of these games. Sure, they were behind in gold, but if you looked around on the map, they were doing a stellar job with Xiaohu taking those side lanes, so they kept being close to even in terms of gold. Now, what's your first pick right here? Ashe is gonna make its way through. Could be AD carry, could be support, it could be paired up with a literally million of AD carries as well.
I like to see NIP on blue side this time around. See that swap up there, but the Camille will be an ever-present ban against Breathe, it feels like. The Varus is hovered right now for Light, would give still that big versatility to the pick itself in terms of what builds you can go, but also we saw earlier in the first series of the day how strong this pick can be. We'll already have a piece to our bot lane matchup.
Yeah, Varus seems like more prominent AD carry right now that doesn't necessarily get banned very often. Of course, Fearless could very easily change that regard of the Varus not being banned out. Let's see if here they're gonna show up what they want to take in terms of their jungle probably, or their mid lane even. 2 of which they let out until very late in the drafts. In game number 1 is going to be the Rex. And now, again, this could be flexed towards top lane, but more recently, we have been seeing a favor towards the jungle.
We have been. I will be curious. Some of the giggling over there from Xiaohu as they locked it in. See where that one's going to go. There is going to be some of that flexibility for them. I think that is one of the strengths we also saw from NIP that last split, was the flexibility they had in some of the early picks in their draft. There is the instant double lock-in for NIP. It's the Callista paired up with the Ashe, and then the Cassante, or should I say, Kashanji.
Kassanji is back. I would be surprised even if I saw a Blitzcrank here coming through. We saw it in a previous series as well, when you do have 2 squishy targets towards the bot side of the map. something like a Blaze Run could be actually huge. Ashe, extremely immobile on this lane as well. No Kalista as well, that's very short range. They're gonna choose to go with another split push threat on Xiaohu this time around. It's going to be the LeBlanc.
Was banned out last game against them, knowing that can be a big threat Xiaohu brings to the table. Still love to see the flexibility of the draft that Weibo are bringing. I still think they need some stability with their engage tools specifically. And maybe they just opt into more split pushing pressure. We get in the second phase of bans, and it is the Corki ban away against NIP.
Now, I was doing a little bit of a digging for ERLs. Now, mindfully, in Season 7, Rek'Sai was seen more than 1,000 times, I think, paired up with the likes of Syndra back then. They were a very potent duo versus the likes of LeBlanc and Lee Sin. And I'm assuming this is what's going to be here for Tarzan. It's going to be the Rek'Sai in the jungle to facilitate for the LeBlanc as well. However, I'm looking to see what does Rookie have to play into that LeBlanc. The Tristan, of course, has been banned out together with the Corki. I'm not the biggest fan of Corki. I think for Rookie, somebody who wants to shove and play into Fog of War, it's not one of the best champions to do this with. We have seen it in action. I wouldn't mind, honestly, seeing that Talia over it. Oh, we can't. Sorry, guys. Fearless. I'm adapting to it as well. Never mind.
I was giving it a second.
Surprise.
I was going to help you out.
Surprise.
Just say, you got it. Hey, let's go. The Poppy, though, a specific ban towards Aki. I think we saw some revelations of that from last split, but also it's one of Tarzan's go-to premier manipulated picks in the jungle. I like that Zac ban already, telling that engage power from Weibo, and especially the length of engage. Gone. The Kennen taken away, though.
Wow. I'm actually very surprised we're seeing these bans, especially since Breathe has come back. I'm wondering now if they're going to fall back to something like a Renekton potentially towards the top side of the map. Pairs up quite well with the Rek'Sai as well in terms of point CC and Rek'Sai ganking that lane. Pretty okay into Cassante too.
See what kind of front line they want to go with. It will be Crisp's Leona. They get a big solar flare, but also some follow-up CC there themselves. We've seen Leona rise through priority here, at least early in these two first series that we have. And we'll see if some maybe tried and true stock standard stuff comes out from NIP, or if we are going to get like the Aurelion Souls, things like that to round out their comp.
I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't mind seeing something like the Orianna Sejuani or something like an Orianna Jarvan, extremely immobile AD carry in the likes of a Varus. Once the ball sticks, it sticks. That also does the job.
Okay.
The Wukong in the jungle pretty much acts as a J4, as a delivery, the ball from Orianna.
This is something you talked about in game number 1, something that should have stayed in the ban pool, but Breathe Jax will be unleashed onto the map.
You know, I'm gonna give you a fun fact right here about Breathe. A couple of years ago, I wasn't very familiar with the LPL at all. And the fun fact is, I had a pretty big cast that was coming up. I think it might have been like India Masters Finals or something. So I posted in my timeline, Breathe. As in, like, I'm trying to breathe, like, to get my anxiety out, right? And every single LPL caster commented underneath. He's like, "Yay, isn't he insane?"
I was
He's
there.
freaking
I
popping
remember
off."
that.
You remember? And I was like, "Wait, what? What's going on?" And apparently, he had just a monstrous performance that morning, and it was like the craziest thing ever. And I will forever remember Breed's name because of that.
It's been a lot of fun to watch his growth over in RNG, but maybe some of the lack of growth over the last little bit here on a new team, reunited with Xiaohu. We'll be seeing what he can do over this split here. He was that top player that was involved with the bin trade with BLG so long ago. But as we get into game number 2, it's again wondering what some of these picks can do, what this jungle matchup will particularly look like. We saw a very one-sided game for a majority of it in game number 1. It was all NIP favored until it wasn't. Weibo snatched that win out from under them. Now hopefully NIP have learned to double tap their opponent in Weibo Gaming tap. As we get into it though, we'll see if we can be pushed to double game 3s on our first day of summer. Fearless is a hell of a lot of fun. And we're already seeing some of those things play out here. Weibo Gaming versus the Ninjas in Pajamas. Game number 2 starting now. We continue the level 1s. I love to see it. As the Gyos go out, we have to think about the setup that these level 1s give, because I feel like in that first series we had, there was a lot gained by the early vision there. And when NIP were able to play through the lane swaps and things that last game, it was very interesting how they controlled the map trouble.
If I was Tarzan, Marcel, I'm not gonna lie to you, I would take this personally. Twice in a row right now. You see the early invades trying to dictate where Tarzan starts, putting down vision from the side of NIP. And this is the correct play, right? We said, hey, this man in the jungle, he's a monster. He's got Rek'Sai. He can gank early on if he so wishes, you know. Pretty good pair with the LeBlanc. If you get one chain onto Rookie, who's playing a very mobile target, a Rek'Sai follow-up is very, very potent. So making sure you track down that Rek'Sai, you track down Tarzan the entire time has been the name of the game for NIP. And in game number 1, they did this flawlessly.
And Weibo, yet again, gonna go with the lane swap. It was them that initiated it last time. Here they go yet again. Shanji Unleashed. I think I do want to bring a little bit more focus to that top side as well. I know we probably won't see anything from them except for some of these fun trades early on, but both guys getting their comfort champions here in the Jax for Breathe and Shanji's K'Sante. He's going. Does he know it's a 1v2 here? I mean, maybe he does because he's just K'Sante and can do that.
He has Swole behind him, and Tarzan is pretty low on HP, so it doesn't matter that he's level 2 onto the Rek'Sai. They can actually bully him with range from the Ash.
Ooh, Xiaohu. Xiaohu has an angle. Okay, he's not going to commit there. The Ghost did get popped. Whoa, there as well. They will end up getting the Wolves away for Tarzan. So some nice double jungling action. And this is some funny League of Legends. If you had watched League of Legends any time in the past, like, 6 years, it feels like, this would feel like a weird amalgamation.
However, that does slow down a little bit the Rek'Sai. He's going to be ahead, however, because the Breathe has been helping him quite a bit. Now, that gives a lot of solo XP to Photic onto this Kalista, and we do know that after 1 or 2 plates go down, the laners will press reset and go back to the original lanes. However, I don't know if I'm very happy with Weibo for lane swapping right here, because K'Sante is K'Sante. He's fine. Even in a solo lane, he'll be fine. However, for Breathe, I want to see a Jax that actually farms, gets some gold down, doesn't necessarily stick into a jungle trying to help his jungler clear out because he has no other job on the map. It is going to be 1 tire plating for his troubles right here. 125 gold in the bag. And I feel like everyone will just reset and go back to normal.
And that's where we can talk a little bit about the stylized differences of both these teams with their compositions in this game number 2. Breathe will at some point get to a side lane threat. He will not be able to deal with the Jax. He will be a nuisance. Xiaohu will also be in the same boat. So really right now, Weibo's composition is looking at surviving, using that mid game to press the side lanes and use macro to really pick apart NIP, where NIP have a little bit more of their cards on the table, it feels like, in the way they can fight.
Yeah, also that 1 item spike is really huge for the set of Weibo, so they can use that as an advantage to fight around neutral objectives early on. So for example, stacking early dragons will give you so much freedom on the map later on when you want to split push and drop a couple of dragons later on in order to get a lot of pressure on the side lanes with the LeBlanc and with the Jax that you mentioned as well. Whilst NIP, I agree with you, it's everyone in, you know, the Ash arrow lands, and you'll see Wukong flying in, or Rihanna ball right on top of that. They are looking for the wombo combo. However, if Weibo never group us 5, you'll never be able to get one of these wombo combos, and you will have to mirror the side lane pressure at some point.
So we're seeing a massive level difference. I think we obviously see there is a bit of a difference in how the level 1s went for both these 2 top laners. We'll see a little bit of a catch-up from Breathe there as he gets pushed under his turret. There is a dragon coming up on the other side of the map with a reset coming out from Rookie. I do not expect there to be very much presence from NIP on that side of the map just yet.
Yeah, as you can see, Aki's also moving back to his own jungle. However, they invaded the top side jungle of Tarzan, put down a lot of vision. Again, making sure you keep contact with that Rek'Sai at all times is going to be of pivotal importance for NIP's early game, specifically because you have that range bot lane, right? The second you lose your flash on that bot side of the map. You lose a lot of that pressure that the double AD carry lanes usually have to offer you. So keeping track of where Tarzan is, and especially when he's on top side of the map, that gives a lot of freedom to Photic and Swole to play a little bit more aggressive.
Taking a look at the backs of the bot lane of Weibo. Are they just going to go back to bot lane? It looks like they're going to split for the time being. Maybe signaling. Okay, it looks like they're going to realign going back towards bot side of the map. But a very easy-going game so far. We will see Tarzan ping over towards these grubbies. Should be taking that objective, at least the vision around it first.
Also keeping in mind right here, level 6 for Rookie, level 5 for Shahu. Now, of course, Shahu has a wave pushing towards him, so he is going to hit that level 6 soon. However, NIP do not want to be going in there. There is pretty good skirmishing potential with the LeBlanc and with the Leona early on. There is a lot of base damage on the kit of Leona as well that you don't want to necessarily be dealing with. So NIP are just going to be sticking to lanes, trying to take towards the bot side of the map. First Dragon. Very important for NIP. Yep.
Had the Void Rush. Thought maybe he was going to go for a play with Xiaohu there, but the wave in a weird
Still
state.
can.
They might go for the chain here as well. Does end up getting a bit of a late chain under turret. Gonna use the Void Rush just yet. Gonna move over towards the Dragon Pit now, having moved Rookie out of the lane. The Dragon goes over to Aki, makes it out of the back of the pit, and maybe a skirmish. He does have a level advantage, at least for Tarzan, over Aki. They'll go back to it here. And objective going over the way of NIP.
And again, forfeiting the Void grabs towards the top side of the map meant that Photic and Swole pressed that bot lane wave far out, which allowed Aki the ability to take that dragon. He should be close to level 6 here. Still level 5 for Aki. And that's a level 6 Tarzan taking his red buff. I feel like this is some sort of karma, you know, a little bit of revenge for Tarzan, if you will.
A nice welcome back for Tarzan. Having a bit of a rough Italy game at game number 1, but still coming away with the victory and now getting a ton of support from his team. But I will say that is exactly what I love from Tarzan. The last time we saw him on LNG, he's a very headstrong jungler. He'll make good decisions, but he needs follow-up from his teammates, and that's what I feel like can make him so lethal on this Weibo roster.
And we'll see right here. He has all the tools and he has all the side lane pressure that he needs with the LeBlanc and with the Jax to make those decisions that you did mention. Ooh, get back here.
Good all out there from Shanji, and that's why they call him Kashanji, as Aki will claim first blood for NIP.
That was a great hijack through the wall from Shanji. And for a second, I thought Breathe was gonna make it out, but the transition from NIP's bot lane meant that he couldn't really get too far away. Now, Tarzan is looking. This is still a level 5 Ashe into a level 6 Rex and a level 7 LeBlanc.
And they
So
will
definitely don't want to be overextending.
Yeah, you will force all 3 grubs early over. So the trade of early neutral objectives to both sides, but now Weibo, they're not done yet. They're actually looking over in the jungle as they see the Gromp go down. Crisp waiting here. Aki caught unawares, and that's the level difference there. The Void Rush feeding the hungry Tarzan.
It was Photic and Aki chasing Tarzan inside his own jungle. This time around, it's Tarzan and Crisp hunting Aki in his own jungle. 1 level down, about 10 CS down as well for the NIP jungler. And Tarzan, he's looking pretty strong this game around. This is going to be a very tanky Rek'Sai that you're going to have to deal with. And I don't know if you necessarily have the tools to do that. I mean, Kalista is great and all, but this is going to be more of a poke Kalista, if you will. Ashe doesn't dish out too much damage, and you've got a lot of bursts coming through the Orianna, so having that Rek'Sai as your front line is going to be huge for Weibo.
It will be, and also just the access it gives you if you can tick one of those little non-healthy backliners there with the Prey Seeker and try to get the Void Rush on top of it. Aki's going to go over here to try to contest over this blue buff. Tarzan on his way here. Does have the Tiamat in tow. They have a little bit of strength in the team fighting here as they go, but they'll just give over the blue buff to Aki. NIP will not stop at that as they have pressure on bot side with Photic taking the turret plates here. It is just going to be the trade across map.
Yeah. Weibo Gaming here might choose to reset. I don't think it is wise to dive Ekesante underneath the tower, and it's going to be a base race between the two AD carries. However, NIP are going to give up on the tower. They're taking more control into the jungle. They're looking at Jax. Potentially looking for more kills, taking control of that bulk quadrant of Tarzan's jungle, but I feel like just taking the first tower gold and getting out is going to be huge for them, but they might have lost the fight.
Looks like they will secure that one here as the Zenith Blade actually connects. First turret goes over. Not going to be in range for anything there as the Chains of Corruption did go through as well. Traded right back for another turret, going NIP's way this time around. We have under a minute for a Dragon trouble, and NIP want to continue stacking that one up.
Yeah, I feel like they felt like depriving Jax of more XP and gold was more worth than potentially getting that first tower for themselves. I mean, this is what this is the only thing I can think about right here. There was no kill to be had towards the bot side. They already had jungle control, so there's no way you're pulling away from the tower unless you just want to pressure Jax more. Now, of course, Breed has fallen behind about 400 gold to the Cassante, and Jax is a very money-hungry champion, but once he does get these items, once he does get that gold, he becomes an absolute menace in team fights and side lanes. However, saying that, you mentioned the dragon coming up in 5 seconds. Sanji on that Cassante already has his first item completed.
Oh, that's actually kind of nuts. We're getting first items for majority members, it looks like. As I think the Trinity Force on Aki would be very curious to see how he can dish that damage out in these little fights. We are getting some positioning around the Dragon Pit now. Some still good vision for NIP around that one, though. And I do think this mid lane priority is going to be super important for that. But also the way that they enter these fights, because Aki's looking.
I don't think NIP has any business walking into this river. You do not have an item onto your Orianna. You have to be in a side lane. The wave is pushing. Shahu is there. You definitely don't want to be going up against, what's it called now? Ludi's companion?
God.
LeBlanc and all this foe coming in from light. I feel like NIP are racing against the clock right here because the more damage and the more side lane pressure the Weibo have, the more he's going to force NIP's hand in very unfavorable fights.
Be very difficult. NIP just gonna force the dragon outright. Tarzan will spot it out, but can't do anything about it. Second dragon goes to NIP. Joel will take some piercing arrows to the back, but he'll take that all day as they have their objective stacking going. The mountain dragon soul will be on the rift as Xiaohu's starting off his side lane duties.
The walk of shame from Rookie TPing into the fight. And walking all the way back to where he came from as the fight never ended up happening from the sort of Weibo. I feel like Weibo are more than happy here to let go of the first two dragons. However, it would have been better for them to have a few, especially since the split pushers, now they're going to be called to actually group and fight so they don't have to give away any type of soul to NIP and give them a way back into this game.
And with a small advantage, they will press that forward, at least to try to get all 6 grubs, which we've seen be pretty strong, as quick as you can take down. That's what won Weibo the game last time around, was how quickly they could take down those structures because of the grubs they had gotten beforehand. Now we'll see them make
you
good.
cannot afford that. You cannot afford to give a split push and team.
Yeah.
Oh, they didn't have the time!
Oh, but they got the 4. They got the 4.
Okay,
they
you know
got
what?
the first might spot at least.
Silver lining for NIP, that is not a 5 Void Grubs buff. Especially with Jackson LeBlanc, this would hurt your side lane so much. NIP knew the timers were there, but Aki could get caught in the jungle yet again. All eyes on Chris.
Oh, they actually do catch him out here. He's going to burn his flash, trading places with Tarzan. And he does end up making it out alive. I don't know if Tarzan could say the same, though. Shud's going to pin him right into the wall and all out him to death. Rookie picks up that one for NIP, and they're right onto the Rift Herald.
A little bit split from the sort of Weibo gaming. Tarzan went a little bit too far into the jungle, looking at Aki. He was 1 level up at that point. You're going to fight him. Then his bot lane gets attacked in the river. So all in all, a positive trader here for NIP. They're going to take the kill. A very crucial member as well, if I'm not wrong. Rookie got that one on Orianna. You definitely want your Orianna to start piling up a little bit more gold, since Shahu has been giving Rookie a pretty hard time in lane. Uh-oh.
And
no flash on Photic.
we're getting close to like second items at least here. Yeah, Photic be playing for a little bit of vision play here. Breathe, not going to pull the trigger on him. But I do want to think a little bit about how these build structures are going to go. We got the two Luden's companions for the mid lane fight, but we're going that full lethality style we've seen rising in priority in solo play, at least for the Varus, and a lot of strength going that way early on. But the Edge of Night start for it with a cheap kind of utility. Interesting.
Yeah, absolutely love that. There is so much follow-up if that Ash arrow hits. I feel like having that Edge of Night frees a lot of the movement from the Varus. And again, here, I want to point out, while Crisp is getting caught by the bot lane of NIP, you'll see that Xiaohu was a little bit too far into the jungle trying to find Aki and poke him out. Then Xiaohu arrives, but Tarzan is in trouble, and then the bot lane is trying to run away, but then suddenly you have Sanji TPing in, so it was a little bit miscoordinated right here. Aki is getting TP'd on.
He's in a little bit of trouble here. He's going to Cyclone his way out, but Weibo have already gotten him. No! He almost gets breathed back. They try to fight on the other side, though. Fate's call pulled by Photic to get Zhuo out of there. Breathe still fighting his way out, but Rookie should be able to clean him up here. Another 300 smackaroos straight to Rookie's pocket.
This is insanity right now. They're fighting with no objectives up on the map. The
Oh
Ash
my
arrow in
God.
the face.
Xiaohu gonna burn his flash there. That's been unfortunate. Good timing with the vision from NIP. They're playing around it so well. Oh, he goes for
Meanwhile-
it. Xiaohu, my goat! He literally picks them apart. They had no idea he was coming back for Zhuo, but he always comes back.
A great pick right there for Xiaohu. And Weibo Rookie is looking, he's hunting for Xiaohu. He wants something back for his
Why
dead
can't
support.
I have a displacement too?
I mean, are you LeBlanc?
Imagine Oriana with displacement.
Okay, I don't want to imagine that actually. That would be too OP. You know
far,
what?
too far.
This is why she doesn't have a displacement.
True. You're not
Can you
wrong.
imagine Shockwave with displacement? This is why she needs champions to do that for her. If she could do it on her own, that would be too OP.
It's like a 2-for-1 special. They played through the vision so well here, and Aki just had no way out.
Yeah, they're pulling the TP onto Aki right there, and he thinks that his Tribush is safe, which is technically running towards his bot lane. But not only does he end up going down, his bot lane gets zoned out of the jungle, and by the time the Rookie arrives, he's a little too far away. Nice double control there to spot Xiaohu, but unfortunately they just cannot follow up, and the second Zhuo walks up, he's been seen on that control ward. Xiaohu knows.
Rookie was already running that way too, so Rookie could like see it happening in slow motion, like yo. It still happened though, unfortunately. The Dragon does end up going over to NIP though.
Third.
That'll be their third in a row, so they're on soul point.
Oh, the arrow towards the top side. Just about misses Breathe. He felt the breeze of that arrow.
It was a
Flying
nice
pass.
cool breeze.
Yeah.
It's a giant ice arrow, so you know it's gotta have a nice like drifting breeze through it.
It's like an air conditioning on the move, yeah?
Yeah.
Pretty much. We need that now in Berlin. It's pretty hot. Now, keeping track of what's happening on the map, I'm looking at top lane. That's a huge gap. Shanji level 12. On that Cassandra, just about level 11 for Breathe with a 2-level gap between the two top laners. And he's not called Kisanji for nothing. And even though the champion has been nerfed a couple of times, he was buffed again very recently. So Shanji right here could be the difference maker, because even though Weibo Gaming are very slippery in general as champion, the Blanc, Rek'Sai, Jax, you need somebody to stand in front of your very squishy bot lane and tank whatever's thrown your way from the sort of Weibo Gaming. And Shanji has done this plenty of times to the split.
And that's where that stability of the composition comes to bear for NIP. Like, they are very good in a 5-man because they have a lot of options to peel, a lot of options to engage. Whereas for Weibo, they're still looking at the side lane. They're still looking at utilizing the map to play against NIP. And while we haven't gotten to the moment that their split pushing is incredibly strong, Breathe will get there after he gets a couple more items. So I think there's all that timing that Weibo are wanting to rely on that's going to start coming harder and harder to come by here, because we already have 3 dragons stacked up for NIP.
Yeah.
We have Baron that's going to be on the map. We have a lot of options for them to play through.
And that's the problem for Weibo Gaming. If they had a couple of dragons, it would have been very easy again to drop them later on and keep on pressuring those side lanes and look for replies from the side of NIP. However, right now NIP are more than happy to invite Weibo in. These big wombo combos that we wanted to see. Weibo need to group for those, and they're doing it right now. They're pulling TPs.
Wait, whoa, he's dead. He's gone. Xiaohu actually finds the chain on Aki. Oh, the scene is played on top. Look at all that poke. And a double kill for Light, who's taking the spotlight once again. A nice cue from Photic there in the end, though, pushes Weibo's advance back, but they get what they came for, and they got 2 kills because of it.
And that's perfect. More time on the map for Weibo Gaming. Getting those 2 picks sort of frees them on the map. You'll see Xiaohu instantly towards the top side of the map, pushing down that wave. Breathe, shoves in that mid lane, heads towards the bot side of the map. Weibo Gaming are trying to split NIP apart. Xiaohu has found Rookie again.
He's trying to get some plays on a Rookie with Crisp right behind him there, but the damage just not going to be there yet. As we say, they got caught.
Yeah, so bottom right, not very clean right there. Overextending, just an Ashe. Couldn't even flash right there. Very dangerous stuff. Again, when you don't have the bodies to try and put down that pressure in terms of vision control, walk into Fog of War, it becomes very difficult when you're that squishy. Just walk in and not get punished. Weibo Gaming on top of their game right here. Anyone overextends from NIP, they're literally punishing them instantly. And even though we're talking about Photic and how he got a lot of free gold earlier on from the bot side of the map, I feel like Light right here on the Varus is kind of outshining him.
We are now almost at 3rd item there for Light on the other side. We'll see if he can actually get to that and use that spiked lethality Varus like we saw him use on the Aphelios last time around. But now it is also 2nd items for these mid laners, Xiaohu and Rookie. And I have a lot more to say of the game as we go on, but my goodness, that is the power of having these early style builds with the first strike. You do so much damage to these squishier members.
And I feel like Weibo have been doing such a great job in splitting apart those little skirmishes and fights for NIP. They're pretty much picking on the first person they see, and then suddenly NIP just scatters around the place. And this is what things like Rek'Sai and LeBlanc love to have. Scattered members so they can chase them through. Now, of course, talking about chasing, 30 seconds time, this is going to be soul for NIP. They have pretty good items. 2 items for you, Kalista. You've got 2nd item completed for Rookie's Orianna as well. Now they need to just make sure that the damage sticks, because again, it's so difficult to pin down things like the Jax. You see that Light also has Edge of Night, as you previously mentioned as well. LeBlanc, very, very slippery. So to get this huge wombo combo, they're going to have to force Weibo's hand through a choke point.
But that's exactly what Weibo brought to the table to answer it. They go for the split pushing. They say, maybe we give over this Mountain Soul, but we get 2 tier 2s because of it. See if that poke is going to make the difference. But one big pick, that's what makes the difference. As a tier 2 falls to the side lane master in Xiaohu.
The more NIP doubts what they want to do with the map, the more pressure is going to be applied on the side lanes. Both Breathe and Xiaohu have teleports to join the fights whenever they want. Xiaohu through the jungle. He does have the flank. He's going to be spotted right now on a ward, but he has a fantastic position to pinch NIP.
TP coming in from Rookie. He's going to pull the trigger. Now Xiaohu taking a decent amount of damage back. Tarzan trying to get over there, and he doesn't get it. Actually, it is going to be Aki securing the soul for NIP.
Now, this is gonna be huge. You need that extra resistance when you're playing against things like the LeBlanc, like the Poke, Varus, and NIP are potentially looking to catch Weibo Gaming. But remember, when everyone gets scattered, it's Weibo Gaming that comes up ahead in those exchanges. Xiaohu is gonna W through the wall and TP away.
They really wanted to take.
That was about 10 seconds too late.
They really wanted to try and get maybe a little bit of decision-making paralysis there for NIP. But Weibo, they don't get the dragon. They at least escape with their lives. They'll have a Mountain Souled up NIP to deal with now.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Mazel. I feel like that first game really shook up NIP. They knew they shouldn't have lost it. They knew they were by far the better team. So now that they're being pulled apart by Weibo Gaming, I feel like you said it. Their decision-making has been completely paralyzed. And Weibo Gaming have a pretty steady control of the map. The side lanes are constantly being pressured, and I do not know how to respond to that. Their strong bot lane never took off in the early game. They do have a soul to show for themselves, but this is still a 4,500 gold lead for Weibo Gaming. Almost a death gap. Almost a 3-item LeBlanc with death gap.
And almost, or over 1,000 gold there, or just about almost 1,000 gold for the first strikes across Weibo's team for Light and Xiaohu. That is third item completed for Xiaohu. That's a Rabadon's, by the way. He will be able to one-shot people now. So we'll see if he can utilize that in the side lanes. But NIP want to continue to force these 5v5s where they are strong.
Perfect. That is perfect. You're forcing Weibo Gaming to walk in through a choke point. I feel like NIP trying to push Weibo Gaming to get through those tight choke points. Oh, the flash from Crisp.
Yeah, didn't have the proc of the aftershock there for him. He's now moving back in here with some poking from Xiaohu. They're going to try to defend this outer tower as NIP looking for where they can siege, if at all possible. There is the Baron up on the table. You can see they're pinging it here. Maybe they want to try to force Weibo to fight around that.
Yeah, the problem is Cattle Crab was still up and available for Weibo Gaming, so they had full vision control of what's happening on Baron. Right now, they have lost that. And the second that they see Xiaohu's LeBlanc towards the bot side of the map, they're forcing that mid lane play. Well played from NIP right there. They know they have the numbers advantage. They push down that tower. And now they're going to try to possibly play again towards the objective that you mentioned. Baron is going to be huge for them. And they need to try and avoid those mid lane fights as much as possible. Being in a very wide space versus Weibo, where you're getting flanked constantly by Jax, Rek'Sai, and LeBlanc, is going to be impossible to defend your Ashe and Kalista.
And that's already 4 items for Light. Yes, you can think about the later game and where those items start kind of falling off long term, but you're already 4 items in at 27 minutes. You have so much strength for this lethality Varus, and they need to be able to utilize that to some extent. But isn't it telling that we've had around 30-minute Elder Dragons in both games already of this series where these teams are being decisive, Trouble?
Absolutely. I feel like it's been a win condition, and it has been spotted very early on from NIP. They have been stellar when it comes to taking those neutral objectives that really matter to them, and they knew that Weibo probably wanted dragons. So they made sure to snatch them away from them and create a win condition for themselves, which they very much needed after such a very slow progression early game for NIP. Now, Rookie is going to pressure towards the top side of the map. The more that they control towards the top side of the map, the more the Baron will be probable to be taken down, and you could force Weibo's hand towards very tight choke points, such as these ramps next to mid lane.
You see NIP moving up towards top side. We see the replay happening with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow dodged out by Crisp's clean sidestep. We want to see NIP kind of continue to use this. We did get second item for Breathe with that Navori Flicker Blade there completed for the Jax. Still waiting to have those big 3-item power spikes here. But NIP know they need to continue pressing and finding the weak points of Weibo.
Yeah, because in a minute's time, there's going to be the question, do you go for Elder or do you go for Baron? Baron right now is the answer for NIP. What they really want is to try and pull the trigger for Weibo Gaming for a team fight.
Yeah, they just want to try to get the TPs out. They want to try to pull some resources away from Weibo. They did get a little bit of their attention. They did not get the TP out from Breed. So some TP still available on either side there for the plays. But I think the other little microcosm in all of this is that Light went the Serpent's Fang against the Mountain Soul. So a little bit of strength there against some of the shielding that will be provided as Xiaohu dodges out of an Enchanted Crystal Arrow out of Jewel.
I actually wanted to mention that I'm absolutely loving Light's build and also the order in which he bought the items. When he got ahead, he built Edge of Night first, which means that if Suo was to hit an arrow on him, it no longer is feasible. It's no longer going to be an easy target for Suo's Ashe to hit the arrow on. And then when the Mountain Soul came in, Serpent's Fang came out from Light. Shields also on Orianna get impacted by this too. So I'm absolutely loving the order in which Light has been purchasing all these items for it to make sense throughout this game. Now, here comes the dilemma that we talked about. There's a Baron on the map, and there's an Elder, and NIP want to fight. They want Weibo to funnel into them, especially with those item breakpoints that NIP just accumulated for themselves. So let's see. He's going to be the Elder Dragon trigger.
And Weibo are like, guys, are you sure you want to start that? Like, we don't have to fight this just yet. Tarzan going to be circling around the other side. There's the TP call. Weibo, no, they have to be here. Xiaohu
Xiaohu?
already out. Rookie gets the outplay, and Rookie with the solo bolo of the mid laner of Weibo. Now the Elder Dragon looks like a done deal for NIP as Shanji ults Crisp out of the fight. Tarzan around the corner here. Can Tarzan get a miracle steal? Shanji doesn't have a lot of health. They're not going to be able to do this unless Tarzan can get in. Tarzan doesn't get it. Aki is just better as the Elder Dragon for NIP should signal the lead holistically in their hands, even if not in gold.
Rookie. He's been getting bullied this entire game by Xiaohu and getting that solo kill, not allowing the LeBlanc to have that flank to ruin everything for NIP was so pivotal for his team. Grabbing that Elder Dragon means that there's gonna be absolutely no contest into getting the Baron, and suddenly all the side lane pressure, all the side lane power that Weibo Gaming are holding in their hands is going to be dissipated for at least a couple of minutes to come, whilst that Baron buff is active on NIP.
Rookie with the big moves. The campaign to get him to international still right and well. He's
getting himself to international,
picks
Mazel.
out Xiaohu here.
I mean, also, that's a little bit sassy.
Yeah, it's
from
a bit
Xiaohu
sus,
as well.
yeah.
It's a little bit sus because you have been seen, of course, in the mid lane wave, and you are face checking into a brush that has not been cleared. Crisp was very close to getting there and putting a ward down, but it wasn't necessarily the case yet, so you never know who could be hiding in this brush. Unfortunately for Xiaohu, it was Rookie who kind of one-shot him. But great stuff from the NIP mid laner. I think he just breathed some life back into this game for NIP.
I like what you did there. He's also got his own hat that he made out of sticks here. That makes him very strong. The Baron buff absolutely tearing these turrets down. That'll be the mid-outer tier 2 down, at least. Try to look at the inhibs here in mid lane, maybe biting off a little bit more, but they have a tier 2 that Shanji's working on. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will split the uprights there. The Cannon Minion actually doing some work, and this should enable them to take this inhib turret.
Honestly, that's great stuff from NIP right here. They don't need to stall with the Baron and the Elder. They're just using the power of the Elder to straight up brute force and pressure waves into Weibo Gaming's base. Taking 2 inhibitors here would be absolutely incredible in terms of slowing down Weibo's pressure on side lanes, because there will be super minions that have to be dealt with.
They have cut the lead down. We are completely even now. When NIP was down so far. Oh, Xiaohu, he's completely out of it there. He just gets executed by the Elder Dragon. And NIP might just be able to push this into a win now that Weibo have lost their first member of the fight. It looks like they want to do so. It looks like we're on the verge, trouble, of going back-to-back 3-game series here for our first night of LPL Summer. They gotta fight their way out. Maybe we've seen a deja vu like this before, but NIP says no! We will not fall to our mistakes from game number 1. We will rise above them, and we will bring it to a 3-game series.
NIP, finally, with an inclusive decision. You either kill enemy team and then the Nexus, or you just focus the Nexus. This time around, it was kill them first, just in case, and then take the Nexus down. And again, this was NIP on the verge of defeat. This was an NIP that got that victory out of Rookie's play onto Xiaohu's LeBlanc right there. They would be kicking themselves if they lost the series 0-2, because they would have been 2-0 up right now. But I'm just so happy that these two teams are delivering and we're getting a 3rd game.
I'm so excited that we get all 6 games for our first night. We're going to send it to a short break. We'll be back for game number 3.
clouds falling away. Some tell me now the fortune of the real. Call on us now to wipe out all the traitors. The earth trembled as we gathered ashore for the lands we swore to hold. For our kingdom glorious. Some tell me now the fortune of the realm. Call on us now to wipe out the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lands we swear to hold. For our kingdom glorious.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL Summer Split. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Trouble, and what a world it is. We're on our first day of the split. We go all the way to 6 games. A game number 2 that delivered head and toe. If if you were an NIP fan, as we do have our MVP to give away as well. We'll see who it is.
Surprise.
Of course, none other than the man in the mid lane, Rookie, picking that one up.
I feel like in both series, people had to go above and beyond to sort of change the outcome of the game, and Rookie was, of course, one of them for NIP. The game looked very difficult to play out until he got that pick in the mid lane into Xiaohu. He was bullied the entire game. However, he kept his CS up, he kept farming, he kept pushing out those side lanes, and when it came to those fights, finding the picks that he needed to, he absolutely delivered.
What's up with the MVPs and having negative goal differentials tonight? We'll see if that continues to be the trend here in this
LPL
series. Yeah, as we see the back and forth between them. It was a bit one-sided at the end, but it was very back and forth with a lot of the side lane pressures that Weibo were giving in their composition.
Yeah, it looked, I'm not gonna lie to you, the results are a little bit deceiving. NIP should have gone away with the game 1, and Weibo Gaming should have gone away with the game number 2. However, two very heroic plays, one from Light in game number 1 and one from Rookie in game number 2, have completely tossed the entire coin around. And now we're coming into game 3, and I'm just very excited because a lot of the picks that we saw, all the Casantes are out, there's no Skarners, like these are going out the picture completely. I'm starting to absolutely love Fearless because we're going to see hopefully some very creative plays coming in. And with NIP being sort of the gods of lane swapping and knowing how to deal with all these things around the whole lane swapping era, I'm very excited to see what picks they sort of have in store.
And if you're new to the stream or weren't paying attention, it is Fearless. So all the picks that have been chosen by each team will not be available to said team. As we go into game 3, that's where Fearless really starts to come alive. Really in best of 5s, but best of 3s, it is about getting all of those bans. So in total, after the ban phase of this game, we will have 30 champions banned in totality. So will be interesting to see what kind of picks we get out of this one, but I'm very much looking at what this mid lane matchup looks like, because Weibo tried what they're good at. They tried the split pushing, side laning pressures, but it wasn't enough to the really fast pace of NIP.
He looked very good until NIP sneaked so many dragons underneath Weibo's nose, and then Weibo could no longer avoid those team fights that NIP so wanted to take from the get-go. Now, of course, underneath both these teams, you guys will see the bans that Mazel was talking about for each team. Every champion underneath them is corresponding to all the champions that they cannot play in this particular one. But you always have to keep in mind that because you've played a champion, it doesn't mean that you shouldn't ban it because you don't want your opponents to play one. So, Senna has been banned out for the entirety of the series so far, except for game 1.
Blue side finding a lot of strength today, it feels like, too, as we get a lot of the engage taken away by Weibo against NIP, as that Nautilus joining the ban table against Zhuo, who is a very, very good Nautilus. I do like some of the bot lane focus, but the LeBlanc actually going to be banned away this time against Rookie to make sure you can't pick that one up.
And I want to see if the Tristana is going to get banned out here as the last ban for NIP, because it has been very sought after in general as a pick. It gives so much freedom in the mid lane. It is going to be the last ban for NIP. And right now, like, do you just resort to something like Italia? The Rumble has been banned out all across the series and the previous series, might I add as well. And it's going to be snatched away, flexed in all 3 or 4 roles, if you will.
And taken away from potentially Shanji, who is a very strong Rumble. I'd say Breathe right in his own right. As we get to the first 2 picks for NIP, we'll really tell what kind of focus we're going to get. This has been a pick that's been banned away, kind of back and forth here, but maybe sneaking on through. It does, as the Corki flexibility is alive and well for NIP.
Yeah, let's see what they're going to choose to pair it up with. I'm loving the Corki, but because you're playing towards more of an AD kind of Corki, I do like some pretty good frontline and frontline things that facilitate for him. Things like, I don't know, I've been saying it all over again, like a Zhuani, Maokai in the jungle look pretty good to me.
A little bit of that facilitation maybe coming through, but right now it's just all-out aggression from NIP as they take the Lucian. They'll leave the support open-ended right now, maybe giving Weibo some time to deal with that.
I mean, you could Kalista Rumble technically here, because the two pairings for Lucian is either the Milio or the Nami, and you can transition Rumble towards the bottom of the map, and he's actually a pretty good matchup into both.
Well, this is a tried and true for Light.
Okay.
And Chris going to be piloting the Lulu right alongside Light's Zeri.
Ooh, this is gonna get interesting right now, because things like the Nautilus cannot go through because you're already playing Lucian. Ban phase after that comes through, so might wanna... You could even like pick something like the Vi here and risk playing with another support, but I don't think this should be the case. You get probably the strongest bot lane that you can possible, and this is going to be the map.
I think the combo is just way too strong, especially into the duo of the Zeri Lulu. You can lock them down. Makes it that much harder to play into. But now in the second phase, the final 4 champions of our multitudes of bans here. We'll see what that focus really comes down to, and it definitely has to be towards jungle.
Absolutely, both junglers have not picked anything yet. However, Shahu also has that mid lane pick up and available to him. Talia is going to get banned out here, and Talia is one of those champions that sets up really well, actually, for things like the Rumble. The wall sets up fights really well for the equalizer to go down. I think this is what Weibo Gaming are in general looking for, things that can facilitate for that Rumble ultimate to go down.
Gonna need maybe a hot pot, or maybe, you know, a red carpet. I don't know, something to lay that one out. I do like the Nidalee ban. We've seen it rise here and since the dawning of Fearless across multiple games, but not gonna be there this time around. I know Tarzan definitely got a win on that one in game 1, but maybe he shouldn't have.
Oh.
Vi there is banned way towards him though, so the lockdown.
I'm actually very confused here, because I was expecting for NIP to potentially R4 the Vi, have an actual point-click CC to pin down things like the Rumble, the Zeri in particular as well. So I'm very surprised it's getting banned out from the side of NIP, and I'm wondering what they actually have in mind. Right here, banning the Vi away. Of course, Cassante no longer in Shanji's pool. It was picked in the last game, so this is not going to be an R4. Cassante and the Udyr has been taken out too. Could potentially pivot towards... oh, he can't. Can't be even play the Ornn. Never mind. You know, I have to go... he has to be slow. You learn as you go.
As we'll see, maybe some engage locked in for NIP. They
Oh,
actually
yeah.
get the Sejuani to give some forward aggression for their composition. But you gotta wonder what this R5 is gonna look like for top lane for Shanji, as there's still some big picks potentially for the last 2 of Weibo.
Your last tank option here, I think, would have to be something like a Sion, but they want to make sure that they know the entire composition before they lock in something. You could also pivot towards something like a Renekton. Pairs up really nicely with the likes of the Sejuani. You could potentially, if you gank towards the top side of the map, shut down that Rumble early on. A lot of squishiness also on the side of Weibo Gaming, so a Renekton wouldn't be the worst.
See what Tarzan wants. It is the Lee Sin. All right, time to lock in, son. This is going to be a classic one for Tarzan. It's Fearless. It goes back to comfort. It goes back to what you know can work, especially in a game 3 when there's so many champions taken off the table. See what the final pick is going to be. It's been hovered over and over again. It's finally locked in. The Kennen for Shanji. We haven't seen this from him in a while, but it is going to be a fun one.
Yeah, and there was a change on Kennen as well, where you don't get slightly immobilized when you start channeling the ultimate. You've got a lot more ease into sort of those rocket belt or flash ult moments from Kennen. So I'm excited to see what Shanji actually has to offer with this particular champion, but I'm looking at Weibo Gaming and all I see is chaos. I'm like, who's your frontline?
They harness chaos.
Who frontlines for you? Who makes sure that people get pinned down for the carpet to go on top with the Rumble? You know, you've got Zeri Lulu. Would be awesome to have a frontline for the Zeri Lulu to put damage down, right? Wrong. It's every man for himself on the side of Weibo Gaming. However, for the other side for NIP, I feel like they have a very, very strong front-to-back composition.
Yeah, I think the way that they can play around their double carries especially, but also the team fight potential that Shanji could bring with a lot of flanks on the Kennen will be super important. I guess Weibo's comp is just saying, hey, if we have enough damage, then they don't live to have a counterattack. And maybe that will work out. We've seen a topsy-turvy series so far. Game 1 should have gone the way of NIP, but Weibo completely flipped that table on its head. And as we go into the culmination of our first day of summer 2024, it's gonna be a barn burner. We got NIP versus Weibo Gaming, two teams who found themselves at the top echelons in spring, looking to do it again. Weibo with some changes, bringing back the OG in Tarzan, and Breathe reunited with Xiaohu, while NIP, they've run back their roster. They say if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We will make it to Worlds this split. Now we get into game 3. We'll hear those Gyos one more time for the first day of summer. Love hearing the passion of the fans. Also, I just love the start yellers because you just hear all the passion.
The passion that comes from that one person that starts the whole chant.
You have an important job. You got to start the energy going.
Absolutely, absolutely.
But speaking of starting, we're getting into the game now. We want to see some aggression, maybe in bot side. This 2v2 from NIP. But something that Weibo's done every game so far has been the lane swaps. We're not going to get that this time.
I'm a little confused. I'm looking at Weibo's draft and I'm a little confused. Don't get me wrong. I love a very confident draft which screams we will outhand you in game. We are just better than you, therefore we'll just pick our champions, and that will be more than enough. However, the synergy between Lee Sin and Hui, not necessarily the best early on. You've got Zeri and Lulu, which do love having other champions in front of them that will give them this time and space to play in those team fights, right? And also for Xiaohu, we have praised him for how good he is. I've been an absolute nuisance to anyone on a side lane. However, here on the Hui, it's very difficult to be the case as Rookie steps forward to not get hit by that ability.
And again, this Corki should be the same style, I believe, in some extents that we're going to get the damage Corki, obviously in mid lane, but Rookie maybe looking to push and move a little bit more so against this Hui, who's already pushing under the turret. The big thing is looking at the jungle. Where are these paths going to lead to?
Oh, they're invading. They've already pinged the bot side jungle of Tarzan. Aki is already heading there.
Yeah,
very, very healthy.
Mid.
Both Aki and Rookie. You have the pressure through mid. I think he might be waiting for him at the red buff.
Wrap around, potentially good toggles from our observers. Aki. Ooh. Oh, Tarzan, you're so good. So you wonder in those moments what the thought process is, and Tarzan has a way out easily to the Krugs.
Yeah, and because that didn't work right there, and bot lane's already fighting back and forth, they've lost a chunk of damage. And you got Rookie, who's actually pressuring Xiaohu. You have to default back, falling into your own jungle. And now it's Tarzan's turn, because bot lane is pressuring, right? So, could potentially move in. However, everything has been warded, so he will get spotted if he does move through the bot side of the map.
Nothing.
We'll spot the Sejuani again. And round 2.
The red buff's going to be started up now, so a trade through. Aki's clear speed working out pretty well for him here on the Sejuani. Get a double trade on bot side. Crisp taking a lot of chunk in health.
Oh, the Q.
Photic right back from it.
Oh, the Q missing right there from Photic. That's a lot of damage you're missing out on. And again, we kept talking about, you know, the Callistus Renatas or the Lucian Namis, very, very potent aggro lanes in the early game. However, Zeri and Lulu can keep up on the trades really, really well due to all of the early damage coming in from Lulu, the shields, the speed ups, the poke that's coming in from the Lulu as well. So far, so good for Light and Crisp. They have been holding toe-to-toe with Photic as well.
Rookie is just not afraid to fight anybody he sees, because why not? Also love to see some of the first strike gold coming up clutch for Photic on bot side. A back will be initiated by Xiaohu. Should have TP to come back here, though. But I don't know. I was going to say they need priority on mid side because I don't know if you necessarily want to give over double scuttle to NIP right now. But Aki is going to make his first move for it. Should be just left to his own devices. Although Rookie gets some decent trade on the back end.
Very clean right there. Double scuttle
my
grab. Oh, the
God.
bubble.
Chris might have overextended there. One more double tap to the back. And I think NIP finally put it together. It's Weibo tap for a reason.
Excellent work in the bot lane for Folding on Suo. Making sure you land that bubble right there and Chris, but very, very slow with the reaction. You could have flashed that bubble, making sure you don't go down. We said that the trade is very, very even between Zeri and Lulu. That's if you don't get succeeded in the entire combo from Lucian Nami. That wasn't the case from Crisp, and that is a 1 kill and a BF sword going into lane for Lucian. That is going to hurt a lot, so expect a lot of pressure through the bot side of the map. This is going to be bread and butter for Aki, stacking those dragons, playing that bot side of the map.
Should get a redeploy down that way. It looks like that will be the case. So some boots completed there early for Aki, get some mobility for himself, but absolutely playing around bot side is NIP's game right now. And those questions still arise for Weibo on how they find entrance into this game. A reset, maybe redeploying to the top side to get these grubbies could be an option.
Yeah, I feel like there's going to have to be a trade right here between the two teams, because I don't think you ever want to be fighting.
Nah,
towards
we
the
ain't
bot side of
trade,
the
we
map.
fighting.
Yeah, BF sword plus long sword onto this Lucian. Every single Q is going to hurt so much.
It has boots,
Oh
you know?
my god. I mean, okay.
What's a sword to a boot?
Right, if you run fast enough, he can never catch you to do damage.
Hey, that's all I'm saying.
There you go. However,
Dragon.
talking about running fast enough, Tarzan
Oh.
has run fast enough towards that bottom of the map.
They will know that the dragon is
Oh, they
started
forward, they
now, so they
forward.
want to go over here onto the fight instead.
flash.
They know that Aki will not join, so they're just going to try to collapse on a Photic. It should strike the heart. The bubble hits, but it's not enough to stop the onslaught. As mid lane, another solo bolo for Rookie.
2 kills going down, 1 for Weibo Gaming and 1 for NIP. And again, if we look at that bot lane once more, Tarzan knew that the aggression is gonna keep coming from the side of NIP, decides to get towards the bottom of the map. No one would expect it, right? They were doing Dragon. You definitely do not want to be contesting towards that Dragon area, so they expected potentially Lee Sin to be towards his top side, where his blue buff had spawned, he had Grump spawning, he had the little Grub spawning as well, so trading objectives would be the natural order of Lee Sin choosing objectives right there, and it wasn't the case.
Can
Wow,
we just
let's look at this
say-
mid lane one more time.
Can we just say that Rookie has had Xiaohu's number all series long? Like, there's been some moments Xiaohu's had some fight backs, but some multiple solo kills going the way of Rookie in the first series.
See, AP Corki doesn't get that kill. AD Corki does, though.
Yeah, it does. And apparently that's what the mainstay is going to be in the meta right now. And we do see some movement there. We see Weibo actually going for those grubs that we talked about earlier. But some highlight on Rookie. Like, you might know this guy. He's a world champion. But the journey since then has been rough. And I think we've seen some high highs for him on top esports, but now on NIP, he's looking to make it happen, as he hasn't been back for the roster since his time on V5. Now, back to it though. Weibo looking proactive themselves here.
They're looking to take control a little bit towards that bot side. This one is coming up for Tarzan as well, so they want to make sure that he's pretty safe playing towards that. But Aki is still sticking around. He's looking for Xiaohu. He does have the ult. There is no flash onto Hui, so
Fancy
the
some
second Xiaohu
drifting today?
overextends.
He's gonna go for it. Okay, just gonna give the thumbs up there. Like, I thought about it. I had the option. I just decided I didn't want to.
You know what? If anything, I would say he's baiting the flash, but there is no flash on Xiaohu. He was just like, hello, good sir. Goodbye, good sir. I wasn't planning on ulting you. Anyway, I was just baiting. Aki's going to move back into his jungle. Same thing as Tarzan. They're going to keep clearing.
So it is a little bit of that different style build from the Corki this time around from than what we saw the lethality style earlier as
Trinity.
well. Shanji going to take the heavy trade from the red carpet that went a little bit wide from Breathe. Just looking to get this plate up here on the top side.
Getting a little bit punished. Short range rat. Electric rat, rather.
Is that what you call it? Is that kidding?
Yeah.
Kennen in a
rat.
nutshell.
Isn't that what he is?
True.
He's an electric rat, no?
Yes.
Well, he's a hamster, but whatever.
Are all
I think.
Yordles rats? Is that what we're deciding?
Okay, I think Ziggs is a squirrel.
Okay.
But
There's
but
some
I think Kennen's a
distinction.
rat,
There's
yeah.
some distinction.
Yeah, for sure.
I can appreciate that at least. I do want to check in some appreciation on these laning phases that we're going to be seeing come to an end sooner rather than later. But it is a pretty hefty lead for Rookie in mid lane over Xiaohu with about a 20 CS differential. Meanwhile, topside Breathe has a little bit of an advantage over Shanji. I think that team fighting aspect of Kennen is definitely going to overtop that though.
Oh, absolutely. I feel like in terms of a front to back, NIP having that threat of the cannon on a flank, but it's not even just the flank aspect that makes Kennen so dangerous. It's the fact that if Weibo commit, if Tarzan goes for a play, Shanji can be the bridge between Weibo and NIP and stop the progress of any other member forward. So not only can he be the flank scarer, but he can also be the person that creates all that space for his team to be able to assassinate whoever dives in the backline, which so far from the time I'm seeing is probably going to be Tarzan trying to get some sort of kick.
Tarzan has a level advantage on Aki. Gonna get some help from Xiaohu from long distance as well. Tarzan wants to continue to fight this out. He has red buff as well. There too, still going, still fighting, and Aki gonna get blasted down by Tarzan. Is he gonna get it? Xiaohu gets the snipe from distance.
I feel like I could feel his heart break, you know? Sanji is gonna be under attack right now. He does have the ultimate. He's gonna pop the ultimate just to clear the wave, but he's extremely low. Whew. There's a lot of ball coming in from wave. Rookie's towards the top side of the map as well.
Oh, Xiaohu taking decent amount. Gonna send the Spiraling Despair, but the flash comes out from Shanji.
Yeah, on that chase on Aki, I could feel the despair, by the way. It's like, someone help, someone,
It was
anyone, top
spiraling
lane,
for sure.
mid lane, support, someone. I've taken their flashes, I've taken their Qs, they have no kicks, they have no ults, someone, anyone. And he ends up going down. Great stuff right there from Weibo Gaming. They're forcing flashes in the jungle, in the top lane, they're taking the kill onto Tarzan. I love seeing that proactivity coming in because you definitely need to get a little bit ahead onto this list and to pose a threat into the backline.
Some big item thresholds coming up here as well. We have the Collector for Photic, of course.
Wowsies.
But the Trinity Force for Rookie is there. Tarzan looking to focus towards bot side though. But the Dragon already started. This would be a second one for NIP. Tarzan made a play like this before. Did give up the Dragon for it this time around. Just fighting for the vision though. The Dragon getting a little bit low, but so is Aki. Luckily Shanji's here to help him. And there's that second objective secure for them.
Yeah, you do have a TP on Xiaohu if you really wanted to fight this, but I feel like at this point, Weibo are just testing the waters. You do have Rocket Belt onto Shanji, there's TP onto the Kennen, you've got Trinity Force onto Corki, Collector, as you mentioned, onto Photic, and everyone else except for Tarzan are sitting on Woodyard sales in their inventories, bits and pieces of every item before completion, so you definitely don't want to be taking these unfavorable fights, especially since right now the gold is still dead even. Shanji is fishing for something there.
Breathe gonna start up the grubbies. This would be 6 grubs for Weibo. Shanji looking on Xiaohu. Aki gonna go drifting mid lane, get the flash out of Xiaohu, but they do end up trading the objective for this one. That'll be really big for Weibo and the longevity of things. But I think now when you look at the style of composition that the stability of NIP brings, you think of how they can approach the fights. It's a lot of that team fight potential with the flanks from Shanji, but now we're seeing some of the ways that Weibo can find fights, right? It really is just about finding picks and utilizing that immense amount of damage.
Yeah, I feel like it's about ease of execution when you look at NIP. You're like, yeah, that's easy. You throw in the Electric Rat, you make a pick with the Sejuani front lines, you go waves coming in from the Nami, so much damage between the Lucian and the Corki. It just visually, it's very easy to visualize how a fight would look if you're NIP. However, for Weibo Gaming, due to the lack of engage, due to the lack of a front line, you know, which Wei really likes, Zeri really likes, somebody buying those 2 time for him to put down all that hurt and damage. Currently for Weibo, sort of, as I said in the beginning, every man for himself, kind of. Like, you get into a fight, you're on your own. You just have to outplay.
It's like a piece of abstract art, just by the Weibo tap artist, I guess. It's a little bit hard to read, but sometimes maybe it works. As Rift Herald is up and available, NIP flooding around it, but will end up moving out of the pit itself. They have Shanji on that TP. They do have some ward setups. It could be a little bit finicky for them to get in there. Looks like we're just going to get a tussle over this one.
Yeah, they do have a pretty good ward from the set of NIP for Shanji as well towards that blue buff. That is a very, very good flank TP ward for someone like a Kennen to get into these fights. So unless Weibo Gaming find that ward, and it's not going to be the case. You saw Chris just backed out. They're going to find it now. However, NIP have placed even more down. And they are worried about the Kennen. They are pinging in.
Yeah, we got ultis available. Just waiting for somebody to pull the trigger here. Rookie being burned alive as he walks out, but Weibo do end up just getting the Rift Herald given over to them by NIP, who have ceded the positioning here. So at least some standing gold going to be available for them if they can get this charge off. As we see Shanji doing his work in an outer in the bot side, we'll be able to get that one.
Absolutely, getting more gold onto Shanji on the bot side of the map, taking a tower down as well. Rookie should be able to defend that top side as well. So, he does have friends coming over. It's always really, really close, and they're going to pull the TP.
That's the TP from Shanji. He has the Slicing Maelstrom. Not going to pull it as soon as he enters. Does realize, okay, he can go back in. There's the damage. And that Trinity Force doing some work. Tidal Wave just a little bit late there from Dwo. But the tempo of that play was so crazy. We'll see if they can actually capitalize on it, but it looks like things will go back to normal.
Your timing about calling this was great as well, because it's like, he surely is not going to go in. Yeah, okay, he's going in.
That's how it happens. You just look for that one moment, that little slip up, the overextension you can completely capitalize on. I think the most interesting thing now will be on how Vision is played around, because I think Weibo are going to need Vision priority around these objectives if they're going to go try to fight around them. And NIP is in a position, like we've seen in this series, where they can just keep forcing the fights around the objectives and around the big moments.
If anything, I feel like Weibo Gaming are even more than that gonna need to cover their backs, right? Having those huge flank TP wards for Sanji could be very, very detrimental for how Weibo want to play these fights. You have so many squishy members, no one can tank him. The only one who can throw him out of a fight is going to be Tarzan, but I feel like there's so many tasks placed on Tarzan's back. Finding the angle, maybe finding the target to kick them in, whilst also being able to keep your kick to push Kennen out of a fight, which is going to be so important for the rest of the team to not get bursted down. So I feel like Tarzan will have so many tasks to do in a fight, and they don't have a lot of time to figure these out. Another gold is dead even right now, but NIP have full control in the way they want to approach these fights. They set down their vision, they play their front to backs, they already have 2 dragons down. Once this spells 3 on 4, Weibo Gaming are going to have to figure out a way on how they want to fight around these objectives.
We do end up getting that second item completion for Photic 2, so the rapid fire easing the access of that big poke from Fog of War that we've seen him play through. The vision control going to be cleared out on the bot side. There's some of that poke we were talking about. The Rift Herald was pop mid, but so was the Tidal Wave. They're going to catch Photic. He needs to be really careful. Shanji was about to find a big entrance with the Slicing Maelstrom, but now NIP need to put their focus on delaying this Rift Herald.
They're managing this so far. They're keeping it at arm's length. It's not gonna bop onto the tower, which is huge. Or NIP and Weibo are trying to use everything they have, any distraction, even the TP in the middle of everyone.
Oh, the drip from Aki. He tried to predict the extended flash from Xiaohu. Will not find it, though. And we're right back to fisticuffs for a dragon. Tarzan about half health now, though.
That is still a flash.
That's a lot of
Committed.
damage.
Aki?
That's a whole screen away, Aki. You better be hoping you can find a way back in, because that's going to be really difficult too. And they might just give this one to give Weibo their first dragon.
There is no very easy front to back for Weibo Gaming. However, there is a ton of damage on every member. He's healed up. They want to go back in. There is no ultimate onto Aki, so no necessarily easy engage for them unless they throw Shanji in with a huge Maelstrom. Again, there is no flash onto Xiaohu, so if they manage to catch him, this could be huge for NIP.
Just one little slip up could make the difference. You have Tarzan down here, maybe not spotted out just yet. He is just on the other side of a ward. Aki moving up, but the dragon still the biggest focus right now. Some backs coming out from the side of Weibo. See if they can get back. Okay, Chris just has to walk here. So this is going to be a 4v5 for a little while. Shanji spotted out on a ward there. Dragon already half health. Tarzan, and just realizing a 4v5 is not worth it. Yeah, you cannot get caught in this moment. You do get that third dragon for NIP. Some damage back. Tarzan finally rejoins the fight over here. But they will have to fight another day. It was.
So Weibo Gaming backed off, but Shanji on a very crucial flank right there. Tarzan knows that he cannot take that 50-50 with Shanji on the side, because the second he dives in, he's actually dead. Very good calling onto Light here to pull him out. And this is what we see a lot from Lucians, right? In the mid game, you go into that mid lane, especially Photic being 1k gold up, having that ignite as well. You are very, very oppressive in the early game. Again, everyone being so low in terms of raw HP bars from the sort of Weibo Gaming, super squishy. Eating an entire calling is going to hurt a lot, and Rookie freezing his way towards the top side of the map, not wanting to give anything away to Weibo.
I love how much value the culling gets in this what, as you were saying, just kind of shredding all the multitude of very squishy members on the side of Weibo, at least. But it does look like we're going to get a little moment of calm here. The thing to think about has been the style that both these two teams have brought to each other. I think Weibo are going to love to have those 6 grubs later on with those quick pushes that their team composition can bring after fights, but they have to win those fights first and foremost.
I was about to say, to get underneath a tower, you must have won something, right? Like a fight, killed a couple of members from NIP. Because mind you, there is a lot of wave clear on the side of NIP as well, so it's extremely difficult to pressure underneath the tower. This is also something that reigns true for Weibo Gaming as well. Having Shahu onto that way, Zeri, Rumble with the equalizer, you can clear waves pretty easy. So for NIP to siege Weibo Gaming, they need these fights. Luckily for them, luckily for NIP, you do have ways that you can pressure Weibo Gaming to try and fight you.
We are finally getting the Navori Flicker Blade there for Light as well, so can provide a little bit more damage from his profile. Did get that outer tower taken by Rookie, so more standing gold. But Dwo gets caught by Tarzan. Tarzan gonna take a culling to the face though, and here comes Rookie to back up his team. Ever the guardian of the pride of NIP.
And this is why I'm saying I'm so confused about Weibo Gaming.
Oh my god!
Because Tarzan has to be the one to make the play. He sees Nami, he tries to dive in, it just doesn't work. Shanji has a perfect flank right here.
Weibo, no! Weibo, no! There's a trap there! You just walked right into it! Weibo absolutely trounced. They're going to try to throw some flame back to NIP and force them off of the Baron, but my goodness, what a beautiful catastrophe that NIP have just wrecked on Weibo.
They're not going to get the Baron this time around. However, they do get away with a pretty big fat W in terms of that skirmish. Weibo Gaming is looking at Rookie, but Rookie getting out the entire squad of NIP, resetting equally, and it's getting a little bit weird and difficult to play this game if you're Weibo. Again, Tarzan has been burdened with the impossible right here. He's been burdened with engaging fights, which he tried to do here. Doesn't quite go as planned, cannot assassinate Swole. His entire team cannot follow up that deep because they are scared of the cannon flank the second that Shanji goes into fog of war. And right there, just about evades vision. And by the time they see him, it's already too late.
He's going AP, by the way, so this ain't none of the tank cannon. He's got Rabbit on second item, by the way. Completely completed, so those team fights are going to be even easier to execute. And the thing is, you got about a minute till a soul for NIP would be a Cloud Soul. Can you imagine that cannon? How fast those lightning legs will run once he pops that ultimate if they have that.
And for NIP, they don't necessarily have to contest the next dragon because they know Weibo Gaming are desperate to not give that soul away. They could even turn around and go towards something like a Baron, split them up in half, give the soul away, at least the dragon away, not the soul. And just pressure them up. I feel like Weibo Gaming are, they've got their hands tied and they need a pick right here.
Keep poking back on the Light a little bit there, just trying to get this outer tower down before the fight ensues. Dragon in about 20 seconds, moving on out. We do need to kind of get this wave push. I think mid lane priority will be the name of the game for NIP.
Yeah, Tarzan's trying to find his flank position. He's trying to find some fog of war to hide behind. He knows probably that for them to take this dragon, he's most likely going to have to steal it himself. Wave in the mid lane to try and zone away the rest of Weibo is going to result in a tower for NIP. And NIP is just, they just keep looking, they just keep brute forcing with their HP bars in the jungle.
That's what this composition brings to the table. I mean, especially with the lack of that compositional strength for Weibo. They don't have any way to go head-to-head. They have to look for those picks here. They have to look for the entrance for Tarzan or get that big red carpet from Breathe. TP coming in. They know this could be a do or die for a lot of the big moments of the rest of this game. If they can deny this, they buy themselves some time. Breathe is on the turret. The dragon out of vision of Weibo. And get moved up a little bit. Breathe will join. He's about half health. Yeah, Shanji going over. Could be looking for the flank. Won't be spotted out. Rookie's going to go mid lane. They want to delay this. They know they have the upper hand, and NIP are just playing it to force Weibo. They might just end up giving this one unless Aki can get in there and steal it. He cannot. Tarzan secures that one and delays NIP's soul.
Tier 2 mid lane already gone. Top lane control already established for NIP. They were pinging Baron for a second right there because they knew that Weibo Gaming where they had to press their B buttons or take the long walk of shame through their bot quadrant of the jungle, which was actually the case. You see now Weibo Gaming are rushing towards the top side, making sure that that Baron is not going down. They have no clue actually right now that NIP is not doing that. They have to literally walk in and check it out themselves, which is going to be the case for Breathe right now onto this Rumble. Cheeky right there also from Zuo to start the Baron, trying to get some poke onto Weibo Gaming. And again, hands tied for Weibo Gaming. They have to find that one pick before the fight starts.
We have a NIP officially subscribing to the League of IE. As we see the IE completed for Photic, it immediately yields results as he destroys life.
Wait, I blinked. What happened?
There was a flash of light.
I seriously, I'm not even kidding at this moment. I actually blinked and I missed it. 5 versus 4, NIP starting the Baron. If they were strong before, they're much stronger with a person advantage.
All right, Tarzan trying to make good on it. They did end up finding the big pick out last time. Aki gonna throw the ulti, so is the tidal wave though. So that's a lot of tools used by NIP. They're gonna be forced off the Baron as well.
Yeah, a little bit of overzealousy again from NIP. I feel like a lot of the times the team tends to get very trigger happy with their ultimate, the way they were trying to finish game 1, but not necessarily focus in the Nexus. So I feel like NIP need to regroup right now because they're clearly stronger on the map. They have the stronger champions, they have the easier to execute composition. All they have to do is calm down. And I'm glad I get to see this again because I legitimately blinked and I missed it.
God,
I think I was
so
looking towards the
much.
Baron and I missed it.
Yeah, that's what this
cool.
IE will do with the Collector. I mean, you hit one crit and health bars just all of a sudden dissipate. As third item still waiting on the wings for light. Will not have that one just yet. Luckily, there's no fights coming up in the meantime. But I do want to pick apart this Weibo composition at all. I still believe that they need to be looking for these kind of picks in the moments. But it's hard when NIP don't want to leave each other's side. They're just all holding hands.
Yeah, and actually they have such good vision control inside their jungle behind enemy lines for NIP. We've been commending them a lot on the way they choose to take fights as a group, so you'll see that NIP are never really left alone. They never really have like isolated members anywhere. They're not giving the opportunity to Weibo to pick them apart. And right here, they've got a pretty huge opportunity to force Weibo to fight them for this Baron. Oh.
Go over the wall there. Does
wait,
end up getting the flash out of Breathe.
Where have I seen this before?
I
literally
just
2
had
minutes
deja
ago.
vu. Yeah, literally had deja vu. As now they will just push in, steal as much of the jungle as they can, and end up getting away with that one. They could just force onto this Baron yet again. It looks like that's the play.
Okay, this is actually really scary because Weibo Gaming are aware that 2 of their huge cooldowns are down for NIP. However, the gatekeeper Photic is
just
holding
playing
very
mind
strong.
games.
Yeah, he's holding very strongly in the mid lane. Surely we're not doing Baron without our AD carry, right?
Tarzan knows. Tarzan knows. He knows. They're going to need the flash out of Fotic. There's the red carpet. Tarzan can't get in the pit. He's in. Can he get it? They take him out before he even gets the chance. NIP! 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 Rookie gets the Baron, but they lose everybody for it. Rookie and Dwo, the only standing members, and Weibo have clapped back.
Wow, both of the junglers end up going down and Baron remained, I think, what, 1,000 HP? It was for the longest time possible. Weibo Gaming, that is a huge W for them, because even though the Baron buff goes over to NIP, you can see the power of their team fighting.
We're going to take a look back at the replay here and take exactly how this happened. Fotic early burning his flash, but here the trade for the junglers.
Oh, he got burned out. Oh, he moves back into the equalizer. Oh, and he flashes onto the equalizer again.
They both didn't want to smite it because it was like right in there. So they're both like, somebody else hit this so that it goes under. And then Rookie just takes it in the end.
Oh, God. Aki, what a what a sad domino of effects right there. Weibo Gaming got their first hand in the river, however. Now this time around, they do have ultimates from the side of NIP.
Breeze caught in transition. Shanji, look at the flank that can set up. He doesn't have flash, though. He has no way in. Fotic going down to the side. Light guns him down in the middle of it. The lightning crash happens, and all of a sudden, Light is gone. Dragon secured for NIP, and that's Soul.
That's 2 members down from Weibo Gaming. Shanji didn't even have to press R in this particular fight. Again, I feel like Tarzan has been burdened with a little bit too much in this particular game onto the Lee Sin, and it's just not very realistic for this champion to do everything, to engage, disengage, find the pick, find the flank, steal the dragon, smite everything. Now NIP.
They are forcing under the turret here. Rookie just wanted to try to snipe Xiaohu. But really, it's just great drafting from NIP in a Fearless system that does put constraints on that. And here we're seeing that drafting come alive as he goes for it. He's polymorphed. Oh my goodness, he almost bites the dust there. Does end up making it out alive though, and they take the turret for it. There's a TP play. There's a TP play. They have the Xiaohu deep flank, but they're walking away from him. Can he have the speed to get there? Looks like it's not going to be enough.
Oh, it was on the wrong side of the map. They had so many wards towards the bot side of the map, but they knew that Shanji was around. He cannot be TP'ing into the cannon. Tarzan still looking. He knows that the HP bars were not the healthiest last time he saw them. Oh, Light.
Uh-oh. Oh no.
Oh, Light.
Oh no. He's all AP. He's all AP. He got Void Staff too. Okay, he's not gonna find him. Oh no, but the rest of his team, he finds him anyways! Shanji with the solo bolo and give him another one as they will end up getting a kill back for Breed. The kickback from Tarzan saves the rest of Weibo's life, but they already lost 3 of their members here, and NIP are shoving it up the gut and going for the win.
4 members up alive and available for NIP. They're going to take that middle inhibitor tower. They do not have the healthiest of waves, however. They've got very, very healthy HP bars.
Rookie 4-0-2 on this Corki. He's had Xiaohu's number all series long. Multiple solo bolos across the games. They brought us all the way to 3, but they're trying to force the end right now. Where have we seen this before, Trouble? As there is no defense left for Weibo unless Crisp and Tarzan can make it happen. He does get the kick there potentially on the other side of it, but he's going to just be bursted down. This time, they know to attack the Nexus, and they're going to finish the game. They will not fall the same way they fell before. And that will be a first series win of summer for NIP.
Incredible play. There were a lot of questions about the teams when it comes to Fearless Draft, when it comes to Game 3. What have you got left in the tank? What do your players want to play? And you mentioned a lot of the comfort, and I saw the comfort on the side of Weibo Gaming, but it made no sense. It made no cohesion when it comes to them playing as 5. However, NIP, I have to commend them on the draft on that game number 3. It made it so much easier to execute, and it just showed.
Yeah, it definitely did. That man on your screen right there having a wonder star performance, though, for his first games on the Rift of Summer. I think this NIP showed some seriously high highs in spring, and they're running it back for another split, as we'll see if they can make the big run. But man, this Group D has been fun to watch. We had all day Group D action here in both series. And I think both of them delivered in their own ways. And I know Weibo will be kicking themselves. I know they probably didn't want to win that game 1 like they did. They wanted to win game 2 especially. But the way they drafted in game 3, definitely something to look at, and that's something they can bounce back. The best part about this new format, they'll get another chance to take down an IP as we have a double round robin. So that next matchup will be very fun to watch.
Again, another series that gets equalized, Mazel. Only one time
True.
did these teams meet this year in spring, and it was a clean 2-0 from the side of Weibo Gaming. Now, of course, NIP equalized that to 1-1 in terms of series. And I feel like, if anything, this should have also been a pretty clean 2-0 from NIP. The way they lost that game 1, I think there's a lot to learn from the side of NIP in terms of being a little bit too trigger happy, a little bit too overzealous, pushing the boundaries a little bit. And they would have been kicking themselves if they lost that game too, because it was very, very, very close. However, they do come out victorious, and we love to see the glimpses of what we saw in playoffs versus JDG.
Yeah, I could not wait for this this matchup, but also I can't wait for the rematch itself. So many big names, but so many big moments to step up, and I really liked to see Tarzan and Breathe flex their personal muscles a little bit on the Weibo roster. I think there were still some things about draft, like you were saying, that were interesting to watch, but I think we did see some of the flashes of brilliance that Breathe and Tarzan bring to the table when they're at their best.
Yeah.
And I think the Fearless system itself is very interesting. We're not getting those straight up, like, hey, you have this comp for this game, we'll have that comp for next game. We are getting some of those big power picks still utilized, but a lot of teams are grabbing them early in game 1 and then just banning them out for the rest of the series.
I feel like things like the Varus and the Skarner, things like the Senna and the Ashe are going to be of huge importance in terms of drafts. Particularly, I feel about the Varus, I feel like he has shined. He's been shining the entire year, whether it has been on hit or poke or any other lethality or weird build that you can think of.
At this point, build
like
him tank. We'll see what happens.
Listen, man, I was
We
looking at
used
some
to have
Kai'Sa
tank
builds
top, at
earlier
least.
on. I'm so confused.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun to see. I think the Varus is definitely going to be a prio pick for sure, but I think the Skarner also. I think there's some big moments that could be had from that champion for sure. I want to see the Cassante Skarner matchup still, but it was a very fun.
Do you really?
performance.
Do
Yes,
you
I
really,
do.
Mazel?
I
Tell the
actually
truth.
do.
Tell the truth.
Well, because maybe they like counteract each other, and then just nothing happens, and then maybe
Well,
we
you know
don't
what?
have to deal
You
with
were
it.
excited to see Jin, so I'm not surprised.
Yes, I am excited to see Jin. You can't see it in my screen because it's too short, but I have a Jin statue at the top. All right, you don't hate on my boy. It wasn't his fault in that first series, though. But in the second series, I think this was the one that everybody was waiting for. I think the holdover of spring held a lot of weight between these two. But the fact that we get these guys in double round robin in the same group, again, you have to remember this Group D has 5 teams in it, and the top 3 will be the ones going to that A group in the next round. And I think we came into this one thinking that NIP and Weibo are going to be clear favorites.
And they looked like it, I think. The way that Weibo was able to defend themselves, I think particularly in game number 1. I know that I say whatever ain't broke, don't fix it. And I feel like Light and Crisp looked so good in game number 1. I think his Aphelios was single-handedly the thing that kept them into this game. I still have in
The
my
eye
brain
go
imprinted
nutty.
the image of him cleansing literally a millisecond right before he Moonlight Vigils to literally destroy that team fight for NIP. And I feel like these images are the ones that are going to be haunting them, because this could have been game for them.
Yeah, and that's the craziest part. It could have just been a 2-0. But of course, in LPL fashion, we had to go all 6 games because that's what we got to do.
For day 1, hell yeah.
Tell you what, of course we do. That's tradition. I don't know if that's actually tradition. I have to look at that. But it was a lot of fun because I think we got to see some of the fluctuations that Fearless will bring to the table. And while I still think we'll get some of the, obviously trading big meta picks, I'm very curious to see how teams like NIP adapt to all of this. So that'd be really fun.
Yeah, I'm just happy to see both teams being extremely competitive. As you can see, Breathe coming back. We saw the entire series. He had so many bans thrown his way that literally the first game we saw Jax Camille out the window. Camilla has been permabanned throughout the entire series. Like, he has been paid a lot of respect, and same as Tarzan. Even though I don't necessarily think we saw peak Tarzan today, it might take just a little bit for him to get acquainted with the rest of the team.
Yeah, the entrance of Tarzan back in the league stimulates a lot of the conversation around jungle and who will be at the top tier of that. But I think we got to see some glimpses from both these guys today. That was a lot of fun to see. I know this bot lane was a little bit less focused on, but Votic coming up clutch. And I loved that we got so much of the Weibo focus down here after that as well.
Yeah, and I think that play in particular was so clean as well. Zuo was trying his best. He was literally circling Photic the entire time so that the Lee Sin Q does not connect onto the flashless Lucian. So I think we've seen some incredibly mechanically good plays throughout this entire series. We've seen so many solo kills, Rookie solo kill in Shahu over and over again through the entirety of the series. One which actually costed Weibo Gaming the loss in game number 2.
Yep. It was a big moment here, but also this big moment out of Fog of War, absolutely decimating Light with the IE completion right before this. And goes to show how much these crit champs can do, as we saw that really take over the day today in a lot of these games. But it came down to the style of composition that NIP drafted. Their drafting today was very good. There's a reason why we think they should have 2-0'd. But the way they were able to manipulate the Fearless draft to get this draft for a game 3 feels good, man.
And also I'm very happy to see that they're giving a lot of self-sustain through to Aki, especially playing in guitars. And, you know, a lot of the teams, especially, I think it's especially true about the junglers. They give them some sort of like a carry or a farmer in the early stages of a best of series. If that fails, back to tanks you go, back to Maokai, back to Setsuani, you know. But it wasn't the case for Aki, and playing into Tarzan, I think it was a huge statement as well, not only from NIP, but the man on your screens.
Let's go. With his straight hair.
Yeah. Can't even recognize him.
Barely, honestly. His hair used to be crazy, but now he's just crazy on the Rift. It is Rookie who ends up getting the MVP there, rightfully so. Yeah, again, earning his second MVP in only one series. But the Corki came out clutch time and time again.
Yep, this time around with a 4.6k gold lead, because the last two MVPs
it was negative.
It was negative because both these series were going a completely different direction, guys, and they ended a completely different direction as well. But Rookie has completely outshined Shahu today, absolutely and for sure. And I think it was the question through Spring Split as well. Shahu didn't necessarily have one of the best splits in his career in Spring, and we're wondering how this would transition over to Summer, and especially with the addition of Tarzan. So I would love to see a little bit more of that mid-jungle synergy, you know, screws being oiled up.
Well, we got 4 more weeks of this best of 3 Fearless action. It's going to be a lot of fun to see the groups do battle. Again, today was all of Group D, or most of Group D. But it was Ultra Prime versus IG, a 2-1 victory for Ultra Prime, who were the last place team in Spring. So starting off strong with their first win of the split. Then Weibo ended up fighting off against NIP, taking a struggling game where NIP came out 2-1. Then tomorrow, we got more games as summer continues. WE take on RNG, and RA take on TES. That's going to be a lot of fun. That'll be Munchables and Nightmare, bringing you all the action there. And I know I can't wait to see the continuation of this one, especially the way that Fearless adapts these teams' compositions, and see a lot of strength come through from some comfort picks as well. Any thoughts on the first day of LPL Summer here, Trouble, before we sign off?
Well, I feel like we have been absolutely spoiled.
Yes.
For especially getting all 6 games. The first series was a banger. Second series was super hype as well. We saw so many cool mechanical, single-handedly changing an entire game plays by one individual in both of these series, and I feel like this is what gets people very excited, you know, especially when it goes to international, seeing these people make it to internationals and perform like that there as well.
Yeah. It was a pleasure to kick off the split with you. It's going to be fun to see how this split plans out. Thank you all for tuning in and for loving the LPL just like we do. And we'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place, for some more crazy action.